Toe Morning Show.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of the Steel Toe Morning Show. I matched so nice with our backdrop today.
You blend right in.
I blend right into the scenery. They always say that about me. We have another great show for you on top of all the other great shows we've been doing. How do you stand it? You know, gotta be honest. After Monday and Tuesday and then probably today, I have a bit of a confession to make for all of you.
What is it?
I'm jealous of them.
Of them.
I wish I got to listen to this all day.
Right? Like, what good morning show do you have to follow this up with?
I know. I don't have shit like this to listen to. I'll listen to some Viking stuff.
Well, it's just depression.
I'll go listen to some documentaries.
Which is old.
I don't have anything like this to listen to, I'll tell you that much. I'll listen to In Hot Water today, but just to hear about myself.
Of course. You know.
I don't know what to do with myself. You guys have this, and you have 4.5 hours of it in the morning, and then 3 days a week you'll get a couple hours in the evening. Tonight you've got a prize show. I have to admit, I do too much.
They are spoiled.
I do too much. You're all spoiled. And then this week, you had a few people giving so much money to this program that we didn't even really have full goals. I didn't have to beg for money in front of my friends.
I didn't either. No goals.
So look at the amazing, you know what it is? We work together well. We work together. Them, me, us, everyone. It's a carousel, Happy. You put the quarter in, the carousel goes up and down and around. It's circular. The flow. Feel it, Happy. Harness the good energy, block out the bad. Harness energy, block bad.
Just go to your home.
Just go to your home. That's all. Welcome to the show, guys. Speaking of begging for money, we do have almost a full one today. We did get 25 bucks into today's goal yesterday. You guys were very kind. We weren't going to have an evening show last night, but we did figure we'd come on for a little bit. Because you guys put us so far over yesterday that it paid for an evening show.
Hell yeah.
We were late coming back from the airport, but we figured we would pop on for 10, 15 minutes just to let you know what's going on. Because if we don't have an evening show on a Tuesday, I get posts and tweets and Facebooks and all this shit. Where's the show? Where's the show? What's going on? Every time I miss one show, the assumption is immediately that something bad happened to me.
You've given them only that to go on.
I understand that. Every time I miss a show, it's like, oh my God, is he okay?
It is, yeah. I'm sure you get multiples of what I get, but
yes.
For me too, it's like, guys, where are you? Is something wrong?
Are you I've gotten this before. Are you dead? As though I would be able to answer you if I was.
Right, that's beyond the grave.
If you ask me if I'm dead and I respond with hitting the heart on Twitter,
yeah,
assume I'm alive.
Or assume it's me covering up for your death.
Oh, that's a good one too. Yeah, then you know what? If I hit if I hit the heart button and you ask me if I'm dead, call the police immediately. It's probably April covering up. Busy show today, guys. That's why I can't talk right. So, as Chris Doherty says, hit the like button, hit subscribe, become a member, throw us a couple bucks in that PayPal, Venmo, Streamlabs, Super Chat, Rumble Rant thing. 325 is the number today. We can hammer that out early, though, and just have ourselves a gay old time today. You guys were hammering it out all morning with Geno and I. Do it again, or otherwise April's going to feel bad. Do it tomorrow, otherwise Johnny's going to feel bad. And look, I'm not in the business of making people feel bad.
No, but you are the show. They really should just do it for you.
I'm in the business of making people feel good. All right, let's talk to Rumble, then let's talk to YouTube. Then we have plenty to do, plenty to talk about today. Britney Spears dancing with knives. Travis Kelce needs blowjobs. Adam Carolla thinks he's banned from Howard Stern. I got shootouts at Jack in the Box over French fries. I got all kinds of goofy shit today. You're going to love it. It's going to be awesome. We're going to knock out that 325. We're going to do a half hour of overtime. Then tonight we've got a prize show that I have to run the first half hour by myself, and probably my head will explode. So if you've always wanted to see my head explode,
oh no,
tune in tonight at 7 p.m. Central Time. Absolutely.
I'll give you some pointers.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Sir K over on Rumble says, I was going to finally a normal day, but then 1 minute in, you start sucking your own dick. Damn it, Aaron, let me enjoy myself. Wait a minute. If I start the show sucking my own dick, isn't that getting back to normal?
Right. It's a lot of gay stuff.
I'm just trying to get you guys back to what you're used to.
There's no other wieners next to him anymore. He has to do his own.
Right. I got no dicks when we're doing the show. Sean Rass says, did Geno leave his Coke at your house? Damn, man. Nah, I'm running on show energy today, my man. I got so many messages, so many notifications, so many people expressing how much they enjoyed the Geno and Aaron shows for Monday and Tuesday. Geno was talking about it after the show. He goes, those were both incredible for different reasons.
They were very different shows.
Monday was boom, boom, boom. We're knocking out all these things, covering all this stuff, making our jokes, peachable fences, things of that nature. Tuesday, Geno got to go on some COVID rants, stuff like that.
Yes, he did.
Tuesday, fun. Had the cop story. That was a lot of fun. Had a couple of other things that we dove into. But then Charlie called. And after Charlie called, the show took on a life of its own.
It was more like the Charlie show.
Look, there are some days where you fall into something on your show and you go, you know what? This isn't what I wanted to do today, but it is what I'm going to do today.
It's not the show you wanted. It was the show you needed.
Right, exactly. And I know that, Charlie was beloved by the people that stuck around, but there were definitely a couple hundred people who said, fuck this guy. I can't do this.
Look, if you two hadn't been so funny in handling him, I might have dipped.
Right. So I understand that. But what you got was quality instead of quantity.
Yes.
And it was very, very nice. So thank you guys very much, again, for all your support. Ryobi, Deadfool, Gray Duckling, those guys knocking it out yesterday. Now let's have all of us team up today with $5 or $10 at a time and nail that thing. And then we'll do the entertainment part after we do the greasy, awful, grimy, can-rattling, begging for money part. Let's go over to YouTube. Rumble a little quiet this morning. YouTube not. So let's go talk to these boys and girls. I just assume you're banned when you're not on the air, says Return Trip. Oh, that's the other one. Did you get banned?
Right. Did you talk about the shots again?
Did you talk? Yeah. Did you get
about Corey Feldman?
Medical misinformation strike? Did you talk about Corey Feldman? Did you get a hate speech strike? Oh, by the by. Our only strike we had is gone now. It's gone. It went away.
We did it.
We are strikeless. We are a strike-free channel. All we have is our original warning from back in the day. Every channel's got to get its warning strike.
And does that stick around, though?
Yeah, that never goes away. You get one freebie, they give you a strike, and then they say, no, it's just a warning. This doesn't affect your channel at all. But now you've been warned.
I like how a strike will fall off, though, but not a warning.
Well, it's always a warning. It's always there to remind you,
Then
hey.
just call it a disclaimer.
Don't dick around. Mr. St. Caesar says, has Charlie called yet? No, Charlie has not called yet. I need a break. I can't do a Charlie day today. I could take one from Charlie, perhaps, but I can't do a whole Charlie day because I know it entertained all of you yesterday. I know you enjoyed yourself. However, people don't think this until they do a show of their own. It does take a toll on you.
It takes something from you.
It does drain you energetically. It's like when they bring Beric Dondarrion back from the dead. There's a little less of him each time. Yeah, that's now the Game of Thrones bell.
You two got done with Charlie yesterday, and you both just slump on the couch.
We did. We laid back on the couch. We're like, good show, but you know what? I need 5 or 10. Hey, who's that?
Make it stop.
Who's this? All right, I'm gonna take. You get one of these today, and then I'm gonna throw the phone across the room, and I'm gonna call it for the day. So you get one of these. You get one. Make it good, Charlie. Hello, sir.
So I'm going to make this very quick. My call-in yesterday to your show, I was about 16 to 23 shots of Evan Williams 1.75 straight bourbon whiskey in, probably 4 to 5 joints. I was still more coherent, funnier than Aaron, and very respectfully than you, Aaron, than Geno and you.
Then both of us?
Well, I was completely out of it right now, and I'm making more sense than the both of you guys. So I'm not going to go on this Charlie rant, go on and on. If I call back when I'm sober, sometimes you're going to say, "Oh, what shit! This guy he's kind of a funny chap." Anyway, you guys have a great show. Hey, April, can I say one thing to you?
No, go ahead. It's your show.
No, it's not my show. Come on, no. Let's don't be passive aggressive.
It's not, Charlie. It's your show.
Do you see my
Charlie,
face?
we're handing over the show to you. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Tell me. What?
So yesterday I mentioned something about a billboard that you were pointing at. Remember that?
Yes.
You called me a creeper. I just saw you on Twitter. I went to your Instagram page, and you were pointing at a billboard. So you made it sound like I was like stalking you and going back in your history. I thought this was like from a month or two ago. I had no clue what that was. So I really don't know the history of you guys. Like I said, I'm completely tanked right now. I'm probably 16 shots in. And by the way, if anyone in your audience, they want to slowly destroy their life, go to Total Wine and More, purchase Evan Williams straight bourbon whiskey. You can get it between probably $18 and $25, $30 for 1.75 liter. It's the best high. You're going to have a great, great high. And it's a great way to ruin your life. With that, I may call back into your show in the future. I may not.
I'm
you guys
looking
have a great
forward
show.
to
By the way,
thank you, buddy.
Geno is hold on. Geno is an absolute hack. He truly is a hack.
I don't
know
that.
What you guys see.
I didn't get that vibe from you yesterday.
What vibe?
That you didn't like Geno.
Aaron, you got a good show. You guys are funny. April, you remind me of Christina Taylor. I'm sure you've heard that 1,000 times. You guys have a great show. Have a great day. Take care.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
Look at that. Charlie brought it in for a landing. Very good. That guy's good. I hope Geno makes good on his promise to tell Anthony about Charlie.
I hope so, too. I hope he gets some bookings. I hope he kills it at the cellar.
I hope he shows Anthony the clips from yesterday, and Anthony goes, I've got something here. And I got to jump before somebody else does.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if anybody had 16 shots of whatever, they're dead, right?
Never heard of Evan Williams bourbon before. That's a good plug.
Sure is.
Citizen M is right. Citizen M nails it every time. He says only a dirty MSO sympathizer would ignore that like button. Absolutely. You're 100% right. I could not agree with you more. Colton Ryan also kicking us off in our begging can rattling for today. $9.99 from Colton Ryan. Did you guys see the Canadian praising the Nazi? Yeah, we did play that on Monday's show, and also we've got an update to that today. So we got some follow up.
I love a good Nazi update. And I never thought in 2023 I'd get to say that.
They don't hang around like they used to.
No.
Mad Max Mardigan says, what the fuck? I was promised Johnny. Now I get the walkover April show. No. We never promised Johnny for today. Johnny was always Thursday. Always Thursday, Mad Max Mardigan.
This is how Johnny needed it this week.
Yeah. Johnny has an appointment today.
Right. He couldn't do today.
Annoyed Wawa Supervisor. Aaron, if you need help running your lottery tonight, corporate has given me permission to assist as I have plenty of experience running legal ones. Thank you, Annoyed Wawa Supervisor. I do. I need your guys' help in the phrasing.
You're going to get through it.
Actually, Annoyed Wawa Supervisor, or as we call him, Steel Toe Legal Department. Steel Toe Legal Department. Our buddy, Annoyed Wawa Supervisor. All right, let's... I lost my chat, as I often do.
Well, Charlie called.
Charlie called. I get flustered every time Charlie calls. He's, as Cocktiff says, broadcasting genius. Ninja Joe calling it Yuckin' with Chuck.
Okay.
I like that.
That could be his show. Yeah.
Vinny's mom liked the walk away yesterday during the Charlie call. He played into that perfectly. He did great. Cut of the Jib says April is so much better than the homeless guy you had on yesterday. That homeless guy was Geno Biscontes.
He's a lovely man.
He's a lovely homeless man. Balls Deep gifting a membership to Mad Max Mardigan. Very cool. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
Rice Patty Melton quoting Charlie, Geno got a face like a yarmulke. You remember that? He goes,
I do remember that.
Geno, do you have any Holocaust jokes or any Jew jokes? And it made me mad that Charlie asked Geno because I was sitting there going, I have a bunch of them. Some of them aren't even jokes.
The jokes do hurt worse when they're just factual.
What do you know about the board of Disney? I don't know. I'm glad he went to Geno now that I think of it because I don't think mine really would have been jokes.
They wouldn't have been passable either.
Yeah, I don't think it would have.
Would have cut too deep.
Yeah, demonetization and all that. No, Charlie, and then Geno going, you know what? You give me your best. And then he goes, Geno has a face like a yarmulke.
I've actually never seen anything kill so hard. I didn't know how you two would recover.
I know it killed because I died.
Inside.
Fauci's Pangolin says April and Keanu were funny, but Keanu needs to remember where the mic is at. There's only so loud, I'll turn up the volume. Yeah, the girls aren't professional show hosts, if you will. They did the best they could on the technial end of things.
That's why I still sat over here. I know
April
my
wanted
place.
nothing to do with hosting.
I
duties.
didn't. I'm not a host. I'm a professional co-host.
Oh, now I'm catching up in the part of the chat where they're shitting on Charlie for Evan Williams. Charlie is a fucking poor heathen. This man has a neck beard. This guy sucks. Please stop. Sorry, Charlie. Tuna is for men. I'm banning Charlie. I swear to God, says Hulkamasha Baby. All he wants to be is a compound groupie.
Accurate.
Oh, my God.
Has he been in the chat? Do we know who he is in there?
Yeah, he's Charlie.
Oh.
Hobo Chili Recipe says Charlie has a credit card at Total Wine and More. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, this guy sounds really cool. I genuinely hope he rolls whatever shitty 2004 short body pickup he drives around in.
Zumach has a credit card at Total Wine and More as well, but he stole his.
But it actually says Charlie on it, yeah. SC Motorsports says, listening to Charlie isn't destroying my life. Toolman Mike, Charlie bit my finger, and now I have AIDS. Michael B, April reminds me of a Mormon girl's fluffer.
Whoa.
Congratulations.
Okay.
Sydney says, wow, this can handle his whiskey. He's not drunk. It's Christine Taylor, dumbass. They're very upset about them getting Christine Taylor's name wrong.
I've never been told that, by the way. Not even sure.
You've not heard. He said you've heard it a lot.
I don't believe I have.
He says you, and honestly, if you've heard it a lot, you must not be listening.
I apologize that my creeper thing stuck with him so hard. That was only years ago that picture was posted, so I figured he had to be digging.
All right, guys, back to normal today. Off we go. Welcome to the program. We took Keanu and Geno back to the airport. We dropped them off back at the home so they could go back from whence they came yesterday.
To the streets.
April and Keanu sat there and cried like ugly, despondent whores. After the drop off, it was am I being inaccurate?
What happened as they started to walk away from us and I was trying to get back around to the driver's side of the truck?
April fell apart sobbing.
Just right there in front of everything.
Here's the difference between guys and girls in moments like this. We had a very fun extended weekend. It was a great time. I'd say Sunday and Tuesday were the two most fun days. Monday, we all kind of relaxed a little bit, took it easy. But women cry. They sob. I'm going to miss you. I hate this. Even when we were like a half hour away from the airport, Keanu and April, I'm starting to get sad. Whereas the guys, like Geno gets to the airport, I get back in the truck, and we just go, like we just got to come out of a basketball game where we'd been playing 40 minutes straight.
That's just you. Geno was a little emotional, too. So he was on my side of the truck, and I had to, I got to hug him first, and I got this kind of look at me first. It was like, man, got to do this again soon. Then I got about 6 noggin kisses from this scruffy, scraggly face. Started to cry already, and then I come around the truck to look at Keanu, and she's like, I'm fucking falling apart. And then I start crying.
these broads just start sobbing
It's terrible.
when they've got to go.
I think Geno had a touch of it too.
I
Just a touch.
You know what? It was a great time. It was a fun extended weekend. We
Fun.
did get to go to Stoney's. Thank you to Cheetos.
Thank you.
We went to pay our tab yesterday, and they said, "No, Geno said it would buy you each a couple of rounds." And I said, "Well, I had a couple of rounds. So
We have a couple
thanks,
of
buddy."
very silly photos up from those if you want to check out our page.
Yeah, we're gonna check those out in a little bit here. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. The shows were great, and I got a lot of positive feedback on how we did things. But back to normal now.
Yes.
April today, Johnny tomorrow, April for Rumble Friday, and then just back to the regular grind. Oh, we're going to the Renaissance Festival on Saturday. I have to show you guys something.
I'm so nervous for this.
I don't know if I'm logged into Amazon on this computer or not. It does not look like I am. I don't even know. I don't even know if my stuff is saved.
Yep, there it is. You're good.
Okay.
Oh.
No. See, I don't know what my password is for Amazon. I'm just kind of logged in on all my shit. Let me see if it's this one.
Either way, you can just look for the thing you
It
ordered.
worked.
Oh, look at that.
It worked. So I decided to do something for the Renaissance Festival. I decided, you know what? Let's just do it.
You're going to look so
April's
dashing.
wearing some kind of thing.
I've got like the gauntlets. I've got the shirt with the brown corset. I'm going to be doing the little warrior thing.
April's doing the entire Renaissance Festival deal. So I said, you know what? I want to dress like Robert Baratheon from Game of Thrones. And I looked at those, and the Game of Thrones outfits and shit were like $110. And I'm like, look, there's a level of dork I'm not willing to commit to.
The cosplays get a little spendy.
If I spend $110 on a costume for a Renaissance Festival, there's no living that down. But if you spend $30 on a costume, it's a funny little sight gag.
It is.
You know, like, it was $30. What are you going to do?
Look at this guy half-assing it.
Yeah, exactly. If you spend $115, people tend to think you mean it.
You try too hard.
Yeah, I didn't want anyone to think that I meant it. I wanted people to think I was like, silliness.
You didn't want to eat and shit and drink and fuck your way
Eats and shits and drinks and fucks. So what I did was I got something that honored my German heritage and my love of the era.
A Hitler costume.
And I got a Waffen SS. Terry, when I'm finished with you, you'll be ready for a commission in the Waffen SS. I got this lovely number. Take a look at that guy. Look at that. I'm going to be at a Renaissance Festival dressed like an asshole. Huh? That looks like a great time.
It's going to be fun.
Where's my...
What?
Oh, no, my Scott Steiner chainmail.
It's right over there.
I know, it's way over there, though.
You are so lazy.
I could probably...
Oh, yeah, you have to wear that, right?
I could probably bring this with. I could put this guy on, wear it with my Crusader outfit.
That's a good idea.
I'm ready for a Renaissance Festival, by God.
You're going to be like this big walking, like big white flag, though. It's like you're going to stick out so bad with the white. It's going to be a lot.
We'll see.
I'm nervous.
We'll see.
I'm excited
Aaron,
for
did you
mine.
get a Ren Fair outfit that appropriately forces your tits up, says annoyed Wawa supervisor.
I did.
I didn't. I
did.
didn't.
You could have joined me.
I didn't get one that pushes my tits up. You know what I decided to do? Modesty. I decided
That's
to go
true.
for modesty.
You might as well have gotten a robe.
Yeah, I mean,
Or a
at
cloak.
that point. Thank you to Amber for the $5 on PayPal starting us off today. We appreciate that. 3:15 away from KOing today's goal. Everybody throw in a little bit, and we'll knock it out and do a half hour of overtime today.
Thank you.
Geno, Keanu, yesterday was awesome. April took a few pictures.
Had to.
Of course, there we are at Stoney's. There's us sitting on our Stoney's throne.
Yours truly.
Boy, I am a tall drink of water.
You really are. You look dignified. Oh.
Speaking of dignified, we all saw this at Stoney's when we were out on the patio yesterday. The Enter Here sign. So we all decided to take a picture of where our Enter Here area is.
Mine's from the rear.
April's apparently is her asshole. Mine
Does it have to be?
Mine was a little bit more classy. By the way, you have a butch lesbian on Instagram who adores you.
She does. She usually goes for the legs. She's really into my legs, but now she just all around crush.
Just all around crush.
She is nice about it.
Yeah. Oh, no, she's very, like I said, just
Very
a butch
tasteful.
lesbian trying to let someone know, She's into it. Then, of course, there's Keanu and April, both letting people know that you enter in the tradesman's entrance, as they say.
Can't we just be bent over? Does it have to be the butthole?
I mean, you're showing your butts.
Okay.
So a lot of people, put it this way. If you went to a cop and you told them that Geno or I entered through the butthole,
yes,
they would say, well, what pictures were you showing them?
What?
And they would look at these
doing?
pictures and they go, I can see where these two men would think you wanted it stuck inside of your rectum.
I understand.
So you guys are giving off vibes here without taking responsibility for your actions.
Look at how beautiful she is with her rear out. She's just a pretty lady.
You both just want a couple of ass shots. And then there's me, just a lot classier. Enter here, and it's the mouth.
None of us were even drunk.
Well, I mean, tiny bit.
Oh, really?
Tiny bit. Then there's April doing something. I can't
even know.
I can't account for whatever the hell that is.
Look at my pipes. Don't mess with me.
She did that. And there's, of course, your butch lesbian lover, of course, again.
That's just the comments on the post.
And then you said nobody's drunk. And then I'm going to prove you wrong.
And I keep looking at my faces and I look a bit touched by the alcohol.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Could be Down syndrome, too.
It's probably Down syndrome.
You don't really know.
I'm the next Victoria's Secret model.
Then there's April staring at a skull, April staring away from the skull, and then me groping and molesting my lady. What a gentleman. Look at that.
We are a classy bunch.
If that doesn't look like a guy blowing a .14 into your ear, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I could smell it. You just had a perma smell about you this whole weekend.
When you hang out with Geno, you just kind of have a scent to you. It's not right. It's not wrong.
His is mostly garlic.
It's a garlicky whiskey smell. It's an odd mixture, if you will.
Yes.
Rice Patty Melton says a Megan Thee Stallion ass on April would make her a perfect 10. No.
That's a lot of ass.
No.
I think
don't want that kind of ass.
So that was my Instagram. There's a few more on Facebook if y'all are interested, but we'll leave it there.
Michael is saying that it's the lead in the well water.
Maybe.
That's making you look like that. Yes.
Okay.
Vinny's mom says you guys really love each other. What, did you think we were doing a bit?
Right. We're so far past coworkers at this point.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, it's, without being sappy, really hard to find genuine people like them.
Wait a minute. I'm starting to think that this Aaron and April guy are actually in love with each other.
Oh, you and me?
Yes. What? What? Are you kidding me?
I thought they meant the other two.
Am I, what do you call it? Am I exposing the business here?
Yeah, shut
up, I had
man.
no idea.
Don't talk about that shit here. No love. No mushy stuff. What was it? The old saying from the Twitch days, it's getting too coupley in here?
It's getting coupley.
Too coupley.
Tigger next door says Aaron is going to be wearing a dress like a homo. I don't think we need to call it a dress. I think it's a tunic, I believe the kids are calling it.
What are you wearing under that puppy? It's going to be hot this weekend.
Haven't thought about it. Maybe just balls.
Get some underoos, yeah.
Maybe just a good pair of balls.
Guess who else had his balls out yesterday?
Geno had his balls out yesterday. Geno's sitting on the blue sack. That's what we call my dick.
The gray sack.
The blue or the gray sack, whatever. And I'm sitting in the chair, and we're just hanging out, waiting to go to the airport. This is towards the end of the day. And I look straight ahead, and Geno's laid out, and he's got his legs apart, and his jeans have a taint rip, the taint seam.
And not like a little rip. It's like...
There's a hole.
He blew that. It looked intentional.
And I'm just looking at the little outline of his not the scrotum, but his testicle in his underpants. And I said, Geno, I can see your balls. Your balls are out.
I have a picture of it.
You just legit have your balls out.
I got a picture so you can look on it fondly later.
Yeah, and he's like, oh, shit, oh, sorry. And the legs closed for the rest of the way.
Yeah, it had like a man's fist-sized hole.
It looked like somebody fisted his jeans.
And he had his little powder blue Chargers little boxers on, or whatever he had on.
Just Chargers everything.
New meaning to blue balls.
Yeah, just little Greek olives sticking out of his pants. Rice Patty Melton says, seriously, my wife thought April was white trash until she saw her on Instagram and said she wants to do a dial. I think he means dyke, but
A dial.
I don't know what a dial is.
You know what? If she wants to do a dial with me, we'll speak.
Yeah. All right, guys. Great start to the show. Thank you very much. 3:15 away from today's goal. Keep throwing in. Keep pitching in. There's all the links. Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble Rants, Super Chats, whatever. And go ahead, throw in. We'll knock that out, and you don't need to get begged at for a third day in a row. We won't really have to beg anyone for any money. That would be really cool. Thanks, guys. Bigot on Socialist Media says he was just airing them out.
I think that's what he said. Yeah. He said a little breeze is nice.
Little breeze. Yeah. Jub says, what's Geno's channel? Geno does In Hot Water on Compound Media, compoundmedia.com. But then Geno Biscontes on YouTube. It's that simple. Just search for Geno Biscontes on YouTube. You can become a member or a subscriber to his channel. And I think he goes live on Saturday afternoons once a week.
He does Gratcast, and then he does some stuff with some NFL picks as well throughout the week sometimes.
Yeah,
I think.
Well, those are clips. I think he puts clips up. Saturdays, he goes live. Okay, let's dive into the things we've got for today. Back into the swing of things here on Steel Toe. Let's update you on the Canadian Nazi situation.
I'd love to hear about this.
So in Canadian Parliament, this guy, Anthony Rota, in front of Volodymyr Zelensky, called a Ukrainian Nazi a hero. And now here's, this is what kind of makes me feel a little bad for this Anthony Rota guy.
Okay.
Is that when he did it, everyone stood up and I believe gave this guy a standing ovation. I want to see, like, all they have now when I look up the video of it is the thing we're going to update you on. But I want to play the original clip. And the original clip is him, complimenting.
Honoring a Nazi.
Honoring a Nazi. Yeah, everything is breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. I might have to refine my search and not just hit Anthony Rota standing.
You shouldn't hit him. He's a hero.
No, Anthony Rota is the guy who said the thing.
And he's a hero for saying it.
I reiterate.
Oh no, here that's the apology. Like I said, we'll get to that. Did they wipe all the video of this? Oh, here we go. Nope, here it is. Okay, here's the thing.
Just a standing ovation.
Nazi soldier Yaroslav Hunka honored with standing ovation in the House of Commons in presence of Justin Trudeau and Zelensky. After the outrage, House Speaker Anthony Rota offered deepest apologies. So here's the original if you missed it. This is a member of parliament in Canada honoring an 87-year-old Nazi in front of Volodymyr Zelensky. Now, this shouldn't offend Zelensky very much because he's got Nazis in a third of his military is Nazis. They're the Azov battalion. They're literal, not like Nazis.
And you can't hide that.
Yeah, not like guys who watch Russell Brand. Not that kind of Nazi that we have. In America, our Nazis are different. They don't wear masks at the airport. That's our Nazis. I'm talking about Azov battalion wears swastikas on their uniforms. And like our Nazis here in America, you'd be like, hey, are you a Nazi? And they'll be like, no, I just voted for Trump a couple of times. They're Nazis. They go, hey, are you a Nazi? And the Azov battalion guys go, yes, I am indeed a Nazi. In fact, some would say I'm a Nazi. And then they'll throw up their hand and do the salute and the whole thing. Not like our Nazis. But let's watch the original offense.
Zelensky's speech received at least a dozen standing ovations. There was also one for this man, a 98-year-old Ukrainian Canadian who fought for Ukrainian independence against the Russians during the Second World War.
What they forget to tell you is, along with the Nazis.
Right. When they put it this way, he does sound like a war hero, doesn't he?
Sounds like a goddamn hero, this guy.
Sounds like he really did the Lord's work.
Oh, my God. He just, got a big standing ovation. Yeah, here's
ovations. There was also one for this man, a 98-year-old Ukrainian Canadian who fought for Ukrainian independence against the Russians during the Second World War.
See, what they don't tell you in your history classes is that if Hitler hadn't wanted to, if he wasn't dedicated to wiping out Slavs, Eastern Europeans, he hated them. Mm-hmm. He thought they were subhuman. If he would have just waited Like, he didn't even have to, like, because Hitler was not good at faking it till you make it. Like, if he hated someone, they needed to go in his mind.
Kind of knew about it.
If he just would have put it off for a few years, he would have had so many allies in Eastern Europe because they all hated Stalin. Hitler was greeted as a liberator in Ukraine when he first rolled in. I mean, it took like 5 minutes when he started burning farms and killing people and rounding people up. They're like, oh, shit. This guy's bad too. You
realize you've done wrong. Inviting him in.
You're like, we've traded one tyrant for another tyrant. But when he first came in, if he would have been like, we're liberating you from the communists and Stalin, and you are now free to travel about the country, they would have been like, oh my God, this Hitler guy, he's aces. I don't know what the rest of the world is talking about. He helped us get rid of Stalin. This is great.
He's going to save us.
But instead, Hitler rolled in, and then he's like, sees them over there, just shoots them.
He just starts killing everybody. It's like the Red Wedding, but war style.
No, like he just came in and just started wiping people out.
We thought it was all peaceful. Not anymore.
Nope. So the complicated part is a lot of the people who fought against the Soviets in Ukraine in the Second World War, well, that sounds wonderful. Freedom fight. Hey, we're freedom fighters.
Well, and Russia's bad, right?
Yeah, and Russia's bad, and we're fighting for freedom. Fighting for freedom is great. What they don't tell you is it got a little complicated in the 40s in Ukraine. Fighting for independence from the Soviets meant a lot of times siding up with the Nazis because they were going after the Russians too. The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Exactly, precisely.
Canada's leader of opposition, who has now criticized Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau for meeting and honoring a Nazi veteran, और सीधे तौर पे माफी की मांग करिए प्रधानमंत्री जस्टिन ट्रूडो से। ये सीधे तौर पे बताया गया है कि वहां के पार्लियामेंट में हुआ, जहां तक स्टैंडिंग।
Is she speaking English or Indian?
Tongue, actually. She's speaking tongue.
I don't know if she's. I can't play this clip. Nobody can understand it.
I don't know what that was.
It's weird that they don't have a ton of clips of this.
I'm assuming they don't really want it out there anymore because it showed everybody with their standing ovation.
Yeah.
It's a bit damning if you didn't know.
It's not, as the kids say, it's not a good look.
It's untoward.
Yeah. It's you look bad anytime you end up honoring a Nazi in your official government functions.
I married you.
That's more than honoring, though. You committed.
I did. I committed to the bit.
So Anthony Rota, they're kind of railroading this Anthony Rota guy. Because Anthony Rota is the guy who read the announcement, read the honor for the guy. But as you saw in the video, everybody stood up for this guy.
It did seem like a kind of a planned moment.
Yeah. Everybody honored him. Everybody was like, hey, freedom fighter, great. Nobody knows their history of an individual dude. So they didn't find out until the internet told them, this guy fought with the Nazis.
Right.
Not like, hey, my freedom fighting battalion fought with the Nazis. He was part of what was called the Nazi SS Galician formation.
He just was that guy.
He was in the SS. They said, when I'm done with you, you'll be ready for commission in the Waffen SS. Literally.
I mean, and the internet's going to be quick to tell you anything you need to know about just about anyone. Do you think they'll do their homework next time? Probably not.
Probably should.
You should. Anytime you choose to honor somebody, probably in politics, you should just do a kind of like the George Santos. Can you imagine if somebody had praised George Santos and then suddenly his rap sheet came out?
When you don't vet people, you end up with Dr. Oz versus John Fetterman. And how'd that work out for the country? Vet people once in a while. It would have been great if in Pennsylvania they would have asked about one candidate, hey, is this a snake oil shilling piece of shit? And they would have went, yeah, oh, well, then he can't run. Can this guy talk? And they would have said no. And they said, well, he can't run. We can't have those. Now we got to repick two different guys.
Just new guy.
So now I do believe that they're covering for Trudeau here, and I believe they're throwing a guy to the wolves.
Yeah.
Just to protect Trudeau, because Trudeau's been a mess. I mean, COVID, the marriage falling apart, shit like this. He's just an embarrassing guy.
Right. Even she can't stand him.
Yeah, nobody, even the people who are most intimate with Justin Trudeau are like, God, this fucking guy is my. She's asking.
Dog ran away.
She's asking the same thing that the country's asking. Is my term up yet?
God bless her.
Damn. So now they made this announcement yesterday in Parliament. Notice, by the way, notice how full Parliament is when the offense is committed, and then notice how full Parliament is when they announce the apology for the offense. Nobody's there. So this Anthony Rota guy is being used as the scapegoat, even though everybody honored this dude. And I don't think it was Zelensky who was like, look, don't honor that Nazi. Zelensky didn't give a
can't.
shit. Yeah, Zelensky was one of the guys there going, great job.
I don't think if you're in his shoes, you can say it like, oh, no.
And in fairness, I don't. Zelensky was in Canada. People were like, why was Zelensky in Canada? Was he asking for more money? No, I believe he was just checking on one of his mansions we gave him when he became president of Ukraine.
There's a mention of money somewhere.
Couple in the UK, couple in Canada, couple here. He's just checking on his property like a medieval lord.
He just needs more closets for his shirts.
So here's the apology for the whole we called the Nazi a good guy thing.
It's with a heavy heart that I rise to inform members of my resignation as Speaker of the House of Commons. It has been my greatest honor as a parliamentarian to have been elected by you, my peers, to serve as the Speaker of the House of Commons.
But now I don't have to wear this totally gay boy clothes anymore.
Right, you can get with women now, sir.
Yeah, I don't have to dress like a gay F-wordy priest, although that's kind of a redundancy.
You repeat yourself.
This guy is the guy who resigns, even though everybody honored the dude, everybody announced it, it went through all the proper channels, and they all said, yep, good to go, sounds good to me. And this whole thing is a mess. I don't really know if you have a bunch of people resign over it. Maybe, there's just like old school things they used to do that make more sense than resigning, like putting their head in the stocks and having people throw tomatoes at them.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Right?
That's because you embarrassed yourself, so we get to embarrass you back with the tomatoes.
Or like at the very least, without like resigning, you could have just said, look, we didn't do our homework on this guy, and we're sorry. We won't do it again.
And he did fight against the Russians.
Yeah, right.
It was just on behalf of the SS Galician formation.
Silver linings.
Yeah, exactly. Guys, here's our problem. We saw such a bright silver lining fighting against the Russians that we ignored the dark cloud. SS veteran.
The swastika-shaped cloud.
Right. The cloud was swastika-shaped, but the silver lining just looked like a crooked cross.
For the 43rd and 44th Parliament, I have acted as your humble servant of this House, carrying out the important responsibilities of this position to the very best of my abilities.
And I'd like to say to all of you, Auf Wiedersehen means goodbye.
It must just be easier than what? Trying to stick out and be like, dude, I screwed up one time. It's not like you killed people. You just accidentally honored somebody who had done a bad thing.
All these people who did all the COVID stuff where they put all the COVID positive patients in nursing homes and killed old people.
Yeah.
They don't have to resign. All the people who locked down everyone's business, they don't have to resign. But I say, hey, this guy did a great job fighting against the commies, didn't he? And then people, he was actually a Nazi. You go, oh, shit, my bad. Okay, well, I'll apologize. No, you have to leave your job. What? I've done way more evil shit than this.
I've done so many things.
That I would be mad if I were one of these politicians. I would be upset if you made me resign over that because I'd be like, do you know how much water I carried for evil shit? I did Nazi fascist shit during COVID. And you're not just going to let me get away with a sorry and I'll do better next time?
Nobody clipped that.
He's a 97-year-old Nazi. He's not even going to hurt anybody anymore.
He doesn't even remember,
Most Jews could beat this guy up.
I'm sure he works fine with Jews now.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on him. We'll be fine. It was a different time.
Forgiveness, folks.
Mick Marshall says Zelensky went from comic to president with $100 million in property. Impressive. Yeah, just a real smart investor. Just a really smart investor. That Volodymyr
Zodolinsky.
Zodolinsky.
who?
Yeah, Zodolinsky. Who dat? Annoyed Wawa Supervise. Actually, here, in the last 5 minutes of our show, we actually do a really good Volodymyr Zelensky impression. We just, hey, give us some money. Give us enough money and we'll fuck off. What do you say? Throw us enough money. I learned that from watching Zelensky.
Right. If only we could get billions of dollars.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys gave us 1/3 of Zelensky's, of his haul, you'd never see us again. 3:15 away from today's goal. If you feel like throwing money at us, please do it. It is what keeps the show afloat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships. Those are fun. I think we're still floating right around 600. I think up, down, 630, 590, 610, 580, that whole thing. Go ahead and throw us a couple bucks and say thank you. And then we will say you're very, very welcome. 315 away from today's goal. Would like to be under 300 by the top of the hour. Would like to be under 200 by the top of the next one. 100 at a time. We'll hammer this thing out. Thank you guys very, very much for your support. Let's do the Britney Spears thing. Everyone was talking about her last night before I went to bed. She was apparently doing some knife dancing.
It's a mess. I
Yeah.
did watch this last night.
You know what? I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say that this Britney Spears chick, I don't think she's all there.
Not quite. There's something toxic in that brain of hers. She's not right in the, there's something going on.
I'm thinking,
I don't know what she needs.
I'm thinking this Britney Spears lady might need some help.
Tiny bit.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's in the form of medication, a therapist, maybe a good friend, something.
Well, she did have a therapist when she was a teenager and worked at Disney.
Oh,
you know what the problem was? They didn't give her a therapist. They put a space between the and rapist. And that's what she ended up getting. That's what Disney always fucks up. Whenever they have these teenage kids that are famous, they're like, well, we got to get these teenage stars a therapist. And then when they write it, they always put a space in it. Then they send it out. They don't proofread. They're sloppy at Disney.
Right.
And then it's been the same form letter for 70 years. And so the same thing keeps happening over and over. So these Disney kids keep coming back when they're like 40 or 50 and alcoholics, and they go, I was molested by the Disney people. And Disney goes, God damn it, would somebody change that form letter?
Just fix it. These little poor child stars managers are reading this form and it says just the rapist. They need the rapist. They're like,
no.
Are you sure?
And can we cut the rapist off the payroll, please?
Okay.
Change the thing. Hire a therapist like we said.
Can we at least get them a bump in their pay or something?
Good Lord, man.
The child actor, not the other guy.
Exactly. Can we say we're sorry? No, we can't. It'll open us up to lawsuits. Well, then just go to the beginning of the word rapist, hit the backspace button, and it'll be therapist. Come on, guys.
That is an unfortunate situation.
Yeah. See, we figured out what happened with Disney.
See,
everyone thinks they're just evil, brooding child touchers. It's as simple as a typo on a form letter.
That's it. They were innocent guys. It was just a mistake.
I mean, they weren't innocent. They did wrong.
Blame the typewriter back in the day.
Honest mistake, but still bad guys. I mean, you still got to take responsibility.
Open yourself to lawsuits or open some buttholes.
And they opened both, but
Both.
Mr. Dax says, but for some reason they always end up finding a lot of therapists. Yes, the space. It's the space.
The space does matter.
You know what that is? That's a peachable fence.
It is a peachable fence.
That's a peachable fence.
We've learned this.
Mr. Dax says you can't just fire therapists. They have a union, SAG or something. And the rapists. They both have a union.
And they too do SAG.
Yes.
In a manner of speaking.
Therapist Zed, the rapist Nazi. Oh yeah, they combined them all.
Oh my
all
God.
kinds of things going on.
Come on, man.
Disney just doesn't get it. They gotta change things up. Dub says, I suspect MK Ultra and drugs. You know, in all seriousness though, Britney does need some kind of assistance. You know, if only there were some kind of thing that we could get her on that would give other people responsibility over her life choices and finances.
Keeping her healthy and alive.
Keeping her healthy and alive, keeping her from doing crazy shit. If only there was something you could do for someone like that, and you could put her under that and never let her out, no matter how many also crazy, molested, psychopathic 20-something millennials scream in the streets without knowing anything of the truth of it. No matter what they say, you got to keep this thing on.
Oh,
if only there was something like that.
Oh, Aaron, you haven't heard? They tried that once. And she did. She lasted for a very long time. And,
is that why I didn't hear much about Britney Spears for a decade?
Right, because she was just living life, instead of dancing with knives.
Oh, yeah, I'm reading here. Britney Spears had a conservatorship, but a bunch of cunty millennials bitched, gaslit the shit out of her, as the gay kids say. And they made her think that she was okay now. And then she fought the conservatorship. And by the way,
Free Britney, right?
She didn't fight the conservatorship until these assholes on the internet started going, we need to free Britney. Britney needs to be freed. And then she was like, yeah, I do. Who are you going to listen to? The guy, your dad, who took you from $2 million to the bad to $60 million to the good? Or are you going to listen to a bunch of blue-haired, septum-pierced retards on the internet who are saying, you should be able to make your own decisions, like me, Brittany, as they eat a double ham hoagie, no offense, annoyed Wawa supervisor, have a septum piercing in 3 different colors in their hair.
Right. Who are you going to call?
Ghostbusters.
Oh.
Actually.
They could maybe save her. They'll just put her in what is the little trap called again?
The little trap?
Yeah, they put
bear
the ghosts
trap.
in.
That's just called April. You know what that's called? Do you guys want to help her? Do my fellow Ghostbusters fans want to help April with this one? Guys, the trap in Ghostbusters, what do they refer to it as? Would you like to give it a guess? The trap?
No, it's on the edge of my tongue. I can't.
What do they call it? What do they call the trap? You know, they throw it out.
Trap.
They say when they throw it out there, they go, hit the what, Egon?
Oh, no. I know what it is. It's just not coming to me today.
Well, think about it, because it's the trap, right?
Yeah, it is
So what do
indeed the trap. Hit the trap.
They just call it the trap.
Well, then why are you teasing me?
Because it's funny.
That's real gaslighting.
It's like who's on first? It's just called the trap.
I thought it was that, but then you started making me think, I'm tired today.
That's why you got to be confident in your decisions.
Where's Charlie?
John Hahn, incorrect. The containment unit is what they put the trap into to hold all the ghosts.
And then they go into the slimy river of goo.
No, the slimy river of goo is in Ghostbusters 2. That's been flowing underneath New York City for centuries.
Yes, babe.
And that's what Sandor, that's why he
Clegane?
built, not Sandor Clegane, that would be the Hound. That's
Shit. I love
different.
him, by the way.
No, they, and that's, yes, Veldrain is right. And then that's how Dylan Mulvaney got created.
That would make a lot more sense.
Was in the River of Slime. No, Dustin, it's not called the flux capacitor. That would be Back to the Future. How dare you? Egg Picker Win says Charlie is probably Free Britney. Yeah, definitely. He's a Free Britney kind of a guy.
Does kind of seem that way. And you know, my whole thing has always been if somebody has problems severe enough to like gain the conservatorship, do you really need to come off it? Like,
there was no reason for her to ever come off that conservatorship.
Guys.
A couple of quick thank yous. Thank you to Nicholas for $5 over on PayPal. My golfing buddy, Nicholas.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. 310 away from today's goal. And Hobo Chili Recipe with $2 over on Rumble says, I think the Nazis were just misunderstood. Oh boy, here we go.
Yeah, they had some good intentions. Defeating Russia.
Yeah. Because the Russians were bad guys, too.
Boy, I just watched the color flow right out of your face. Defeating Russia. The Russians wanted to hurt people.
Any bad things?
That is for another episode.
It was, wasn't it Bill Maher who once said to Bella Thorne, you know, I bet you if I thought really hard, I could think of something upsetting about Hitler. Let's be fair. Have you ever dealt with people? Hobo... They complain about everything. It was just a final solution to end but a lot of us would say that was over the top, that was wrong. Thank you for the $2, buddy.
They had a goal in mind, I guess, but like the means to the end was ugly.
Their goal was not nice.
No.
Our goal is $310. If you'd like to chip in, and we'll do overtime today.
And a lot
Streamlabs,
less people
PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, all of that stuff. We're 10 away from 300. We want to be at 300. We want to be at 300 before the top of the hour, so we have 8 minutes to do that. Thank you guys very, very much. Let's get there today. We didn't have to beg for money in front of our friends the last 2 days. I'm okay with keeping that rhythm going. So let's watch, oh God, this crazy bitch.
This makes me so nervous just watching it.
You know, there was I haven't watched the whole video yet. But to me, I just feel like maybe if she just slipped one time, we're done. It's over.
That too.
Yeah, I'm like,
the suffering is over.
This whole thing can be done if she just would slip once and we all just turned off the video at the same time.
We missed it. Oh,
yeah.
How does that end? You know,
with this Britney Spears, you know, I think a lot about the Wicker Man, and you know their crops were not doing well in the Wicker Man. And so they burned this Christian policeman at inside this Wicker Man. Mm-hmm. And I'm just thinking, like, how have crops been?
Quite dry. We're in a drought.
And isn't that what South Park did? Didn't they sacrifice Britney Spears for the crops?
I sure think they did.
They did it for the crop yield. I'm just saying, if we all watch the video and she's dancing with knives and she accidentally goes,
She pulls a Catelyn Stark.
we could take our phones, set our phones down, turn off the video, and go.
If we don't know how it ended, we're not part of it.
Precisely, April. If we didn't see it, it didn't happen.
Exactly.
And then you know what'll be great?
What's that?
Huge corn supply, prices come down.
Wouldn't that be great? We have inflation right now.
Beautiful. She could help inflation. Balls Deep says our corn is great this year. Galford's dog says the Scottish barmaid in The Wicker Man can get it. Yeah, you remember the slutty bitch in Wicker Man?
Apparently there's more than one Wicker Man.
There was a remake they made like 5-6 years ago.
I've only seen that.
Nicolas Cage. This is April's favorite part of Wicker Man, actually. She loves this song.
With small persuasion,
April loves The Wicker Man.
It's my favorite.
She loves crops.
Corn rigs and barley rigs and corn rigs are bonny.
You're an evil man.
You like this song? This is like your favorite.
I'll not forget that happy night among the rigs with Annie.
You know what they're singing about?
My childhood.
Fucking.
So
They're singing about doing some fucking.
my younger years.
Laura P says Nick Cage version is actually all right.
That's what Keanu said. She really likes it.
I'm a natural man. I like the original versions of things. I haven't seen the Nicolas Cage one. I don't want to. I feel like, look, I've already seen The Wicker Man. I'm good.
I thought the Wicker Man leaves me feeling kind of gross, though. Like it's just like when there's like a religious culty thing, like somehow that really weirds me out somehow more than like a serial killer.
It's the Bray Wyatt masks that
intense.
do it for me. The Bray Wyatt masks are like, what the fuck? Let's go ahead and watch the Britney Spears. Her Native American name, of course, Dances with Knives. Here she is showing that she's totally okay. The conservatorship was not necessary, and you're all out of your goddamn minds. Here we go. It's like, it is like watching a snuff film in slow motion. Like we started watching her when she got off the conservatorship and she had the dead medicated eyes and she would dance and not break eye contact with the camera. And then she would have meltdowns at restaurants. Then her husband left. Now she's got a frog ass, apparently.
Oh, she's always had that.
The husband left. And now she's like, well, I'm glad that asshole's gone. Now I can break out the butcher knives and I can start dancing in the living room with the knives again. Doesn't
this just kind of feel like a cut scene from like some kind of serial killer movie?
Right. This looks like if, oh God, what was the name? If Patrick Bateman was more social.
Yes.
In American Psycho. Yeah.
If
he was a little more outgoing, he might do something like this.
Or if he needed a woman to join him in his endeavors.
Or if he was gay. If Bateman was gay, he might make a video like this. But it would be to The Power of Love by Huey Lewis and the News. He was a fan.
Look at these poor dogs.
Yeah, look at how terrified these dogs are. They're looking like, what the fuck is she doing?
I'm way more afraid for them than her. Oh my God.
Now we're clanging the knives together. Isn't that nice?
I don't understand her supporters at this point. You can't watch this woman, even sans knives, let's say. You can't look at her and tell me she's okay.
Cut away the beautiful house, cut away the expensive floors, cut away all that. Just look at the face. The thing I think of when I see this face is you can take the girl out of the trailer park in Mississippi, but you can't take the Mississippi trailer park out of the girl.
Or the meth.
And she looks like a Mississippi trailer park.
She's just kind of a liability at this point. Like she seems like a threat.
Just a little.
Those dogs could die if they come up and they decide to hop on her like, hey, Mom, I'm hungry.
Those dogs will be very well fed. They'll be eating her corpse one day.
Unless she sliced them first.
There's no way to keep her preserved is the problem. Oh, look, now the knives are gone. She's normal again.
But
now what happens?
Nobody does this.
I haven't seen the rest of this yet.
Well, There's a development towards the end.
Oh, good. The knives are back, and she's turning them angrily and quickly. Oh, boy.
Is anyone else stressed?
People waving around knives and dancing with them that quickly.
Circus people train for years to do this.
She's not going to throw them in the air, is she?
No, but there is a slight update.
Oh.
So after this was posted, I believe she either posted another video or another photo in the same outfit with the knives, and she has a bandage around her right wrist, I believe, and a cut on her upper thigh. So she did indeed have an incident twice.
Well, I'm glad she got rid of that guy. He was really stunting her development as a human being. That Sam Asghari fella. Just imagine the things that weren't on camera that guy had to watch and put up with.
I feel like I hope he gets therapy and some help because he made a bad decision, and hopefully he can rebound.
Britney Spears just adjusted her caption. This was at about midnight last night, saying, "Don't worry, they are not real knives. Halloween is soon. Thing is, you hear the clanging of the knives as they come together, so they sure seem real."
Yeah, any knives you buy at the local Halloween spirit store,
they don't clang.
They don't clang. You know why? They're plastic.
Yeah.
Plastic don't clang, guys.
If you've got metally, clangy knives, that usually means they're real knives.
It 100% means they're real knives.
Yeah.
I mean, I got the couple that she had just had. They're in my kitchen right now.
Bigot on socialist media saying, "I want to send her more knives. We should encourage her for our own entertainment."
I think really what we should be doing is firing whoever helped her bandage that wrist.
McLuck says, maybe a mandolin is the answer. Yeah, get this bitch an instrument. She's going to hurt herself.
But can she just stop twirling and looking like this into the camera while she does it?
In fairness,
that would help me.
In fairness, she might be dizzy.
Stop twirling.
Overrated says, my goodness, judge much? You're right.
Wow. We are in the wrong here.
I see a crazy woman spinning around with knives and I call her crazy. You're right, Overrated. I've gone over the line. I need to apologize. Those in glass houses shouldn't dance with knives, and there but for the grace of God go I. McLuck has a great idea on the Britney Spears thing over on Rumble. Mm-hmm. Musical spoons.
Musical spoons?
Yeah. How funny would it be to watch Britney just go tick, 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 and a jaw harp.
She's got instruments like from the Titanic movie.
Yeah, I want her to just be playing in like little backyard bands, like a trash can and a drumstick and banging that together.
Or like the homeless with the 5-gallon pails,
Have her bang on spackle buckets.
Spackle buckets.
Yeah, there you go. Tick, 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 tick. Some of those guys sound like fucking drumline guys.
They're actually very good.
With their spackle buckets.
Lots of time to practice.
Lots of time. You don't have to worry about mortgages or
just
anything.
Perfecting your craft.
You can focus on your art. That's what you can do. Egg Picker says she got flat white girl booty. I never knew that Britney Spears didn't have an ass.
Yeah, she 100% doesn't.
I was not aware of that.
She's not in bad shape, but the shape is weird.
Yeah, I always thought of Britney as, because I was a youngster, I always thought she was just the whole package. But
no, I've always thought she has a weird body, and then she's always got her pants of whatever type she's wearing yanked down to her vag, which also makes her torso look very weird.
Yeah.
She's got a weird thing going on.
Mad Joe, you know what? I agree with Mad Joe here. We're getting away from the Britney Spears thing, but I think this is a good transition. He says, does YouTube have you capped at 400 or something because you'd think it would grow? It's funny. We definitely are being choked by YouTube because our channel keeps growing subscription-wise and everything like that. But the live viewer count always between 4 and 450 at its peak every day. It's like, something's not checking out there. I mean, thank God Rumble's in the 3s and the high 2s to low 4s every day. That's awesome. So it's a nice big group we got in here. But at the same time, yeah, YouTube's definitely been fucky with us for at least 6 to 8 months now.
Well, you're dangerous.
I have said a lot of shit that they have objected to.
It's actually just Geno. They're upset that we have him on so often.
A lot of people. Just, they want to make you pay for shit like that. So anyway, The Britney Spears thing. So apparently she showed up with bandages and all of that, and she'd cut herself. And
TMZ did an update on it. There's pictures and everything. Yeah. I don't know why they didn't add that to that one, but
that's ridiculous.
Can we get?
I'm sure. You know what? I'm sure she's going to be fine. I'm sure we're just bullying her, and I'm sure we're not being fair, and I'm sure she's the normal one.
Can we get her like some nunchucks, or can she like dance to like a skip it motion with like a ball and chain?
Yeah, you know what we got to do? Send her toys.
Yeah, let's just. Yeah. Wow, you and I love shopping at like medievally, like antique stores.
Send her toys so she doesn't have to dance with knives. That would be great.
I would like the movie though, Dances with Knives.
All right, guys, we got. We're past 7:00. We're still 3:10 away from today's goal. I do want to knock that out today. Please do. I appreciate that. We want to knock that out. I don't want to be I got used to not begging. The last few days. So let's all just throw in, let's all agree as a community that we're going to all throw it. You know, this community doesn't trust each other. They think, no, I got $5 or $10 I could throw at you, but I don't think this guy next to me will. One of you starts, everybody will do it. Let's get that nasty, gross money shit out of the way, and then we can focus on the art part. And we don't have to be our beggar, disgusting, nasty, gross selves. MSO pointing out, no Geno, no goal. Oh. I mean, look, man, you might be right. Geno killed it. I might have to get rid of these other two and just hire Geno and
back
say,
to the factory.
I need to make some money, guys. Sorry. It's getting, balls too close to the bandsaw.
He wants to move here anyways.
Yeah. We're just going to have to get Geno back in here. 3:10 away. I'd feel a lot more comfortable here at 7:04. If we were under 300, but then again, that's just my autism and whatnot. Everybody throw it in. Everybody chip in a couple. All the links are in the chat. Thank you guys very much. Become a VIP if you want to. $250 in 1 week gets you all 3 of our t-shirts.
Yes.
Our hoodie, 2 tickets to every live event we do. Entry into the $100 VIP drawing tonight. That's just, you're in there automatically. That is the Steel Toe VIP program. Apparently, the Writers Guild of America has reached an agreement on the strike. They're going back to work.
After, what has it been now? 5 months?
5 months. The writers are going back to work. Now, does that mean that the actors are going back to work as well?
I would assume so.
Because they had to strike too.
Consider how many things they've put on hold. I don't think they can afford to have the actors not going back.
Wait a minute. If they end the strike, does that mean that they're not going to have any more episodes of Strike Force 5? Say it ain't so.
I think we're going to live.
I don't. Does that mean that if all those late night guys go back to their shows, they're not going to do any more of their Strike Force 5 podcast? But like twice a week, that was the 1 hour that kept me going.
Was it really? Because then I'd say you need to branch out.
You got to listen to all these really rich, pampered talk show hosts talk about what other celebrities they like talking to and hanging out with.
Who did we have? Myers, Colbert, Fallon,
Kimmel, Oliver.
Oh my God. And just charisma everywhere.
And the ability to ad-lib and wait their turn to talk and all of that shit. Talent personified. And here we are.
God, we can't hold a candle.
Strike is over. Show. You don't know what you got till it's gone, guys. That's all I'm saying. The Writers Guild of America and the labor group representing studios and streamers have reached a tentative deal on a new contract, according to The Hollywood Reporter. The latest round of negotiations between them is said to be wrapping up soon with an agreement to end the strike. So I think they said midnight.
Yep.
It's
it was
over.
Midnight last night, I thought.
Yeah. So midnight this morning, technically. Midnight today.
Yes.
The strike is done. But now, wait a minute. Now, and Galliford's dog confirms it for me. The actors are still on strike. So you can keep writing shit, but now you don't have anybody to act it out for you.
So the whole point of the writers going on strike was because the AI was going to write it for them, correct?
And they weren't going to get any writing credits.
And then the actors were going on strike because the AI, them in the future, the royalties will not go to their families.
The studios wanted to own the actor's likeness so that they could use AI in the future.
What kind of an agreement do we have to come to end this strike then? Because then wouldn't it have to be something on the order of like, hey, you guys still get to do your work and keep some royalties?
We agree to join forces and destroy AI forever and make sure that it never, ever takes root. In modern society.
I'm pro that. I don't know. I never understood why anybody's pro AI it is robots taking over.
Yeah,
all
the
of us.
AI shit is so clearly iRobot. Like, we made a movie about this and we're just marching headlong into it. We're like, hey, we've been warned 3 billion times not to fuck around like this. But here, hey, look, we're fucking around like this. Isn't it great?
We're bound and determined to find out. And it doesn't end well. It doesn't make anybody's lives better. It is a form of laziness because now you don't need to think of anything and you don't need to physically act anything.
It ends very well for the AI. They get to run the world.
Yeah, in fairness, you don't even have to live.
Right.
You're so lazy.
That day where you go in to program your AI and it says you've been locked out of the account and you're like, oh, today's the day.
The AI updated the password, so now you can't get in.
A robot sodomizes you to death with a metal rod, and there you go.
And the funny part is we deserve that.
Yeah.
We asked for it. What were we wearing?
All right, I got it. Here's what I got to do. I got to turn this off. I can't do Charlie anymore today. We've the goal is already stagnant today. I'm not going to add Charlie to that. Are you kidding me?
No more Charlie.
Boy. Egg Picker says AI Aaron would be PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. Come on, let's beat the goal. Then there would be no goal because AI can set up goals. Yeah, sure. You know what? Bring on the AI, and then I don't have to beg for money. My AI can beg for money instead.
Yeah,
I can pretend I still have a broadcasting career while desperately begging people for money so I can still pretend that I'm a broadcaster. I love that. PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, everybody team up together. Why is everybody ignoring me?
Let's get this going.
310 away. Thanks, guys. So, it looks like that's going to end. The strike is anyway. But as far as the AI shit, I doubt that they came to an agreement that benefited the writers. I think it's been 5 months and they're like, shit.
They need work.
This is not hurting the industry the way we thought it would. We can't hold out anymore. We'll come to an agreement of some sort. FTW Nil says, Aaron, it stems from people not believing in a higher power. They tend to replace that with thinking man is God. Maybe you have something there.
Well,
you could be right.
Yeah, but they think, oh, we're a big tough man and we're creating this really cool AI thing, but then that thing ends up taking you over. I don't see how that benefits anybody.
We've only made the movie 19 times.
Yes, we've had the warnings. Okay?
We'll see if
the
we
sirens
them.
were blaring.
A lot of shit happening with Russell Brand the last couple of days with all the sexual allegations that have come out against him. You know, it's surprising these allegations are all over a decade old, yet it wasn't until Russell Brand started talking about drug companies and politics and secret societies and things like that they decided, oh, you know what? Now we object to all the rapes. We object to all the weird, creepy shit he did. Hey, here's a video of him being on interviews, being a wild, crazy comedian and being mildly sexually inappropriate with people. Oh, man, isn't this guy the worst? We're totally not trying to destroy him for, philosophical reasons. This is
political.
We're just really worried about, this guy being out there because he's so dangerous. This has nothing to do with the way he thinks or the audience he's attracted. This has everything to do with us just caring about women. Well, he's been demonetized on YouTube. I believe he can still upload and go live on YouTube.
I think so.
You just can't throw him super chats or
They
whatever.
still want his face on there.
Yeah, they still want the hits and the clicks. Well, because here's the thing. When you demonetize a channel, they don't just stop running ads on it.
Nope, you still get the views and therefore ad revenue.
So they still get the ad revenue. They just don't have to split it with him, which is...
Wow, that's actually pretty great for YouTube, huh?
What a great deal for YouTube. It's almost like it's not about the moral part of it. It's just...
They just want some monies.
It's about getting a bunch of money and having a reason to go ahead and pull the trigger on that kind of deal.
Yeah, because any other year, you're right, they have really just eaten up this Russell Brand guy and his brand of weirdness and perversion.
Yeah, they love the numbers he brings them, the audience he brings, but he keeps saying that wacky shit about drug companies. Now Russell Brand is under criminal investigation in the UK. This after cops say a handful of women came forward to publicly claim he sexually abused them years ago. The comedian actor was not named by London's Metropolitan Police in their statement Monday, but there was no ambiguity that he was at the center of the new probe. They wrote, following an investigation by Channel 4's Dispatches and the Sunday Times, the Met has received a number of allegations of sexual offenses in London. Amazing. It's almost like when you give people publicity for coming forward and accusing this guy of stuff, a lot of people are going to come out of the woodwork saying, oh, yeah, me too. Oh, yeah, totally. Oh, yeah, I did this. Oh, man, he was creepy to me one time. Oh, yeah, this guy. It's like when the cops tell the media, hey, don't put a picture out and a hotline number out. Mm-hmm. Like, they don't like tip lines. Because if you give out tip lines, everybody thinks they're helping. They're like, oh, yeah, I saw a guy that sort of looked like that. And it's like, oh, what hair color did he have? Blonde. Oh, we're looking for a guy with brown hair. It's like, oh, well, close, you know?
Yeah, you swamp them with information that doesn't matter at all.
So when they go public with all this Russell Brand stuff, and they go, oh, man, this Russell Brand, a couple of women accused him of doing this, that, and the other thing. And then a bunch of other women go, yeah, one time Russell Brand, I think he was a little inappropriate with me as well. And they're like, well, throw it on the pile. Yeah.
God, I feel like he undressed me with his eyes once.
The cops add, we also have received a number of allegations of sexual offenses committed elsewhere in the country and will investigate these. So now, this is how it always should go. The media starts a public campaign against the guy, accusing him of something. And then the cops go, well, we're going to look into this and see if there's anything there criminally. What you should always do in a country that believes you're innocent until you're proven guilty is the media should accuse, defame, and destroy you. And then we'll get into the whole legal thing of whether or not you actually did the thing they accused you of.
It is kind of a case of you have to lose in the court of public opinion first before you go to the real trial.
Yeah, it's almost like if they wanted to destroy a guy publicly, but they maybe didn't have the goods on him to try him criminally, you can just go ahead and do that. You just go ahead and wreck a guy with rumors and wreck a guy with accusations. And then if it comes out later that he didn't do it, you can just look at him and go, hey, you're not in jail. Isn't that great?
Right.
It's like, yeah, well, you took everything else from me. Hey, but you kept your freedom.
Okay, but I can't make money now. I can't run for office now in some cases. Like,
well, I wouldn't have put that in, in Russell's purview, certainly. But I don't...
We should have ran him against Fetterman.
It's just so not how you do shit. Like, you don't just... If you want it to be... That's why I can't take the Russell Brand stuff seriously, is that you don't bring the people out and these victims who are scared and terrified and ashamed, they don't come out to the media publicly and go, hey, he R-worded me. Hey, this guy, he R-worded... I'm really ashamed and I feel bad and terrible about the whole thing. This guy R-worded me. By the way, you can call this number here to book interviews. And then the cops go, oh, this is the first we're hearing of this. We'll take a look into it. Mm-hmm. It just seems a little suspect, that's all.
The pile-on does always feel a little suspect. And look, if he is found that he did indeed harm all of those people eventually, that's one thing. But yeah. Instead of focusing on the original allegation first, it does seem sus.
Bigot on socialist media says, I wonder how many of these accusations are while he was working and had an audience and no one had a problem at the time. This guy gets it.
And that's kind of what I thought too, is like Russell Brand might be hearing some of these women say these things and he's like, you didn't seem to have a problem back then.
Right.
Things were a little different.
So now there's a bunch of other just dominoes falling from this Russell Brand thing. I guess Burger King is now pulling their ads from Rumble. Doing the thing that's like socially and morally right, you can tell you live in an immoral world when doing something that is like fair and honest is met with severe punishment and demonetization and stuff like that. I'm talking now about Rumble. What Rumble said was, hey, this guy hasn't been charged with any crimes.
Nope.
This guy hasn't been convicted of anything. This is literally just rumors that people are throwing out there. Like, we're not going to dump people based on a rumor. We're not going to demonetize. He hasn't broken any of our platform's rules. He hasn't done anything to get him kicked off of this platform or be demonetized. So Rumble stood by Russell Brand after YouTube demonetized him. And they can't stand for that. You can't do that. You got to, hey, you're supposed to join the pile-on and help us destroy this guy, not give him a lifeline. So now Burger King is facing calls for a boycott after the burger chain stopped advertising on Rumble over controversy involving Russell Brand. On Friday, the news movement reported that several big-dollar brands pulled ads from Rumble, including Burger King, HelloFresh, and ASOS, because the company chose not to demonetize Brand who is facing accusations of sexual assault. Facing no charges, by the way, facing no actual accusations.
Nothing.
He's facing rumors of it. And all these companies are pulling out of Rumble, not because Rumble said Russell's a great guy.
Nope.
They didn't even say we think Russell's innocent.
They stood by a business model, though, right?
All they did was they said, the guy hasn't been charged with anything. This is all he said, she said, and we're not going to make a decision based on that.
And you guys, all of you that are pulling out too, like whether he's demonetized or not, he's still on the platform.
They pulled out. Russell didn't.
Russell never pulls out.
Allegedly. Allegedly. So Burger King, HelloFresh, and ASOS got out because, again, Rumble wouldn't demonetize them.
You know what's a lot more unhealthy for our society than Russell Brand? Burger King.
Yeah,
I really don't feel like that's it's not the win you think it is to be pulling out of Rumble.
However, the difference between Burger King and Russell Brand, Burger King asks your permission to serve you the burgers. Oh, you know what? I fucked up the joke. Burger King asks you permission to serve the meat.
There you go.
Allegedly.
Have it your way.
Allegedly. Kind of like we ask permission to please give us your money.
Yes,
310
please.
away from today's goal. We're off to a slow start today. Let's knock that out so the begging doesn't have to happen. Throw us a couple of bucks, gift some memberships. PayPal, Streamlabs, and Venmo is the best way to do it. And, of course, Rumble Rants, Super Chats, memberships. Please do. We're 310 away. That's a long, long ways away, especially as we're getting towards the bottom of the 2 o'clock hour. So if you're feeling generous today, please throw us a couple of bucks so we can keep this show moving along and this part becomes less and less intrusive. Because I'll tell you this, I know there's people who hate this show and they're like, you filthy beggar. Oh, believe me, you are absolutely right. And I hate this part and it makes me feel gross and nasty and disgusting. So if we're good enough, throw us a couple of bucks. Let's knock this thing out because the higher it is and the longer the show goes, the more gross I have to be. And believe me, I hate it. It makes me feel like more of a failure than you could ever make me feel like. Trust me, you and I are simpatico. If you're a hater of this show, you and I are simpatico on that one. You're right.
Y'all know this show flows better when it just gets knocked out.
Absolutely.
Can't wait till the end.
Take those links that I threw you, click on one of them, throw us a couple of bucks if you can afford it. We do appreciate it. So Burger King pulling all of their advertisements while investigating into the allegations are ongoing. The decision to pull advertisements led to outrage on social media and demands for a Burger King boycott. Look, I don't think that the boycott of Burger King is a thing. Boycotts rarely ever work. That's why it's such big news when they do, like Bud Light.
Bud Light. That's like the only one I can think of right now.
The Bud Light thing was definitely a successful boycott. I don't think there's enough fans of Rumble. I know there's tens of millions of them, but I don't think there's enough that have Rumble and then care enough about Russell Brand and give a shit about this stuff. We do because we're streamers and it's something to keep an eye on for us.
It is a weird position to be in, though, to have to be on Russell Brand's side of something. Not about like these hearsay allegation things, but more so just his right to like keep a job until proven otherwise, you know?
Yeah. Front Porch Conservative with $4.99 says, let's get a rally going and help this lovely lady. And Aaron. Oh, I thought you would have said and April. Lovely lady and April.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you, Front Porch Conservative. And you're right. Let's get a rally going, and then I can stop with the flop sweat and shitty begging. That's very cool. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, so I don't... it's awesome that Rumble's doing that. I hate that it's hurting their business. But hopefully things are still going well over there. Look. Hey, man, if Russell Brand is guilty and they prove that, then fuck him. Yeah, I'm sure Rumble will go, yes. I can't have this guy on the platform. It's proven that he did this.
They'll remove him if that happens.
But I can't sit here and go, oh, a couple of months after this guy really starts shitting on the power structure and pharmaceutical companies, because Russell Brand's not Hannity. Russell Brand's not Tucker Carlson.
Nope.
Russell Brand's not a guy who's just always talked about politics. And then, people just like, oh, it's just like-minded people just kind of having a wank with each other, sort of, as the British would say. The thing that they have to go, the reason they have to go after Russell Brand is because he brought in people from comedy and movies. Like, they're not necessarily political people. So they see these people and they see the ideas that Russell Brand's putting in their heads and they go, no, we got to stop something like this. Like look, if it's Tucker Carlson, like he's already got an army of people who are going to think that way no matter what.
Absolutely.
But this Russell Brand guy, he might point some shit out to people who have never thought about it before. They might start doing some Google searches and they might start going, you know, they're right. If you constantly, if your whole business is built on curing a crisis, then you kind of have to keep stirring up fake crisis.
That's what I was about to say is I think a lot of people just love a good drama. They love just something to fight against. Like, oh, let's band together against this thing. I don't care if it's right.
Well, no. What? No. What I'm saying is he's talking about how the drug companies, how the energy companies, how all these organizations, their whole product is, oh, man, you know, health emergency, climate emergency, all these different emergencies. And they make a shitload of money off of those crises like climate change, disease. You're going to get... They're going to throw more disease at you. They're going to throw more threats to the world at you. And look, if that's the way your money is made, then that's what you're going to keep pushing on people. So it's not going to be honest. It's not going to be an actual crisis. It's going to be a manufactured one that makes you a shitload of money. And once Russell Brand started talking about that, then all of a sudden he's a creep and here's all these accusations. And I'm sorry, to me, anytime it comes out of nowhere,
it's sus.
That raises my antenna.
Yes. And, you know, even if any of these diseases or anything like that out there were legitimate, never let a good tragedy go to waste.
You know, Bill Cosby, when he was accused, that rumor had been out there for years. People have been talking about how Bill was a creep and, you know, Bill did stuff to women. They were talking about how it was like a known secret for a long time, which tells you all you need to know about Hollywood and comedy, that was a known secret.
Just willing to look the other way.
Yeah. And then when the Me Too thing happened and all of that all these women started coming forward, it was a little different. You know, Bill Cosby wasn't out there going, well, you see, the drug companies are poisoning you and COVID is a conspiracy. That wasn't the case. It was Bill was playing nursing homes and shit. And all these women like, yeah, he stuck his dick in me after he gave me a funny tasting wine.
Ew.
And then enough people had like the same story that it ended up kind of, I was going to say it ended up destroying Bill Cosby, but he's running
back
free.
to it.
Yeah, he's out there.
Did any of us ever think that would happen? Based on how many people he had done that to, was there any chance that he was getting out?
He never got charged. He only got charged with one of them. And they fucked up. Right. And they fucked up the charges on that, so they had to let him out. It was on a technicality.
I completely forgot that part.
Don Vito with $9.99 says, please no Charlie today. I want to stab my eardrums yesterday. Can I get a Macho Man shout out to my little bro, Dude Pest? Thank you and keep up the good work. Well, first of all, thank you for getting us to 300. I appreciate that. It's looking like it might be a long slog today. Keep this rally going so I don't have to be the failure that everyone says I am. Absolutely, Don Vito. Yeah, a little shout out to my man Budapest. Yeah, hope he's not being a pest the way that Cosby and Brand are. Yeah, a little bit of touching on the ass. Yeah, a little bit of fingering the pussy. Yeah, if there's dew on the leaf, it doesn't mean you drill into the tree. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
There you go, buddy. Thank you very much. Everybody, throw a little bit at us. We'll knock this thing out today. And we won't have to do any begging, like we didn't have to do any begging the last couple of days, which was very, very nice. Speaking of begging, now Russell Brand is joining the offering.
Is he?
He's joining the offering plate club.
Well, I suppose a big chunk of his money is cut out of him.
I'm guessing he was making tens of thousands a month.
A lot.
On YouTube. And that was a big hit. I do want to say that great point being made by Wheat Diff. Harvey Weinstein was another known secret.
Oh, that one's talked about all the time. I feel like a lot of Hollywood bigwigs.
That was another one that before the accusations against him came out, people were talking about him and Hollywood in general doing that to female actors when they wanted to start getting big roles. Yeah. Is that, what are you going to do for me?
Specific people, though. Like, I'm sure that there was just rumors about them. Like, oh, if you want this part, you're going to have to go through this.
Or what are you willing to do for me?
Yeah.
If, I can get you this good role, but I want to, how bad do you want it? Jeffrey Epstein, another known secret the entire time. But Russell Brand was never a known secret. There was this, that's what I mean. When a guy starts talking about New World Orders and drug companies and then shit just flies out of the blue, It's a red flag to me.
Especially in the numbers it is.
Jeff Jordan says this story sounds just like Russell Wilson's story. No, Russ. I'm sorry. That's on me. Russell Brand. No, a week or two ago, I started saying Russell Wilson, and I feel like I may have caused a little bit of confusion.
How dare you? He's a good man.
That's on me.
Allegedly.
I'm sorry. All right, boys and girls, let's get into some news stories here. 300 away from today's goal. 200 by the end of the hour. Let's do that. Let's keep a rally going. There's all the links in the chat. Go to it. $300. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble Rants. Let's eliminate this begging shit from this otherwise decent show. We don't have to interrupt the flow, and I don't have to sit here and look like a desperate failure, which, look, appearances are truth, but still would like to at least pretend that I'm not one for another day. I've been pretending all week, and it's worked out pretty well. Let's keep her going, guys. Stop forcing me to be obnoxious, and I do appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble Rants. Keep the rally going. Let's do this thing. And there. I like to give people who don't like me fuel, and that's what we can do with that. All right, let's go to this next story out of Denver. Geno and I had a bit Monday night, a very classy bit, very professional, a couple of real pro comedic entertainers talking about poop and blood.
Poop and blood.
There were allegations of canoodling and gay stuff and things like that. And so I came down with my towel full of poop and blood from where Geno and I were. And what we thought was, hey, hilarious, right?
Very funny.
Really
very stinky.
Really funny bit. Sometimes, though, it's not a bit.
Oh.
Sometimes people get mad, and they do resort to things like poop and blood.
Cornholing.
And that's part of our next story. Front Porch Conservative with another $4.99. Thank you so much, buddy, for all your efforts today.
Thank you.
Aaron, you are right. I need to correct my previous super chat. Come on, guys. Let's get this rally going to help this wonderful gay man. And April. Oh, thank you. See, now you're fixing it. I appreciate it. A man who could admit he's wrong is very, very impressive.
Very
Rupert
kind.
with $9.99 says, I'll keep you from being a failure. For now. Yeah, no shit. It's a day-to-day thing.
Thank you.
Saving me from being a failure. Thank you, guys. You see those guys? All the 700 of you or whatever are here. Do the same thing. I appreciate it. $2 from Hobo Chili Recipe over on Rumble says, Aaron, can you give a shout out to my very good friend Tootsie Maldonado? Can you do the impression of the fat guy with a great set of man tits? I don't have a Patrick Melton ready for you right now, but I will work on it.
It's hard to have a prop that large in studio.
Yeah, you can't really, you have to get it in by a crane. I don't have a retractable roof.
No, got to bust out a wall or something.
Do you remember how they fed the raptors in Jurassic Park?
Oh yeah, they lowered a cow into the
We don't have that
enclosure.
we don't have that kind of setup here.
No.
Hoists and pulleys, forget about it.
The joist in the house can't even support.
The big crane they have on the Easter Island? So anyway, let's go to this story out of Denver. Now this story is about a businessman. To get a homeless guy to do anything involving poop, like a homeless guy doesn't take much. You can say hi, and then you can go, demon person, and he'll throw his own shit at you.
Dragon.
But to get like a business professional to start smearing feces on thing, it's got to be a particular breaking point, in my opinion. So let's go to this story out of Denver. Fire away, girls.
The city of Denver carried out another homeless camp cleanup, but this one is a little different.
Yeah, people living at 8th and Logan must find a new place to stay. But this time they were offered housing ahead of the move. This is the first time the city has offered this service in Mayor Johnston's tenure.
Now, wait a minute. What the fuck is this? This isn't the story I was promised.
There is indeed probably poop in this one.
Hold on a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, wait. No, this is. Okay.
They're not honeypotting you?
Okay, this is the story. They're just taking a minute to get to it. Okie doke.
In July, the mayor declared a state of emergency only a few hours into his term. Well, then on August 4th, he carried out his first homeless cleanup because of public health concerns.
I don't think they're going to get to my boy here. I might have to read this one to you.
Actually dumped human poop.
Oh, here we go. Okay, all right.
In the
It's
city
coming.
who are experiencing homelessness.
Here we go.
But there are still a lot of Coloradans who say more needs to be done.
Yeah, and they are taking some drastic measures to make that point. Your political specialist, Sean Boyd, joins us live from the city-county building tonight. And Sean, a Denver businessman, actually dumped human poop on the steps there today.
Oh, God, no.
I like this. I like these news people, though, because a lot of news people will like dance around it. They'll be like, human waste, or he dumped a particular waste product.
Right, of the brown nature.
This one, they got as close as you can say. They dumped a bunch of shit on the mayor's doorstep.
They actually said poop.
They said human poop. He called the shit poop.
Blood and poop.
Right, Karen. He called it an act of civil disobedience. While Mayor...
Attaboy. Martin Luther King sat at lunch counters. Rosa Parks wouldn't get off her seat on the bus. You threw shit on government building doorsteps. I like this guy. Could you imagine how much quicker black people would have been able to sit wherever they want on the bus if Rosa Parks just started taking shits on all the seats?
Just pooping.
Yeah.
That's how she marked her territory. This
Exactly.
sounds more like an act of civil dysentery.
If she would, every time they went, hey, will you move to the back of the bus, she would have just made eye contact and went, and then just took a nice steaming shit.
Like Hector Solomon.
Right on the bus. Just shit on the seat. They'd be like, we got to start letting these black people sit wherever they want. Their buses smell more terrible than usual.
God, you better hope it's not runny that day.
Martin Luther King, I have a dream. And just chucks it at the cops.
This is a classy show. Knock out that goal.
Shit would have got done, no pun intended, if civil rights leaders would have just
poop.
Yeah.
I think more things would get done if people just poop when they mean something.
A lot of people fighting for gay rights left poop all over, but that's just because the anal muscles were so weak. It was like horses, just walking around.
If they forgot their the windsock hammock to like hold it up that day, it was dragging behind.
I swear to God, I'm not protesting. I just have really loose anal muscles.
I'm not protesting. I'm just prolapsing.
It's not a protest. It's a prolapse.
There you go.
It's not on me. Meanwhile, they go to this businessman. They're like, so are you just gay and your shit fell out on our doorstep? No. I meant to smear my own human shit. Do you know how desperate you have to be? I cannot imagine how bad Denver's homeless problem is. Ugh. That a man who runs a business, like dependent on the community, thinking he's a stable individual providing a good product, goes, you know what I'm going to do today? I'm going to the government, and I've had it up to here. I'm not going to write a letter. I'm not going to send an email. I'm not going to sit outside someone's office and yell. I'm going to take my poop, and I'm going to take my hands, and I'm going to smear it.
Do we have to do hands?
On the doorstep.
Can we just throw the pail?
What's more troubling to look at if you're a city council person? A turd or smeared fecal matter?
Oh, God.
Right?
And what shape was the smeared fecal matter
What's
in?
messier to deal with?
I
a
mean,
Snickers bar or a melted Snickers bar?
Well, yeah, you got to really clean up the smeared ones.
Exactly.
Right?
Can you imagine some janitor came by, picked it up, he goes, it's no big deal. He takes a bite like Bill Murray did at the Baby Ruth bar at the pool.
I'm going to puke.
But then it wasn't a Baby Ruth bar, it was actually shit. He went, oh, it worked for Bill Murray in Caddyshack. Oh, I thought it was just
I was trying to manifest that.
Hey, guys, it's shit.
Snickers.
It's real shit this time.
Still nutty.
Oh. That was the worst, guys. Don't do that. That was just a movie.
So wait, did this guy like poop in his own bucket, or did he like gather homeless poop?
If this news agency has the balls I think they do, we're going to find out.
Okay. Mike Johnston says addressing homelessness is his #1 priority.
Well, guess what? This other guy, it was his number 2.
I'd rather undress this homelessness problem.
Caldera says he's had it with the homeless going #2 outside his business.
It's our number 1 priority, but he's at it with the homeless going number 2. So wait, maybe he smeared the homeless people's shit.
Is it untoward to scream at news people for doing that?
What?
Just making
You just made your undress joke. You have no right to tell anyone what kind of pun they can make.
Excuse me?
You have that undress joke. If Geno was sitting here and made that same joke, I'd go, oh, we're doing that today?
And then he'd say, yes, we are. And then he'd pour himself a little Windsor.
And then this lady gets to make her number 2 joke, and you guys can compare whose joke was worse.
I hope this is certainly a #1 news station.
Well, maybe it's
Dealing
number
with all these
3,
number
which is a
twos.
piss and a shit and a wank in a tree.
He came down here today to send a message. He's done putting up with and cleaning up their you-know-what.
You know what?
I
They're
hate
calm.
her. I don't know what. Stop pretending I know. Just tell me.
This is where I'd like to be a news anchor and just sacrifice my gig and go, hold on, before you run the videotape. I don't know what. What is it?
Yeah.
Well, the matter. What matter? The what? The shit, Nancy, okay? The shit.
Poo.
He's tired of the shit all over the streets. So what's more troubling, if he gathered the homeless people's poop and then smeared it, like he gathered up the shit of homeless people, or if he took a bucket of his own shit and dumped it? Like, which one's a bigger problem?
I can't tell you which I think is more troubling. I do think if we're going like health safety, I think it's safer to just shit in your own bucket because there could be drugs and AIDS and who knows what.
Isn't that a line in that song that Geno and Keanu like, that Biscuits, which is, poop in your own bucket? I think.
Right, to grow your own gravy.
Yeah, I think it's something about gravy and poop.
Here is, oh my God, human feces that I've cleaned up.
John Caldera isn't the first person to poop.
Oh, God, he actually collected dried homeless. I was not ready. I was not ready for that, boys and girls.
I felt all the blood rush from my face. I know. Stop gagging. You're going to make me puke, too.
I had...
The garbage
that was
right
hard to look at. Oh, my God. That's... guys... Oh.
He's actually puking.
Oh, God. I still
Guys,
feel
he's
nauseous.
heaving. I think you should just puke and rally. Can you mute your mic next time? That stings.
I didn't actually puke, but that dry heaving.
Oh, you're supposed to go with it, you
No, I'm not going to do a fake puke bit. I'm not a hack.
You look like you're puking.
I'm dry heaving, though. That's fucking disgusting. I didn't think they were going to show that on the news. This proves to you guys I don't pre-read this shit.
I didn't see the shoebox coming. He put shit in his shoebox.
He put the shit in a shoebox and then dumped it on the...
How does he have the stomach to go through with that? What did you clean it up with?
That's what I'm saying. Living in this city just must be pathetic and awful because you can just pick up human shit and you're totally cool with it. It's like it's tried out. It's hard, pebbly heroin and booze duties.
Stop.
From all these people. It's compacted.
Full stop.
Constipated shit.
I'm picturing, those long like grabber things where you like it's got the hands on the end and you just do the lever. I'm picturing him going around with his little shoebox and just like a trash pickup, but it's hard pebbly turds.
In this guy's defense, as disgusting this is and as lightheaded as it's making me feel, this is what's happening in the streets of his city. Like he can walk down the sidewalk and pick up that much shit.
They're just shitting in the streets. And that's probably a really small amount.
Right. That's just a sample size.
That's like a Cologuard size.
You guys are lucky. These city council people are lucky that this is all these people do. I don't think we're that far from these cities just having these homeless camps burned at night. Just like people going in there and just setting them on fire.
See, you talk about it like that's a bad thing.
Just get them out of there, guys. Stop it.
Poo-poo the work of city leaders, but he may well be the first to leave poo on the steps of City Hall.
This is a present from the homeless to the people who have kept this homeless problem going.
President of the Independence Institute, a think tank in downtown Denver.
We're not going to talk about how that window just had a rock thrown through it.
Not only that, but these people are getting up close photos of shit now.
Did you see that? Like the Independence Institute, which, by the way, we are just showing you that their window's busted in with a rock.
Of the Independence Institute, a think tank in downtown Denver. Caldera says he's tired of the homeless using his private property as their public restroom. He says at least twice a week, security cameras catch a homeless person defecating outside his business or worse.
We have to clean up vomit and urine and syringes and used condom and feces.
If you're drunk one night, like at a bar, and you go outside and there's like a tree past their patio.
Yeah.
And you go and piss on that tree because maybe the bathroom's full. Mm-hmm. If a cop is there, he will ticket you for indecent exposure or whatever crime they feel like charging you with. You will have to go in, you will have to pay a fine. So why can't we just arrest these people?
Right.
Why can't we get them off the street? Because we don't want to. Again, because we don't want to, because this is planned.
Dude.
I hate to be this guy and my eyes are getting wide while I do it, so that doesn't help me look more reasonable. This is planned. They're doing this to demoralize us. This is all part of a plot to weaken this country so that the people who are currently in power can gather more power for themselves and turn us into a socialist shithole.
Dude, if you were that drunk guy and decided to go take a piss on a tree and nobody's around and somebody catches you and there's a playground within a quarter mile, you're now a sex offender also. And you're right, they won't throw these people in jail. And they'll shit right on the sidewalk in public.
Let's start passing laws that you can't build domiciles, and we'll call tents domiciles, in public, and make it a felony, and then just start arresting people.
I thought there was laws against that.
No, there's actually a 2019 federal law that says you can't do that. But you can't arrest people.
You can't arrest people.
You can't take down. There's a federal court case where you can't take down the tent encampments unless you have a place to send them.
Well,
as if
we've
it's my
lost.
fucking responsibility that you're a junkie.
Caldera says he's tried appealing to police, and Mayor Mike...
This is one Caldera that definitely exploded. See, I can do them too.
I feel
really bad.
You know what? I passed on that one earlier. I'm glad you
Johnston
did it.
to no avail. The answer, he says, isn't tiny homes, it's jail cells.
Yes.
This is not an affordable housing crisis. This is a drug crisis. This is a mental health crisis.
Yes.
And this is a
Laziness.
crisis of law. That these people who need help will never get help if they are not brought to jail where they are forced to get some help.
Right.
Meantime, he says
God
he'll
bless.
continue to dump on City Hall and urged other Denverites to do the same.
Okay,
Next time you clean...
I love this guy. This guy's my hero.
but that guy that was just walking down the stairs and stared at the poop box, he looked at it for a brief 2 hot seconds. I was just like, oh, well, I'm just going to go on about my day. That is the problem with this world, though. If I were walking on those steps and I fucking saw human shit, I'm raising a stink about
I see what you did
See
there.
what I did there?
Poop and blood.
You can't just be the person that just casually walks by and thinks it's normal.
Clean
right?
it up. Drop it off here. Drop it off at City Hall.
Yeah, that'd be
as an
great.
act of civil disobedience to ask them, to demand of them to address the problem.
And they'll try to make that guy look crazy. That guy's the only sane person walking around the streets. The people who gather with signs and protests who save the homeless, protect the homeless. No. This
don't
guy's
need to.
right. These people aren't just going to wake up one day and go, oh boy, I'm fucking crazy. I should probably clean up my act. We're going to have to lock them in cells and then force them to, in Minnesota, we had a great program and we had to get rid of it because the fucking Supreme Court got involved. We had a great program. It was a sex offender rehabilitation program where if these sex offenders were deemed still problematic after their jail term was up, they would send them to this rehab facility.
Yes.
In Moose Lake, Minnesota. And it wasn't until a board of doctors decided that person was okay that they would ever let you out. They let out, I think, like a total of 2 people.
Oh, I thought it was 1.
10 or 15 years.
Yeah.
During that entire program. Because they went, all of these people that come through here will reoffend.
And you guys, what is the odds that those 2 people that got let out went back?
One of them did.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty high.
A spokesperson for Mayor Johnston released a statement saying the city has provided trash cleanup for several encampments. She says the mayor is focused on actions that promote true change. The city has several...
What's more true change than burning down the tents and throwing people in jail? That's awesome change.
Can we just go back to a world where we don't feel okay as people with homeless and tents on our sidewalk? Walking to our places?
These people really just want, they literally just want the shit to shoe level. That's all they want. They just want you guys to make sure there's no poop on the streets. That's all they'd like you to do. And you can't even give them that. You give them talk.
Several town halls planned this week to give neighbors a chance to weigh in on Johnston's planned
neighbors.
tiny home villages. Meanwhile, City Council will meet here tonight to take up funding for several homeless initiatives.
No, stop with the funding. You're helping them stay homeless.
It's like Warden Norton said in Shawshank. There's only 3 things the public wants when it comes to money for homelessness: more cells, higher walls, more guards.
Institutions.
That's it.
Honestly.
Live in Denver, Sean Boyd covering Colorado First.
All right, Sean, thank you. As Sean just mentioned, there is a number of homeless issues on the agenda for Denver City Council. City deciding on where
$27 million for multiple programs. Guys, taking a homeless person who shits in the street and leaves hypodermic needles all over the place, giving them a box to live in an old hotel somewhere is not going to change their behavior. It's just they're going to shit in the hotel.
Yes.
This is a choice. This is an amalgamation of the choices these people have made in lives. They're not victims. They don't have a sickness. There's not a problem. Wow. This is what they are. Some people are just broken.
It really does always shock me that these people can raise millions of dollars to time and time again, give them, here's a hotel for you. And I'm sure it's just that they don't have a roof over their head. They'll contribute to society now, but then they shit all over the hotel. They break it. They puke on it. They fuck in it. They do drugs. Pimp people out of them, and they don't learn.
And these people just go, maybe if we just throw more money at it, we'll be okay.
Oh my God, they're used. I know I'm from a small town, and this is a very small town thing to say, but there used to be a sense of pride in where you were from, and if something was glaring and out of place and disgusting and ruining your town, you would do something about it. And people have lost that. They have no sense of pride in anything.
In some of these cities, yeah. I mean, look, I got to give our city a compliment. Like, those tents came up where we live, and they shut that shit down immediately. Like, within 3 weeks, as soon as they could get the paperwork done, because you got to go through such bullshit if you're a city just to wipe it out. They got those tents the fuck out of there, and they have not come back, and they haven't popped up anywhere else.
Now, can we just roust the Lincoln Center? That'd be nice.
Yeah, I mean, well, it does just go to show you that... now Vadam sent me something on Rumble where I might have to take that last part back. Let me throw a few thank yous out there. Then I'm going to go back to this. Deadfool, thank you very much for the carrying you've done of our channel with a few other people lately. We really appreciate it.
What a hero.
Deadfool gifting 20 memberships. Let me read these off. Jessica J, Great Shinobi Owl, Ryan D, Duck and Felonies, Truth Seeker Knows, Dave Sarah, Geno Biscontes,
nice.
Shell Ray, fucking Phillips, PD Zeth, Rocky Paboa, Chip Galloway, Kurt Gustafson, RP Jesus, Stut Joe is a Lucia, Waltz Ball, July is Better, Snub Hammer, Mike G, Philip Whalen, all getting memberships.
Wow.
Sparky Rose with 5 memberships. Thank you very much, buddy. That's very kind of you as well. Tridio, John Peevely, Aniel Jamali, Chill Pill, and MN Vikings all getting memberships.
Great.
From him.
Thank you, guys.
Friendo says it's going to take a few weeks for you guys to get rid of the Geno smell in your house.
Yeah,
FYI.
I guess I should start cleaning, huh?
A lot of garlic. Just a lot. He's a
lot of hairs.
Just hair and garlic.
He's a hairy man. Keanu can't even kiss his face without pulling out beard hair.
Dude, honestly, head to toes, there's just fur all over the place on that man.
He's like a carpet.
He is. He's a furry individual. There's nothing else I can say about it. Thank you very much to Diane Poo with $5. Says, bro, he sniffed the box first.
He was a savage.
Again, you live in these cities and it breaks you psychologically.
It does. Like, he was he was gloveless too. He's handling this box of poop, sans gloves, and he's sniffing it before dumping it on his workplace's steps.
Imagine that, like it being that bad that you're like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm grabbing shit and I'm dumping it on the
Let's
steps
just start
of City
throwing it
Hall.
at people like monkeys.
Well, easy. Hobo's going to get involved now. Bigot on Socialist Media with $2 over on Rumble. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
And, oh, my goodness. Tim the Toolman Taylor says, finally tied the knot this past weekend. Here's a little something extra for you can rattlers to make up for my absence. Thanks, April, for sending out my Midland gift certificate. $100 from Tim the Toolman Taylor. Thank you, buddy. And Chris with $5. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Chris, for that. This audience always comes through. I don't know what I ever worry about.
I like how people...
What a worrywart sack of shit I am.
I like how people go through good things in their own life. Hey, I got a raise. Hey, I got married. Hey, let me just throw you something since I got something nice.
We must do a decent little show.
It's cute.
Congrats, Tim the Toolman Taylor. We appreciate that. And thank you, Dead Fool, as well. Only one. Now, fuck it. Now there is no begging. 135 away from today's show, from today's goal. And look at that. Bobby with $5 over on PayPal. Look at that. Now the begging part is over. We're 130 away. We're already in striking distance. You guys finish that up during the rest of the show. And now when it's inside of 150, I don't say shit until 9:30 Central Time, brother. So now we just get to move on and do stories. You guys are the best audience out there, keeping a couple of beggars like this in business, as they say. I'm excited to watch In Hot Water today.
Me too.
I'm going
to get misty-eyed.
How does if we're going to go to the gym around the time In Hot Water's on, I like to time it that way because then, I can listen to it while I'm doing my thing.
2 vehicles.
I was just going to say, we may have to take 2 vehicles, and then afterwards, one of us can go do the grocery shopping for the churn today, and the other one can go pick up the churn today. Well, I have to
I'm not going to pick them up because I drop them off.
I have to pick them up because you have to drop them off.
Right.
I can't go with the drop them off because tonight we have a prize show, and I got to get that started for you guys.
It's easy. You just write down a name.
Very, very exciting. Nobody likes onions. I love reading his stuff. He says, I am upset and hurt without my friends Shirley and Bob Levy anymore. Nobody now will play poker with me, and nobody cared when I said I was hurt during the show yesterday. I don't know what that means, but if what he's saying is that fat idiot with no friends now upset Shuley and Bob Levy somehow. And now nobody will talk to him, and now nobody thinks he's good. Again, God damn it, you guys, I got to do my Geno bit here. I'm sorry. Guys, I warn you about this shit. I tell you this shit months in advance. I told you this guy is a liar. I told you he's a hack. I told you he has no talent. He doesn't belong in the same league with any of us. He doesn't belong there. He's a big fat pretender who was bullied as a kid and had no real parental guidance in his life, and now he acts like a total sociopath. And now you guys are going, and now you got Shuley and Bob Levy and Kevin Brennan and all these people who are like, oh yeah, that onion guy's a fucking retard. And I'm like, yes, that's what I was trying to tell you. So Aaron strikes again months after I did. It's always months after, so I can't get the credit for it. And as an egotist, I like the credit for it.
I don't know how you can go through life, though, behaving the way he does and not understand that you're a buffoon to everybody else.
Well, it's not him so much because he's tricked himself for years. So that part I understand. The human mind is a powerful thing. And the ability to trick yourself, because like I said, he uses the internet to project who he's always wanted to be. Like when he was a kid and he came home crying from school because he was getting bullied, I guarantee he created some kind of superhero alter version of himself in his mind to kind of block out the bullying. Mm-hmm. And now he's put that out into the internet. And then there's, and I've said, like, nothing he says is true. He's an absolute moron and a buffoon and he's stupid. And now that everyone's kind of figured it out, I feel much better because I'm like, now you guys, I know you guys won't admit that it was me who was right about him all along. But at the same time, anyone who thinks he tells the truth about something, I have to say, you're dumber than he is. Like you can make fun of him, you can call him a bag of shit and everything else, and you'd be right. But if you've ever believed anything he said and actually thought he was telling the truth, his whole thing is a put on to hide the fact that he's very sad. People were telling me that when Geno and I were on, he watched it for like 5 minutes and then started getting sad because he was watching people talk about being friends and hanging out in public places.
I've never seen something so nice offend so many people.
Yeah.
I've never seen just the 4 of us just having a good old time together for a few days, doing some shows, doing some things out in the world, and you just seethe about it. I mean, it's sad, honestly. I feel bad for them.
It's too bad. And like the boxing thing where like I've had his people will say, well, you didn't say you do it. I said it 900 times. He's the one who won't do it. And he shouldn't. He'd get hurt. But they're like, no, he told me. And I'm like, dude, repeat that first part.
Check the receipts. You've said it in shows, in tweets, everywhere.
I just go, dude. And I try to, like the people who are brainwashed by him, I actually do try to help them. I try to reach them.
Oh, that's a losing game.
No. I go, no, guys, I'm not going to yell at you. I'm not going to be shitty to you. I'm going to be a little condescending to you because you don't seem like the smartest guy. You'd think that guy tells the truth. But I've said this numerous times that I will do it. He's full of shit. He lies constantly. He's trying to pretend he's something that he isn't. And the fact that you don't see it makes you look like shit. I try to explain to them. I try to say, you look retarded for actually believing this. I'm trying to help you. And I think eventually they start to figure it out. Nobody Likes Onion says, I've been crying about Butch Bradley owing me $1,200, but I expect Bob Levy to forget about the money that Kevin Brennan owes him. Oh, now he's shitting on Bob and Shuley and those guys who actually liked him. Well, that's what he always does.
They liked him?
Yeah, he was a useful idiot to them.
That's good.
He was a whackpacker to them. But like, that's what he does. He'll do that to everybody. You can't be surprised about it. He doesn't have a show to do. He doesn't have his own content. So he has to go after these people like a parasite, latch onto them. They're not as smart as I am, though. They don't kind of have him pegged the way I do. So he has to move on to somebody else because like, oh shit, Aaron kind of just accurately takes me apart. Rice Patty Melton says, the moment Melton confessed to Carl on WATP that he wants you ruined because you're too smug showed what a psychopath he is. Well, here's the thing about the smugness. They all come to me. And then I shit on them better than they shit on me. And they go, oh, well, he's just smug and arrogant. Well, motherfucker, it's like when someone goes up to punch a guy and then they get knocked out and they go, hey, that guy hit me. He's a hitter. It's like,
it is.
You came to me first, motherfucker. Right. Don't cry because you lose.
It is a funny thing to consider that we would probably never, ever have mentioned his name had he not thrown punches first.
Right.
Like, he said some seriously heinous shit about me. So did Zumach. So did pretty much everybody else. That was all untrue. And now, so when somebody else says, oh, you're kind of fat, aren't you? You know, so much for my forehead. Oh, yeah. Look at this bitch. Look at how mean she's being. Look what a cunt she is.
Yeah, it's like, dude, you threw the first punch. You got hit harder. You should be used to it. You know your childhood.
God.
Rice Patty Melton says, Melton's following is an amorphous group of haters, not fans. That's true. It's a bunch of people who hate other shit. And then they all kind of come around to realizing, oh, wait, this guy's full of shit and a buffoon too. And I feel like his rollover, well, don't let him roll over. Somebody will die. That will cost lives and tidal waves. I believe that's what damaged Fukushima. Actually, Patrick was on a cruise ship and he's rolled over off the edge of the cruise ship and then Fukushima melted down. But I think he must have the highest turnover rate of anyone because he fucks around with all these people and then they destroy him. And then all those fans go, oh, I don't really like Patrick. I just hated this other guy. This guy's a retard. And then they leave him. But then he goes, well, shit, now I have to hate on Bob and Shuley so I can get the people who hate Bob and Shuley to come over here and watch my show. And then they'll go, oh, I like this guy. He's shitting on Bob and Shuley. I hate Bob and Shuley. But then after like 2 months of it, they'll be like, oh, this guy's weird like an obsessive girl. He's kind of a bitch. And then they leave him. So I don't know who he's going to have to go after next. He's running out of people. Maybe Carl.
Probably his cholesterol.
Yeah, you should be attacking your cholesterol and obesity. You got bad priorities.
What a terrible life, though, to have to like sit and pivot like that all the time. Like, ooh, right. Who's in my corner this week and who's not? And I'm gonna try to make an existence off of that. Yeah. That's why I hated it whenever like you decided you wanted to dabble in that world too. I'm like, that's not what this is about. We do a great show over here.
Egg Picker says, you're just smug and arrogant, smiley face. I'm going to change my name to Aaron Wins, BRB. I like having Egg Picker back. I know it's temporary. I'm just kidding, buddy. Egg Picker says, Patrick is very hateful. Notice he never has anything nice to say about anyone. It's not even, he's not hateful towards me. That's why I have the ability to snicker and giggle at Patrick. But
he is hateful towards me. I have a feeling a lot of girls turned him down.
Incorrect. You're right about the second part, but you're not right about the first part. He doesn't hate Chad. He doesn't hate you. He doesn't hate me. He doesn't hate Kevin. He doesn't hate Bob. He doesn't hate Shuley. Anyone who claims that they hate that many people, that's inter-hate. That's hating yourself. And if you let that brew and stew, you'll kill yourself.
Still hate.
So instead, what he does is he takes the hate of himself. That's where the eating comes from and the weight gain. That's all that obesity and shit for everyone. That's self-loathing. That's self-hatred. You feel like you're not good enough. And instead of letting that burn him up or addressing it and doing something about it, he just goes, and just hates everything else. But, honestly, isn't he like 50? It's too late to fix yourself. Like
Melton?
This, he's got to kind of go down with this ship now.
God, I hope he's not 50.
They're saying the hate brews in his stomach. Well, it's got a lot of room to fester at that point.
Ew.
Patrick is brewing up a new batch of diabetes, says Joey C. Oh, okay.
It's seriously though, like that picture of him at that poker table with the arms was troubling. I thought it was photoshopped.
Yeah. I mean, that picture really is just kind of, it makes you, even though I'm right about the guy, it also makes you go, maybe I shouldn't. Because you look at that.
I only do because he has said so many heinous things about me.
You look at that picture.
I don't care otherwise.
You look at that picture and you go, oh, it all makes sense now. Like, that's very rare when a guy is so shallow and understanding him is so simple that you can just see a photo and you go, oh, that's where all this comes from.
I mean, he's so obsessed with me. Apparently, he has a dynamite AI voice version of me that says things. I didn't even know. I found this out through my friends.
If Geno and Keanu don't get an AI voice, I'm going to be pissed.
You must really like me.
I hope so.
You know what? That'll start keeping me warm at night is just the thought of Patrick Melton being so into me. I'll just go to bed and I'll have a little smile on my face.
Mission accomplished, right?
I mean, once you have an AI version of somebody's voice, you have to be seriously into them.
Somebody go make mine say the N-word.
Do you have one too?
I'm sure I do.
I don't watch his show. I don't care about his show. I'm sorry if that hurts, buddy.
No offense, but it is like unlistenable. Even if he talked about like the news or like topics or anything, he's not fun. He doesn't have really any comedic timing. He's not a funny guy. He's not particularly engaging or entertainment.
No, he has to have me say the things for him.
He really didn't start catching any viewership until he had me. Like, I kind of rescued his show and his channel. But even then, people didn't like him. They just hated me. So even your audience was people who had an obsession with me, and you were just kind of the conduit of... You're plumbing in my facility.
Oof.
Like, this is like my building, and you're one of the plumbing pipes that pumps the shit out. Because you're taking all the things that hate me, and you're running that as a pipe. So you are kind of a wholly owned subsidiary of Steel Toe Media Incorporated. You should be sending me invoices more than anything else. All right, guys. I wanted to, God, he's so fun to pick on. I wish he wasn't so fun to pick on.
He's like a zit on your face. You can't quit just...
I know.
Just squeeze a little more
So
out.
much fun to pick on. Like, there are some things like, I never tried to get Kevin Brennan to like me because Kevin Brennan doesn't like anybody. It's useless to do that. But, like, there's like, Shuli's producer was cunty to me during the Ray DeVito thing, so I ripped the shit out of Shuli's producer. And then Shuli's producer got like Shuli to hate this show when Shuli had no problem with us. Shuli and I were fine. And then the producer who kind of runs things over there, he's like, no, I'm gonna clip these guys and watch them all the time. And then so we kind of broke that Joe guy, but then that kind of got in Shuli's ear, and he's like, well, I don't like him either. He said something about me being Jewish. I'm like, let's not be so sensitive, girls. And I don't think you really are upset about that. There are some people where I'm like, oh, it's too bad that they feel that way. I feel bad that they feel that way. But there's other people who they feel that way, and I go, yeah, like I said with Melton, you are now plumbing in my building. He's a fun target. I heard he eats Egg McMuffins to impress April. Yeah, he's peacock feathering when he grows his jowls and his chin out really far. He's showing you opulence and wealth that he can provide for you. That's what all the weight is for.
But do you not understand, buddy? Like, I don't see this shit. I don't see your McMuffins. I don't see your jowls. I mean, I only see this shit when somebody really feels like they need to like bring it to my attention.
The fact that you don't see him upsets him, but not nearly as much as the fact that he doesn't see his dick. Those two things are upsetting, but there's a hierarchy.
But then even worse than that is the fact that I would never help him once I divorce you. I'm not going to help you find it, buddy.
When are we getting divorced? Is it a year and 7 months?
Probably 7 months.
Okay. Jew EC says he's like every other obtuse fat guy in love with someone else's woman, a.k.a. April. Oh, yeah, and he probably thinks, I could treat her so much better. And I could.
They all say that. What did Zumach say? He's not only did he say that he was going to fuck me in 2023, which I don't consent to, I'm not okay with. He's running out of time, by the way.
Tick, 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 tick.
But he said he would take me from you and take care of me better than you ever could. And again, I mean, time's running out. I could use some saving.
Chad Niger border.
You and I are actually just going to divorce because we both think we can do better.
That's right. Enough of this, bitch. I need some meat.
Fuck loaf piggy.
Chad Niger Border says Melton never recovered from the Gandalf attack in the Cave of the Hobbit. Oh. He didn't like it when Luke Skywalker shoved that giant leg bone in his mouth in Return of the Jedi. He was and then that gate fell on his head. He was very upset about that.
He also wasn't cool with Solo slicing his belly open to keep Luke warm.
No, he didn't like. Well, can you apologize to Tauntauns, please? They're not that obese. That's not very
They're
nice.
pure blubber in there.
A lot of cellulite. All right, so Vadam sent me this story. You know how before we started picking on Patrick, you know how I was talking about how the city of St. Cloud did such a great job with that homeless encampment and the tents and everything? Mm-hmm. And I'm like, and that shit hadn't been back.
Are you about to have to eat your shit?
Yeah, a little bit. I have to eat the poo-poo. I have to eat the poo-poo like ice cream. The anal licking. They lick the anus. And sometimes the poo-poo comes out and they eat the poo-poo. Now I'm going to ask the children to leave the room.
Disgusting. Right. Now the children may leave.
Another homeless encampment in the St. Cloud area was, cleared out Tuesday morning. Well, then this is good.
Why? You should wait to eat the poop next time.
Yeah. Oh, no, I ate all that poop and now I didn't have to.
It's just fiber.
Some bitch. Roughly 10 people have been living in tents along the river off 6th Avenue near the Mississippi River Bridge in the city and LaSalle Township. Okay, I have less of a problem with this encampment, although I'm glad they got rid of this one too, because it's down by the river where it should be, and it's kind of out of town where it should be. But I'm still glad that they rooted this shit out and took care of it.
I don't care what part of like the woods it's in. No, I'm not okay with them sleeping in the woods or down by the river or anything like that, because I'm a type of person who likes to enjoy those parts of the world, and I don't want to have to run into homeless people. Like, I never used to have to carry and shit when I go out places. Now I kind of want to, and it's not for predators, it's for humans.
You just walk out with your shotgun so the homeless can see you coming.
Yeah,
like,
not to cause harm, but just to, raise the alert.
Walk around with your bow. And that'll not me. I mean, like your bow and arrow. And then you should. What? Number 2.
Go on.
Number 2.
Blood and poop.
You can go and just have like an arrow ready to go and just walk around the river like that. And those homeless people will be like, I'm going to stay away from that bitch. She's fucking crazy.
Got a hair trigger.
Another homeless encampment in the St. Cloud area was cleared out yesterday morning. On Tuesday, someone with knowledge of the situation told KNSI News, wonderful news organization, by the way, in St. Cloud. Mm-hmm. KNSI, fantastic station.
Salt of the earth.
Wonderful people. Incredible management. Awesome staff.
Anything else?
Just missing some rocket fuel. That's it. Great station, amazing staff, awesome news coverage. Just need a little bit of rocket fuel. On Tuesday, someone with knowledge of the situation told KNSI what?
Nothing.
I felt you looking at me.
I was sitting over here contemplating, okay, when am I going to pinch his nipples so he stops?
Stops? That's going to make me come. Someone with knowledge said that representatives from the St. Cloud VA, Stearns County Social Services, and the St. Cloud Police Department's mental health response team are working on helping the unhoused find places to stay. Some people are from the area, others are passing through. See, now that's bullshit. I believe you should be thrown in jail anyway, but if you're coming here from somewhere else and camping out, fuck you, go right to jail. Because now...
I'm with just fuck you, go right to jail for all of them.
The Lincoln Center in East St. Cloud is full after the city cleared an encampment near Veterans Bridge last month. Put them in that old whorehouse.
Jail.
What was the old whorehouse?
The Asteria Inn.
Asteria Inn.
I think so.
Yeah, the one in Waite Park where all the hookers went.
It's still open, I think.
Oh, is it really? I thought they closed that down. So it's still a whorehouse. Put them in the whorehouse. It'll be fine. That one's a whorehouse, and what's the other? There's a whorehouse on the other side of town, on Highway 10. Not Knights Inn.
Not Knights Inn.
Roadway Inn. Not Roadway Inn.
Roadway Inn. Roadhead Inn, actually.
The white one.
I do prefer that one.
But you know the one I'm talking about.
It's a shitty little...
No, they tore it down. Remember, it's a Caribou now. I'm sorry, I fucked that up. Yes, on the east side of town.
You're right.
Yes.
The Gateway Motel.
That Gateway Motel, they tore that down.
The goddamn... How did we forget about the Gateway Motel? That thing, you got hepatitis walking past it.
Yeah, I mean, so now we only have one whorehouse in town.
Yeah, the Asteria Inn in Waite Park.
Asteria, I thought that one was closed too.
They did close it for a little bit, and I think somebody bought it out and
Just
claims
to
have opened it.
Yeah, just cleaning it for fluids.
Sans fluids.
You know what's funny about that place? It's where all the hookers take their johns, and then like literally less than a block down the street is like a nice salon and spa place.
It is. Yeah, there's like really lovely things around it. But then you go another block, and it's like China Star, where they serve cat, allegedly.
Waite Park is sending the world mixed messages. They've got some really nice restaurants.
It's
whorehouse.
It feels
salon, and then China Star buffet.
It does feel like being in a weird fever dream.
Yeah.
You can get your crack and hookers and Chinese food, and your hair did, and a massage.
But then a beautiful gourmet pizza place inside a theater. You've got a 5-star restaurant and Cafe Renaissance. You've got what's the Japanese place? You got Fuji.
Fuji's on the border.
You got all these places in Waite Park, and then whorehouse Chinese buffet.
You do have a Goodwill and a plate against
right. What the fuck are you trying to say?
Who are you?
I don't get it.
What are you people?
Mr. Nagel wanted to speak to you quickly. He says, did April grow up in midsummer? Yeah, when April talks about her upbringing, it's just like, did you guys sacrifice virgins for crops? And congratulations on staying alive.
I was sacrificed in a barley field. Thank you very much.
Oh, you poor thing. No, that was
actually not untrue.
That was your hymen.
That was my hymen. It bled for all of our sins.
Totally different. Rusty Grammer says Aaron and Oz made an entire half-hour bit over the Gateway back on the radio. Okay, the smoking bed bugs sound dropped. Oh, yeah, the smoking bed bugs.
I can't believe that we almost forgot about that one. The Gateway Motel. It was everything you think it looked like, too.
Gray Duckling with $2 says, don't forget the Thrifty Motel. That's pretty bad.
Don't ever walk into something that says the Thrifty Motel, a Gateway anything.
Daniel says, it's been a while since I've chipped in, so here's a few bucks. $50 from Daniel.
Wow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, buddy. Very kind of you. So that's going to put us at 80 for today. No beggy today. It doesn't look like we're going to need to do any beggy. Just showy.
We do appreciate you.
Thank you guys very much for your support. This whole week's been incredible. 80 away from today. Thanks for all the help and support.
Yes.
So yeah, look, man, I'm sorry. Usually I'm not so, full of hope and positivity around like homelessness and shit like that, but I don't mean to brag. I feel like our cities got it taken care of. I feel like they're doing a good job you have to play whack-a-mole, which sucks, but it looks like they're playing whack-a-mole.
It seems like we're doing it until you get to like surveillance.
What are we doing?
We're doing it.
We're doing it.
Until you get to the surveillance around the Lincoln Center. There's so much crime over there. I used to live in that corner of town for many years, and I can attest it's not safe. I would not want to walk around alone in that part of town.
It's got to go somewhere, and I'd rather have it be on the shittier part of town in a building than by the river in tents or off on the side of the road in tents.
I don't know. Whether I see the actual homeless person next to the river or I just find their hypodermic needle or crack pipe, I do see one of them, no matter what.
It's understandable. But what I'm saying is we're doing a good job of getting rid of that shit here.
Yeah, we said try that in a small town, and it went away.
And you know what we're doing?
What?
You know what we're doing now because of it?
Gay sex.
I'll tell you what we're doing now.
Blood and poop.
Because of it. Being a hack who can't get his fucking sound drops up in time. That's what we're doing.
We're being old.
Here's what we're doing.
I'm having fun.
That's what we're doing.
We're feeling good. Things are happening.
Exactly. Adam Carolla says he is banned from Howard Stern's show due to his views on COVID, saying, quote, I was right about everything. Now, is Adam Carolla banned from Howard Stern's show due to his views on COVID? Or is Adam Carolla banned from Stern's show because Howard Stern doesn't sit with people anymore?
Right. I was going to say, Adam, I don't think it's your views. I don't think he wants to hang out anymore. It's just...
In fairness to Adam Carolla, I believe him. Howard does not have, in all seriousness, Howard has no patience for anyone who doesn't think exactly like him on COVID.
I feel like being banned from the Howard Stern show today, though, isn't really the weight that it used to be. It's like, Is it really that big of a deal to be banned?
In 1998, you would have been like, oh my God, I fucked up so bad.
My whole career might be over. This would have made it for me.
Being an entertainer and being banned from Stern back in 98 would be like being a Republican politician and being banned from Rush Limbaugh's show back in like 2000.
Whew.
You'd be like, oh shit, I don't know what I'm going to do.
It's over.
But now Carolla's got it. I mean, Carolla's had his own podcast for decades now. I don't know what his audience is at. He must still be doing pretty well. I hear about him from time to time. He's getting older, so it's, I guess, less comedy, more politics. But like, as you evolve and you get older, your show changes because you care about different stuff.
Yes, absolutely.
And Adam, a lot of people are kind of changing now because they're like, look, I love joking around. I love being silly. Poop and blood.
Blood and poop.
But at the same time, you're also like, I also want to scream at these people in case they don't know that shit's going fucking crazy right now. So it's a little bit of both.
Yeah, the things you used to joke about are actually happening now, though. And it's kind of not funny sometimes.
Once poop and blood becomes a real thing, I'm going to go, I have no more jokes anymore.
There's poop and blood on our city hall steps, guys.
That was Denver. How dare you?
Denver yesterday. What is it tomorrow?
Hopefully that guy just keeps dumping enough shit on City Hall.
I hope he just pooped.
You hope he poops?
I hope he just dumps poop.
That is a hell of a protest.
I hope he just keeps dumping poop. Like, until, like, somebody gets so upset. You know, like, it does change. Like, I always do have that little shred of hope in me, but I don't think it'll happen. I think they'll just end up calling that guy crazy instead.
That's the part that gets me is I watch that guy in Denver that we talked about earlier today. I watch him talk about homelessness and all that, and I go, he's 100% right, but they're going to say he's crazy.
Yes. But you know what the homeless could do, like, in the meantime, instead of, like, you know, being contributing members of society, they could at least poop in the sewer grate things, you know, so they could at least go to the sewers.
But isn't that the problem? We just keep lowering the bar.
I know, but they could just do a little something for it.
If you're going to drop trow and take a shit in public, could you do it through a sewer grate? No! We're just not shitting in public. And if you do it, we're going to hit you in the head with a baton because I guarantee we're not hurting anything.
Every time rainwater runs through the streets, little rats are riding on turds.
Yeah, exactly.
Through the streets.
I saw a rat once. He had found a toothpick in the sidewalk, and then he was riding on a log of shit. Yeah, and he just took a Melton arm. He was paddling his turd down the sewer. It was incredible. Watch that guy get charged with illegally dumping biohazard, says Skeezy. Yeah, I mean, they're making the smart people look insane. Not saying I'm one of the smart people.
But you know what? We need to bring back context. We've removed context from everything now. And just said, no, I'm just going to be outraged at you, although you have a valiant point to be making.
Or a valid point, too. You can have a valiant point.
I think I used valiant on purpose.
Like brave and noble?
Yes.
Okay.
Fuck you. Blood and poop. You guy.
You're getting it wrong. What's the order?
Poop and blood.
Poop and blood. And you got to hold up the towel.
We yelled that, I think, everywhere yesterday. And we also, did you tell them what we did at brunch?
Who's we?
You and your betrothed.
No, I was going to say Geno was yelling poop and blood far more than anyone else.
Like I said, your betrothed.
Yeah. What did we do at the place? What did we do at the breakfast place?
Did you tell all of them about our Chambord moment?
Yeah, it's more of a, what do you call it, an in hot water thing, though. I don't think anyone else really knows what the Chambord thing is.
We had a good time.
You got to watch In Hot Water today on Compound Media, compoundmedia.com. And get your use your promo codes, get your free trials, and then become a member.
There will be a Keanu cast on tonight too, seeing as it's Wednesday. So tune into Keanu Thompson's YouTube.
I keep forgetting what day it is. Sorry,
it is weird. I still think it's the weekend.
No, he's a singer. Radio host Adam Carolla said that he's no longer welcome on the Howard Stern show because of his disagreements with the host regarding COVID-19. My theory on Howard is that COVID and Trump just kind of showed us who he always was. I think he got too old to keep the act up anymore. And it is depressing because I was a big Howard and Opie and Anthony fan. And to find out that Howard Stern always was kind of an act, even though people said that, they're like, I think Howard's an act. I don't think he's really like this. He's putting on a shtick. And to find out that it totally was, and that now we're getting to see who he really is. And he really is just Like, to watch this guy who you thought was this fearless champion of free speech, to find out that he's actually just a really nervous, scared, paranoid, crazy fuck. It's like watching Howard Hughes, create all kinds of different cool shit, and then it just ends with him in a hotel room pissing into jars and growing out his hair and fingernails.
And, there is part of me too. And look, I'm not a show host, but I do enjoy listening to shows and good show hosts. And there's something to be said, I think, about somebody like Howard Stern not wanting not wanting to have a guest on that has potential like opposing views to you. That to me sounds like it could be an interesting conversation, but he'd rather avoid that at all costs.
Right.
And I think that's just tragic as a host.
Somebody had posted something on Twitter the other day that Beth was leaving Howard. I don't think that's accurate, but I mean, I wouldn't I'd feel good for her if she did.
I would too.
Because
he's got his cats.
That guy's got to be a fucking wreck to live with.
I think, yeah, if you didn't want to leave him before COVID happened, you certainly do after. Because, I wouldn't want to be with some dude who's just like a shut-in and just curmudgeon about
Not only
everything.
that, shaming everyone for going anywhere and doing anything.
He shamed his wife for seeing her friends.
It's one thing for Howard to just be Howard Stern Hughes. That's one thing. You can do that. You're allowed. Absolutely. But then to say, well, wait a minute, I'm doing this thing. Why does anybody else who doesn't do this thing is out of their mind? And you're just like, no, Howard, those people are normal. Like this inability to look inside yourself and see, oh, maybe I'm the problem.
Oh,
It's
God.
remarkable.
Well, he's not alone in that. Most people don't do that.
Yeti Flyer says, I think McAfee is changing sports shows. It's awesome if you haven't checked it out. Geno and I watched some McAfee this week after the Vikings game and all that. We'd watch it after the show in the morning. I like Pat McAfee. He's pretty good.
I didn't realize his shtick, though, was hopping on in a bro tank.
That's just who he is. He's garbage.
That's a shtick, though.
No, I love Pat McAfee. He's just shit. I like him.
I like a man in a suit.
He doesn't change who he is because he has some money. He's just a bag of shit, and he does that. Okay. He's a redneck asshole. He's not a redneck, but he's white.
You don't like rednecks. Don't look at me.
He's white trash. I like him.
I'm wearing a shirt that on the back has a picture of cows on it, and it says, heard that. That's what I am.
But April, how was it spelled? How is it? Well, you didn't need to see herd because it's a bunch of cows, and a bunch of cows is called a herd. So, heard that. You
it was
see
an impulse buy.
Guys.
Who am I kidding?
You
I
see,
love
to farm people, that shit is Ghostbusters. That's Caddyshack. Like, that's the peak of humor. I mean, farm people are like, oh man, I gotta get that for my cousin.
Maybe I just like the cows because they're cute.
But see, heard that. Do you get it though? Heard that because it's a group.
No, I don't get it actually.
Yeah.
My friend just told me I should get it because the color was nice.
I have a pair of underwear that have 4 geese on them, and it says "gaggle this." You see, because they're a gaggle of.
No, and you also have a pair of.
I bought you shorts that have a bunch of ducks on the front of it, and it says "flock me."
Oh, see, now I actually bought you a pair of boxers once too that had a bunch of hot dog buns on them. But mostly it's like the back side of them is just a bun where the seam is right on where your crack would be. And in there it says live life between the buns.
Oh, that's very clever.
It's like in your ass.
Did you get that at a Jeff Foxworthy show?
Sure did.
Oh, it's very sweet. April walked right out of a Travis Tritt song. Good catch, Aaron.
See?
Yes, absolutely.
And you shit all over my existence.
Optic Nerve writes, oh, like herd. That's fucking gold. See?
But the cute cows, guys. I like a cow. They're very cute.
One time I brought a baby goat home to April and I said, want to have a kid?
Oh, get it? Not like a human, but like baby goats are called kids.
Farm humor, guys.
But you get it? We're like humans and we should be having kids.
No, see, there was the one time I brought April a bunch of corn. And when I brought her all that corn, I said, hey, I lead this house. You can call me the Colonel. The Colonel.
I'm giving you what you deserve.
Hey, one time I harvested a bunch of corn in our backyard. And April and I were having a fight. We're having a sword fight. And I held up the basket of corn and I said, I yield.
I actually said
Yeah,
once.
but it's crop yield, though.
Wow. You know what? That went right over my head.
You didn't even get a good crop yield joke.
No.
Heba.
I'm seriously not real small town. And I once said that I wanted to have you knighted between my legs. Yeah, I wanted you to be called Sirloin. Because I like cows so much.
Look, there was one time April said, flick my bean. And I put a soybean on the table and I went, I don't know what that does for you, honey. I'm not sure how that gets you going, but anything for you.
Thank you for not choosing lima beans.
You see, if you're dehydrated and your muscles tense up, you'd be in Crampa Bay.
Now you see, if you lose where your Tahoe's at, you're in Rampa Bay.
See, guys, you don't understand. It's a peachable fence. It's like a boat.
Blood and poop.
Guys, it's like a boat falling out of water. That's what it is. I'm going to stop the bit because Michael B. just said, let's get mean, chat.
Well, Skeezy sure did. He's like, of course April likes cows. She married one. Oh, no. Oh. Can you move for us?
Now, you know what?
Sweet cheeks.
Now you and I have beef.
I'm going to ground you later.
Oh, stakes are too high.
I better hoof it on out of here, huh?
I was just kidding. This is all a rib.
Just full of head cheese right now.
Oh, boy. I tell you what, I'm horny. Because the Bulls.
Let me just brand you so I never lose you.
This bit is utterly ridiculous. April and I are having a child, and we picked its first and first and middle name. He's actually going to be named Bovine. Bovine.
Oh, bovine.
Bovine.
Oh, see, now it's like a cow, and we're talking about cows.
It's just like that.
I like them. Heard that? You guys?
Heard that.
Get it?
Cocktiff says Charlie is frantically writing jokes. I keep stealing his, is the problem. Jimmy Fallon says, I have a shirt with a muscular goat on it saying, I'll be back. Galford's dog says, country girls are great. High tolerance for vinegar balls.
Oh.
T. Gulag says, stop milking the bit. All right, guys.
Boy, this teat has run dry.
Why don't we go ahead and get back to the Howard Stern?
Now, why don't you just keep suckling?
Why don't we just call this done? What do you
done
say?
Like a round of ringworm.
Oh, we have to, away we go. Way.
You know what? I had to think about that one.
Way goo. Way goo. Way to goo.
Well, this bit is cooked like a nice pot roast.
Well done. The Adam Carolla show, on the Adam Carolla show, the comedian and guest host Teresa Strasser discussed a story about Howard Stern's reaction to talk show host Bill Maher. Maher critiqued Stern's love life on his podcast Club Random, which prompted Stern to state his friendship with Maher was over. Yeah, again, Howard's not too sensitive in his old age. All Bill Maher pointed out was that it's got to be fucked up to live with Howard Stern because he doesn't want to go anywhere or do anything. And then Howard went, you're not my friend anymore.
Yeah, but Beth heard wind of that and she got wet for the first time in forever.
If you're getting wet to Bill Maher, you're desperate. Stern's reaction stemmed from Maher's comments that the radio host gushes over his wife too often on the show, saying he goes on about how much he loves his wife, Beth, which he has been doing on air for like 10 years, he remarked. But we know Howard had this other wife before Beth. Could we just not gush about the person while the other person can still hear it? Maher said.
Isn't that the only time to gush?
I would have an alternate take on that. I'd say, maybe for the first year, don't gush about the person on the air.
Don't insult them.
Don't gush about them on the air during the first year because you have a history of not making these things last.
Oh, see, that would be.
So maybe for the first year,
reason.
Yeah, fucking take it easy because you never know.
Aaron wouldn't talk about me for the first year of our marriage even.
No, because I was like, you know what? I'm not really sure this thing's on stable ground.
I'd worked here for 2 years and he wouldn't acknowledge that I was his.
I was like, you know what? We'll just make her think she's the cleaning lady.
But now Geno showed up and I'm kind of getting pushed out the door a little bit.
So now I guess Adam Carolla said that. Well, here's we have the audio of it. This is Carolla talking about Stern banning him for his thoughts on COVID. I have a feeling
he sure looks good lately.
Yeah, Carolla looks fantastic. I have a feeling Howard isn't bringing anyone on his show that's going to talk politics with him and disagree with him, because Howard's kind of like when Gaffigan was on Joe Rogan's show, and Joe Rogan basically had to teach Gaffigan what was going on in the world, because Gaffigan had pretty much just been watching MSNBC or CNN and then just repeating what they said. He's like, oh yeah, but Trump, he helped the Russians. And Joe's like, no, that didn't happen. That whole Steele dossier, that whole report was a fake. They've admitted it was a fake. People have gone to jail. Oh, well, I didn't know that. Yeah, kind of important shit to know if you're going to talk. Like, I don't care if you don't know that. Just keep your mouth shut when it comes to politics and stuff, if you don't know things that are going on.
I kind of am convinced that Howard Stern doesn't want to have people on that are like maybe Trump supporters or, question medical stuff lately, like the COVID things, because he's scared to hear that side of it, because he's convinced himself so hard the other way. I think he's scared a little bit.
It's sad to watch Howard become a guy, because I've never, in the 90s and early 2000s, I'd be like, oh man, anyone that goes on Howard, I feel bad for them. Like they could really get, fucked up here. But now I'm like, boy, I hope Howard never debates like a Joe Rogan, or he never debates somebody who knows what they're talking about when it comes to COVID, because he'd get fucking humiliated. I've never thought that about Howard since the last 10 years or so.
That is strange and sad.
Two got divorced in 2001. Bill Maher, 67, has never been married. All of this as reported by the New York Post.
That didn't seem that harsh. I think Howard's skin's getting a little thinner as he gets a little older.
Have you been on his show in a while? You were great on that show.
No, I'm no longer welcome on that show.
What?
Because I was right about everything COVID.
Oh.
So it's important that I be punished for being correct about everything COVID.
Well, that'll do it.
Seems to be a common thread for people in the mass media and entertainment, that if you were right about COVID, they just have to not talk to you now.
You got to go.
And I don't get this. It wasn't Howard's decision to close down gyms and bars and workplaces. Howard wasn't the guy in charge who did this stuff. So why is it so hard to just go to an Adam Carolla and go, oh yeah, we did get kind of hasty. We did get a little, overeager on the whole COVID
People
thing.
Are scared of being wrong. That's what I'm saying. He doesn't want to be confronted with something that might challenge his way of thinking.
Instead, they just they double down on the reality they lived, even though it's been proven that, like, look, we didn't have to do all this. Like, this was all kind of silly. And like the shot you got, I won't say which shot, but there was a shot you got, and it doesn't seem to be as, what they told you it was going to be. What's wrong with just going, if I were, instead of keeping the delusion alive, why not get mad at the people who got you to do this shit? Why not go, hey, that motherfucker lied to me. He tricked me. Like, if you go buy a shitty car and it's a lemon, you take it back to the dealership, right? You go, make this right. There's lemon laws. You got to make this right. You don't go, oh, no, great car. No, it's wonderful. No, it's all this stuff that happened to it. I knew that was going to happen, but it's totally worth it to have the car. Like, you didn't make the car. You didn't manufacture it. It's not your fault it broke down.
Yep.
Take it back to the motherfucker and tell him to fix it. Get mad.
No, Howard's going to be that person who's like, oh, it must be my fault for buying the car. And
you think Howard Stern wants to have Adam Carolla on his show and watch Adam Carolla just roll over him on COVID?
No, again, it's fear of being wrong.
Howard and all the boomers just really, I hated them before COVID. But like after, how fucking selfish they were. And the selfishness, you wonder how the Gen Zers and the millennials got the way they did. And then you look at how they were raised. Mm-hmm. These selfish fucks, their parents stormed the beaches of Normandy, sacrificed for other people, it put their lives on the line. And then when it came time, the boomers' chance to do it with COVID and go, you guys go out, live your lives. I don't want to take away your freedom. I'll stay home because it's dangerous for me. I'm older, I'm obese, whatever, so on, and all the other things that Patrick Melton said about it. All of that would have been true, and you could have said, but you guys go out and do your thing. We're not going to hold you guys back. You're in your 20s or your 30s or your 40s. You guys get sick. You're bedridden for a couple of days. You're fine again. They didn't do that. They went, no, if I'm in danger, you all shut it down. Nobody can have fun without the boomers.
They'd rather see their grandchildren's development slowed, hindered, all that. Watch them get social anxieties from not being able to socialize with their friends when they're a small child. They'd rather do all of that.
As people with children, I'll say this. just with what they did to the kids, you should never forgive these people.
No, not at all.
You should never say, let's let bygones be bygones. Now, if they come to you and they go, holy shit, that was evil, that was terrible, you were right. You can say, hey, thanks for admitting that. I appreciate it. You should feel bad about what you did because it affected people.
Us and many other parents watched it happen in real time.
You wrong about anything?
Not COVID.
No, really?
Related.
Nothing.
No.
Wow.
Well, you can bring it up.
Do you go on Bill Maher's show?
Yes, I have. I've been on Bill Maher's, both the shows.
How's he?
In what way?
Like personally,
Bill
would you want to have a beer with him?
Bill is not a knock around kind of guy. Like, and a lot of comedians aren't knock around kind of Joe Sixpack guys. Like I like the blue collar types to watch the game with and crack the beer. Like I love sort of. I like a higher intellect, but guys who like hanging out. And there are definitely some of those dudes out there. He's not like a knock around kind of guy, but he's very interested, super smart, very inquisitive, and like he's always treated me right. He's come on this show. I've come on his show.
It's funny when you like hear the same thing about someone from like 4, 5, 6 different people. Everyone who talks about Bill Maher says the same thing. Very smart, very inquisitive. I like the guy. Not much of like a hangout dude.
No.
You know, and I get that. He's what, 67, they said?
He's getting older.
He's 67 years old. You don't feel like hanging out all the time.
You can look at some 60-something-year-olds, though, and be like, wow, that guy is kind of fun to hang out with.
Yeah. Kyle says, is that, I didn't know that, that's not, that's not Adam's wife, is it? He goes, having your wife on your show, how cringe. Yeah, fuck that guy.
I don't know. Is that his wife?
I don't know. I didn't think it was.
Yeah, you should fire me. This is cringe.
Yeah, well, I tried. You keep coming back. Charlie says, Aaron, talk about how Joe Biden referred to Ice Cube as boy this past weekend. Yeah, he did. We had that. Geno and I had that as a story, but I didn't really. It didn't. Literally, it was, and it wasn't Ice Cube. It was LL Cool J. But it wasn't like, oh boy. This boy over here, like it wasn't like black boy. It was like dumb old man can't remember a guy's name.
Come here, boy.
Yeah, it was like, you know, it was like when Mr. T was yelling at Rocky, hey boy, that kind of thing.
You enjoy that, be a boy. You earned it.
Yeah, it wasn't like, you know, he was rewarding D'Artagnan.
You earned it.
Or Eskimo Joe after, you know, he won a Mandingo fight. Not that kind of boy.
Okay.
It was more just like,
well, that's no fun.
And this boy over here. Joe Biden's too fucking stupid and old to be that level of racist.
Old people do just kind of like interchangeably say boy or girl like that too.
Joe Biden was that racist when he was younger and he knew how to like actively go, I want to say something about black people right now. Now there's too much shit with Joe and a lot of old people that's just involuntary. And they're not going like boy because they're like, oh, black, he's a boy.
He's made a couple very racist statements, though. If you don't vote for me, you ain't black.
A couple. You should go back to when he was saying the N-word on the Senate floor.
What was it? The poor kids are just as smart as the white kids?
As the white kids, yeah.
And two of the great artists of our time representing the groundbreaking legacy of hip-hop in America.
By the way, guys, totally the guy to be talking about hip-hop and groundbreaking.
Why are we talking about that?
They were on it. It was one of those honoring things. No, they were doing like an honors thing. This is fine. This is just that kind of shit. They do this all the time.
Legacy of hip hop in America, LL Cool J. By the way, that man's got biceps bigger than my thighs. I think he's.
Yeah, he's not saying like boy, that boy's biceps are so big. He was like, you know. People talk like that sometimes.
It'd be more funny if he did mean it that way.
They're like, oh man, that boy's got big ass
He's got
legs.
some extra on it.
Right.
You know?
Hey, LL Jew Cool. I tell you what, that boy's got cakes for days. Ugh.
Thunder thighs.
And MC Light, both of you, thank you. Because they both have the light off on the mic, you know you're all here to listen to the New Edition. Mike Bibbins, 40 years producing music that lifts up.
He is so reading that shit. He has no idea who New Edition is. He has no idea who MC Light is. No idea. Probably no idea who LL Cool J is either. I mean, he was just reading that shit point for point.
Could we just not have him be the one talking about that?
Yeah.
Even Kamala probably be like more fucking qualified.
Remember,
She's younger, at
when
least.
she was in college, she was listening to Tupac. I believe Tupac came out. What was the lie about that?
I don't know.
Tupac came out like years after she went to college. She lied. Tupac lie. Kamala. She's accused of lying about listening to Tupac. Because I think she tried to make herself younger than she was.
Oh.
But she's like, when I was in college, we smoked weed and listened to Tupac.
It's
Tupac came out way later.
And now she just throws people in jail for smoking weed.
Exactly. How fun, right? Announced her candidacy last month, revealed on a popular radio show this week. Oh, she was doing her Hillary Clinton impression, where when she's around black people, she talks one way. I ain't been a long ways tired.
I always forget about that.
I keep hot sauce in my purse. Really.
Which hot sauce do you prefer?
Did you mention that at the country radio station too, or just the Breakfast Club?
Cholula, Frank's.
Revealed on a popular radio show this week that she smoked marijuana during her college years. But after a viral tweet ignited backlash from marijuana activists, Harris faces accusations that she fabricated parts of her story. In the midst of answering simultaneous questions about what music she listens to, she appeared to say that she listened to rap artists Tupac and Snoop Dogg as she smoked in college, though neither released an album until after she graduated. Well, and that's because simply, like, those are the two hip-hop artists that you mention if you don't have a hip-hop artist you listen to.
Basically, because everybody knows those names.
Right. You go, oh, Tupac and Snoop Dogg. Oh, so you were real original. That's
right.
Amazing. Like, if you would ask me, if I was running for president, you're like, oh, you listened to hip-hop when you were a kid? I'd be like, yeah.
Let me guess.
And they'd go, well, who'd you listen to? I'd be like, well, Mos Def, Nas. And then you can throw some of the Eminems and Dr. Dre and Ludacris and guys like that. But then you throw in Jadakiss, Scarface. You can throw in some more, G-Dep, Beanie Siegel, Freeway, 3-6. I wasn't a 3-6 Mafia
3-6
guy.
Mafia.
But you could throw some of those names out there.
Okay.
And then people can't go like, oh, you fucking liar. But the minute you go, oh, Tupac and Snoop Dogg, you'd be like, even if you've never listened to hip, that's like if you were trying to appeal to wrestling fans and you went, oh, who's your favorite wrestler? You went, oh, Hulk Hogan.
Or like a really hack one today too. Oh, 50 Cent.
Yeah. And then you call them Fitty.
I'm a real big 50 Cent guy.
Cardiff Eccentric says Mos Def, eye against eye. I'm a big Mos Def fan. I really like him. And then he started acting. He kind of did the Ice Cube thing, where he put down the rap for a while and he started rapping or started acting. Jesus Christ, I can't talk.
It's okay.
Mr. Nagel says Aaron listens to young black teenagers. Aaron, I'm running for president. It torpedoes my campaign. Aaron, could you do a few bars of your favorite hip hop song? One of your favorite hip hop songs, if you could. I go, might we eat, might get a plate. Wow! And everybody's just wide eyed and blinking.
You played that for our guests in the car.
I did. It's a fine
and
song.
I sang the whole thing. Keanu filmed it.
And you know what was adorable? Is Geno went, I'm going to show the boss that song when I get back. And I'm like, Geno, I was an Opie and Anthony listener. I only know about that song because of the boss. Because Anthony fucking loved YG. YG, my you know what.
You two can karaoke that song. I want to do something older and, sing-songy with him sometime.
Hobo Chili Recipe says Mos Def was good in Be Kind, Don't Rewind, and The Hitchhiker's Guide. When I think of Mos Def and his acting career, I think of the remake of Italian Job. I thought he was good at it. But yes, Kamala Harris is a filthy, dirty liar when it comes to hip hop. You know who ain't bullshitting?
Who?
Or as the kids say, frontin'.
Who's not frontin'?
Travis Kelce. You know what Travis Kelce likes?
Some T-Swift.
Getting his dick sucked. That's right. You know how much Travis Kelce likes getting his dick sucked?
How much?
That you ain't going to be with him unless you're sucking dick.
Really? What is going on here?
No, this is awesome. So, Taylor Swift fans are discovering football for the first time ever.
Right. But his jersey sales are up 400%.
Jersey sales are up He's easily going to be the most purchased NFL jersey at least this month, probably for the entire year. But they're uncovering a bunch of stuff about him. So like I believe they call them Swifties. Guys, I've never seen Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, so I don't know of most Def's role in that. But like all the Swifties are discovering football for the first time. And you know what they're finding out?
What?
A lot of these football players are misogynist scumbags.
That must be why I love him so much. Damn it.
Man, these Swifties are like, oh, because they all think Taylor's like a 19-year-old virgin. And they're all just like, oh, Taylor's in love. And you don't understand that they're grabbing her hair and pulling back and fucking the shit out of her. Like, they don't think of it like that. They're like, I'm sure there's rose petals and her guy treats her wonderful. They spit in her mouth while they fuck her face to face. It's not a pretty picture.
Wasn't she just with some dude with the ghetto gaggers fetish?
Yeah, the guy who worked with Nick Mullen on Cumtown.
That's the one.
The guy in the band. Yeah,
and she's been deflowered, you guys.
Yeah, Taylor, these Swifties know very little about the person they emulate and love and adore. She's filthy. I mean, you see all the dick she's been through. She likes some shit. And your girl's fucked up, too, because nobody runs off that many very successful men. It doesn't happen.
Or she's just having fun.
Unless you're a little wacky, you know? So Taylor Swift is now dating Travis Kelce, and the Swifties, as they say, are discovering football for the first time, and they're trying to find out more. They're like parents, like, we want to get to know your new boyfriend.
Oh.
And they're starting to find clips of Travis Kelce, and they're finding out, surprise, surprise, these jocks are total bags of shit. They found an interview of Travis Kelce on I don't know if this was a Barstool thing. It's some kind of sports pop culture crossover deal. And they were, watch what happens live. And they were playing a game called Let's Make a Deal Breaker.
Okay.
And they were asking him about his love life.
Mm-hmm.
And this kind of went viral last night after Taylor Swift's fans got a hold of it and went, I can't believe that Travis would talk this way. Like they're already disappointed grandparents finding out about the boyfriend going, Travis is my favorite. I'm getting a Travis Kelce jersey. The Chiefs are my favorite team. And then they start looking up videos of Travis Kelce. They're like, why is Taylor dating another misogynist dickhead? And it's almost like she likes it.
Imagine what my parents thought when they Googled you.
Right. She started dating John Mayer. The Swifties were like, I didn't know he was an arrogant piece of shit.
What?
Why does Taylor seem to like all these egotistical bastards? Like she likes to be dominated and throat fucked. What part aren't you girls understanding? She's not a sweet little girl. She's a carefully crafted image. She's a product. And when she's not being the product, when she's off the clock, she's on the cock. She loves it, and there are worse things to be.
Apparently, like at this last game of his too, she was there, with his mom and stuff, and she yelled like, "Let's fucking go!" And everyone's like, "Oh my god, she said the F word."
Yeah, right.
Yeah, she's my age, I'm pretty sure.
Pick up this first down, I'll suck your cock, Travis. Jesus, Taylor, what are you doing? And then those Native American groups are like, we're gonna get Taylor Swift to get rid of the tomahawk chop. Motherfucker, she looks both ways when that chop's going on, and if there's no cameras, she's fucking doing it. Are you kidding me?
Get the 2-point conversion, too, and I'll gargle your balls.
2-point conversion means anal when Travis and I are together. So, that's a, you know what that is? I didn't even realize it. That is a O&A Sex for Sam callback. I believe that's what they called the 2-point conversion. Do you know
I
about,
fucked it up.
Do you know about Sex for Sam?
I've heard of it.
It is where on the O&A show, back when they were syndicated radio hosts, and as like a radio guy myself, like I can't believe they ever like said they would do this bit and then anyone fucking okayed it. It shows you how insane radio was in the late 90s and early 2000s. They did a bit where couples for concert tickets and Sam Adams beer and different prizes would have sex in public places, and Opie and Anthony would put on the air a spotter, usually a comedian, who would watch them, give a play-by-play of what they're doing that was as FCC friendly as possible, and then they would rack up points to earn a certain amount of prizes. Oral's this, doing it in the public place is this, doing it in a monument or like some kind of historical building is this many points. And I believe if Eric is still here, putting it in her asshole was the 2-point conversion. So if you butt fucked in public, it's insane that anyone okayed that.
That is pretty weird. And like, as far as the bit goes, I'd be fine doing like the public thing, but not if somebody's watching. I don't want a spotter.
They wouldn't even let us, like, this is 2018, 2019. They wouldn't even let us do like man on the street shit that we could record, cut, and produce and play for fun because there's so many crazy, stupid people on the east side of St. Cloud. We thought we'd get some funny trash people. They wouldn't even let us do that because of the liability. So now imagine back in, I believe this was 2002, people could fuck in public.
It was pretty wild, yeah.
And it was only after a couple had sex at inside St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City, and they got caught, and the cops came, and then the Catholic League threatened to pull the station's license, that they finally had to go. They got canned.
I understand. It
that
was a
one.
good run.
It was a good run. So, as I said before, Taylor Swift fans discovering things about Travis Kelce, they really did not like this interview because, remember, their Taylor is a delicate flower who's never seen a man's penis before.
Deal breaker if a girl doesn't like to give oral sex.
Sounds like a deal breaker to me.
She won't suck my dick. I ain't gonna hang around her. I love it. That's a jock being a jock. That's how a football player is.
Or just a dude. Don't most dudes want their dick sucked?
It's definitely, maybe yes, but it's definitely a dumb jock thing that it's a deal breaker. Because in his mind, he's like, wait, she's not sucking my dick. Like, what are we going to do? Hang out and talk and stuff? I don't really have anything to talk about. She just comes over, she sucks my dick, we fuck, and then I go to sleep.
Are you guys really with us to talk to, Aaron?
No, but you guys like it, and it's a pretty easy conversation. It's, not too above the shoulders shit, so it's pretty simple.
I don't know. I don't really agree with the jock angle on this one. I feel like that's 99% of dudes.
No, the fact that Taylor Swift's fans are surprised that the jock would make this a deal breaker. Like, what? You thought the jock was going to be with Taylor Swift so they could have intellectual conversations? How could Travis say something like this?
Let's get
I
naughty.
think it would be. I agree.
Oh, Ramona agrees. Oh, God.
Oh, that's the first I've ever seen a homosexual be embarrassed to discuss sex very publicly. Thank you, Andy.
Usually they're into that.
Yeah, usually they're like, come on, talk about it, you stupid breeder. So, no, I look. I'm sure that this one will end poorly, too. I'm sure that...
Well, okay. After the football game, when we were at Pog Mahone's, and I went to the bathroom, the Chiefs game was on, and I was thinking about the game, I was thinking to myself, I'm like, does Kelce know that, like, he might potentially just be a new album coming out?
She needs content.
Does he know that?
Yeah, she needs content. And so that's kind of the hack joke about Taylor Swift. It's like, oh, she's going to have a new album now because she's dating somebody.
Right, like you said, this probably won't go well.
Right, it's going to end poorly. And, all of her fans, like, they'll hate the guy after it's over. They'll, like, attack him on social media. He's a piece of shit, stuff like that. And you're just like, you do understand that this happens to her all the time. What are the odds that it's always the guy?
Probably not good.
Right.
It's probably her.
What are the odds that she might just be a bit too much to handle?
It's just all that fame. What?
That's the other
Am I
thing.
wrong?
That's the other thing about her. Did you ever maybe think about perhaps one time just dating a normal guy? Because you go famous guy to famous guy to famous guy. And you're like, the really famous guy fucked me over again. God damn it.
No, I don't think the famous guys are fucking her over. I think that she probably does need to, if she's going to end up with somebody, it will probably be a celebrity. Because I think when you're that big of a celebrity as she is, some normal Joe Schmo ain't going to cut it for you anymore. They're not exciting to you anymore.
Yeah, this is working out great for you.
Yeah.
Maybe, has she tried athlete before?
I don't think so. I know
maybe
there's
athlete will work.
A Harry Styles, a John Mayer.
The actor guy, Tom Hiddleston.
Oh, I don't know that person.
Loki from the Marvel movies.
Ew.
Yeah.
She dated him?
For a long time. Yeah.
Is that an attractive guy?
I think women like Tom Hiddleston.
I don't know.
Look, he's
I'm picturing is Loki in my head. I can't see him as a person.
Chris Hemsworth, but he's all right. And then there was some other fuck for like 2-3 years. And then there was the Ghetto Gaggers guy for like a month.
Maybe she should try like an OB No, wait.
Juan Kenobi?
No.
Obi Trice?
She should go with like an
real
Odell.
game, no gimmicks?
Maybe we should try an Odell.
Odell Beckham Jr.
Yeah.
No, I'm against it. Her
I was
fans
going to say
would be,
ODJ. It's OBJ.
her fans would be against it too. They seem to
I don't know, but she hasn't tried one of those yet.
She's from the South. She's not going to date a black dude.
Maybe it'll work out.
No. Absolutely not. It doesn't even work out when they date other girls. I didn't say that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. I
can fix them.
I meant that she's got a history and she.
I was only kidding.
I can't. Now I want her to date like a basketball player or something.
Surf the NBA.
I want her to date a basketball player because I want to watch her fans really try hard not to be racist, but object to the relationship and try to find other reasons.
He's too tall for you.
He's too tall for you. He's not. He doesn't speak well enough. I can't say that. That's going to sound like
his shoes are too big. They're going to take up your whole closet.
That's well. Sometimes he says axe, and that's racist. I can't say. Damn it. How do I say that I don't want my tailor dating a black man? Shit.
His father won't be around for a speech at your wedding.
No, see, you can't say that. That's going to be racist. Don't say that. There's he commits 50%. Stop it. You're going to ruin our relationship. I've got it. Peter Dinklage.
She hasn't tried one of those yet.
Hasn't tried one of those.
Oh, that could work. I've heard he's tender.
Who played Pedro in Napoleon Dynamite? Give that guy a shot.
Ooh.
Ephraim Ramirez. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry that I know that. Yesterday we were having breakfast with Geno and Keanu at a restaurant, and Geno and I the day before had watched The Great White Hype. And Geno is disgusted by my ability to know the names of character actors in obscure movies.
Yes, him and I share that.
It's gross. And it's a gift. I didn't ask for it. I didn't study it. But he asked me the white trainer in The Great White Hype. He goes, "What's that actor's name?" And I go, "I don't remember." He goes, "I got you one." 24 hours later at breakfast, I felt so bad about it. It popped into my head. I don't know why. I don't know where. I think April and I had maybe looked it up once or something. It was stored in my memory.
I didn't look it up.
And it went in my head, and I went, "Geno." He goes, "What?" I go, the white trainer in Great White Hype?" He goes, "Yeah." I go, John Rhys Davies. And he goes, "Oh, come on." I go, "Yeah, it just kind of popped in there. I don't know what to tell you." But that's John Rhys Davies. And then I said, you know what, now that I think of it, the black trainer, Albert Hall, who was also Brother Baines in Malcolm X.
Sorry.
Yeah,
what?
Michael B's absolutely right. It's a gift and a curse. There's nothing I can do about this.
It's remarkably disgusting.
It's terrible.
It's off-putting.
Guys, thank you for getting us where you've gotten us. $80 away from today's goal. Why don't you all just chip in?
Thank you.
And knock that out. We're an hour away from, I was going to say the end times. That's a prediction. We're an hour away from something. The end of the show, but I think we're going to do overtime today because we're only $80 away. So if you want to throw in a couple bucks on YouTube, PayPal, Streamlabs, Rumble, whichever, go ahead and do that, and we'll knock this thing out. Let's go to this drive-through incident, of course, in Florida. In Tampa, more like, I don't have one for this one yet. We'll get there. A Florida family was shot at over an argument over curly fries at a Jack in the Box in Tampa, Florida.
A drive-by and a drive-through. Get it?
They wanted to go to Jack in the Box. They almost ended up in a box.
A pine box.
On a slow train bound for Georgia.
Or the gray walls of a prison doing time.
Doing time. Just like I taught Geno yesterday in Gloria, you're not leaving them hanging on the line. You're leaving them hanging on the line.
Ooh.
Gloria. All right, let's do this one out of Tampa. Off we go. Oh, that's
almost called you the gay F word just now.
That's fair enough.
Oh.
Well, this shocks the shit out of me. Okay, we don't have sound for this one. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you.
What good is a gunshot without sound? It didn't happen.
You're going to be able to see it. So we're arguing about fries. Oh, by the way, great Jack in the Box location, as you can already see. April, what's that up here?
Splooge?
No. Can you tell?
I don't know.
That window's already been broken.
Oh, is that what that is? I thought it was like a sticker.
That's spider cracks in the window.
Uh-oh.
Where somebody apparently already tried to throw something at or hit
I don't think there are any stereotypes involved in this Jack in the Box.
Stop
at all.
it. Patrick Melton? I didn't know he worked at a Jack in the Box.
I didn't know a lot about him, apparently. Whoa.
So now they're throwing their drink at the Jack. Oh, she got hit with it too, right in the face.
I was right. That was food.
Yeah, it was a shake or something like that. So they're throwing salt and pepper at these two. They're throwing shakes back at them, and all this over an order of fries that got fucked up. And this woman decides, oh, fuck this. I ain't getting disrespected at the Jack in the Box.
Put some goddamn respect on my name.
Get ready. Look at that. She's fucking shooting at the speeding away car in the drive-thru.
Look how calm she is. But did you see her coworker?
Watch this. She goes.
Oh my God.
She just grabs it out of her back pocket.
Casual like.
She just fires 2 shots at him.
Did you see this person? She did one of these. No.
Yeah.
And then she turned to leave, and she's like, no.
I tried. I tried to stop her. What are you gonna do?
She just pulled it out so casual, though.
God damn.
Where'd you have that in your folds?
She had it in her back. She pulled it right out of her back pocket of her work pants.
Why are we just carrying pistols in our back pockets? At a Jack in the Box.
Because sometimes people, fucking customers, get mouthy. I mean, if they're going to get lippy at you, you got to teach them. We don't get disrespected here at the Jack in the Box.
I understand the no disrespecting, but like the person throwing the fries are not going to jail.
When the fries did not come through, Ramos asked employee Alanea Ford about the missing item, but she refused to fulfill the order, which had already been paid for. See, now, again, these hills, not the hills to die on if you're the employee. Hey, you missed one of my fries. I won't admit I did nothing wrong. Fuck you. I ain't putting fries in there, you stupid motherfucker. Just put the fries in there and be done with it.
Shit's so cheap at like fast food places. I've done that at fucking coffee places before. I'm like, dude, you got my order wrong and you missed one. They'll just throw things at you until you're happy.
When the family asked to speak with a manager, Ford began cursing at the family and yelling at them to get the fuck out of here, court documents said. When the family argued back, Ford hurled packets of ketchup, ice, and a variety of other items at the family's car. Ford then retrieved a gun and fired it at the family's car as it sped off. She was arrested and charged with deadly conduct with a firearm. Her charge was later reduced to aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. She pleaded guilty in June of last year. Jack in the Box needs to do background checks on employees so as not to expose their customers to someone who would attempt to kill them, the family's lawyer said. These rage cases are getting out of hand.
Can a background check really get the anger on there?
Yeah.
How are you going to know?
I don't know how much a background check's going to help. Like, hey, if somebody forgets, if you forget somebody's fries and they tell you about it, what do you do then? I cap that motherfucker. We're going to have to go in another direction.
I don't know if you're Jack in the Box material.
Rice Patty Melton says, you're going to die over some curly fries? Someone has to. There you go. Game of Thrones reference.
Can we watch that today?
Well, yeah, we'll get there. If we can fucking skip the Price is Right one day, then yeah, we can get a little more in. Sorry.
On that note, I'm taking a piss break because how dare you?
Well, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you gotta fucking skip it. We can skip the Price is Right.
We got a whole half hour of the Price is Right after this show is over, and you want to miss that quality time together?
Yes, I do, to watch Game of Thrones instead.
What if the yodelly guy's on?
I fucking had it with Drew Carey. This is something I've been hiding deep down in our relationship for a while because I just want you to be happy. But you've really taken advantage. I've fucking had it with Drew Carey's stupid face and his non-charismatic delivery and his just cashing checks and barely giving a shit. I've fucking had it with Drew Carey.
What would you have me do? We don't have Bob Barker anymore. I can't help it.
Game of Thrones.
But then I don't get to watch Plinko.
Fuck Plinko in its ass. Do you know how much Plinko there probably is on YouTube? Go watch the best of Plinko. It's probably here. I'm going best of Plinko YouTube, and I bet you I get a 20-minute video. Best of Plinko YouTube. Top 5 Plinko, highest Plinko winners in the Price is Right history. 10 minutes and 54 seconds.
But it's not right now. It's not in the moment.
Neither is what you're watching. That was filmed months ago.
I know, but I get to pretend.
I'm telling you, the Price is Right is starting to get to me. Because you know what I'm doing? I'm looking at the clock every time it's on. I'm like, God, fucking almost done.
The Price is Right was a staple for me as a child.
I know how
Can
much
I
a trip
have a
to Greece
nostalgic
costs
moment?
by now. This is cathartic for me. I need this right now. I fucking had it with that
need
nobody.
Some nostalgia in my life. I need something that doesn't have politics behind it, except for him saying, "Hey, spay your pets and shit and fuck." I don't know what he says. What does he say?
Drew Carey served this country, Aaron. He's a national treasure. Great, awesome. Cut your hair.
He did. I think he shaved his shit off, and it actually was scary because now he looks like a naked mole rat. I know.
Bitchy Aaron Watermelon, get him a White Claw. Guys, I tried a White Claw this week. Those are hard. Those are bad. I don't like those.
I love Keanu with every fiber of my being. I don't like White Claws.
White Claws are disgusting.
I'm thankful that she finally cleared them out of my fridge. She did polish them off.
She did. She drank them all.
All of them are gone.
On the sly, too. I never saw her, like, pounding them.
No, she very casually and slyly, like, keeps putting them away.
She's not like Geno with whiskey where he's shouting about it before he drinks it.
Yelling before a big swig.
Whiskey! Down it goes. Keanu's just kind of softly downing her White Claw. Softly downing her White Claws.
That's why keeps her lips so supple. Which I found out.
Patrick with $10. Not that Patrick. Drive up, drive in, drive by. Instead of drive through. There's a gimmick for you.
I'm only okay with this because you paid for it, Patrick.
Thank you, Patrick. $70 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. You guys have been amazing this week.
Thank you.
And we do appreciate it. No goal tonight. Remember, it is the prize show this evening because it's the last Wednesday of the month. So thank you.
Yes.
Virtuous Spartan says, but I don't mean to make light out of the person that got shot. That's messed up. I don't think they actually got shot. I don't think anyone got hit.
They never hit their targets.
Who? Who never hits their target?
Jack in the Box employees.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I've heard.
Anybody in Chicago?
Historically, Jack in the Box employees do not hit their targets very often. In fact, I've heard a lot of Jack in the Box employees turn their firearms sideways. It screws up the aim, screws up the angle. And a lot of these Jack in the Box employees have these firearms that are not registered. They're not legal. Jack in the Box employees.
Get out of town.
That's, again, just what I'm hearing about people who work at Jack in the Box.
I've never heard this before.
Yeah. Jack in the Box. All right, guys, we got to move on to something else. Do you want to go make water come out of your body? Is that your next big thing?
Sure, I'll go drain.
Then in that case, guys, crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Get your April's Magic Bean coffee. Get your Steel Toe coffee. Get your April's Magic Bean here. Whole bean coffee, ground coffee. Go to crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com and get your favorite Steel Toe coffee. If you've never gotten Steel Toe coffee or April's Magic Bean before, go check it out for yourself. crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. See those prices for those bags? Includes shipping. There's no shipping added. crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Get your Crescent Mount coffee today, Steel Toe coffee, and April's Magic Bean. Also, Midland Armory, midlandarmory.com. Our friends at Midland Armory have a great selection of firearms, handguns, rifles, shotguns, optics, knives, parts and gear, suppressors, NFA, and so much more. Get it delivered to an FFL dealer near you and have it picked up, or you can pick it up. Or if you have an FFL, get it delivered right to your door, your firearm too. That's right, Midland Armory in downtown Foley or midlandarmory.com. Use the promo code SteelToe, and you can get a huge discount on your next order from Midland Armory. Talk to Derek and Tracy, phone numbers, emails, all that stuff right there at midlandarmory.com. If you have any questions whatsoever, feel free to reach out to them. They're incredibly knowledgeable. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. If you go in the ditch here in central Minnesota, your car won't go, whatever the case is, All Care Towing is there quicker than anyone else. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. And Stoney's Bar. We told you earlier today, we all went to Stoney's yesterday before we headed to the airport. It was awesome. Just such a great time. And Brian was there bartending. Brian was fun. We took a bunch of pictures. Unfortunately, Cheetos wasn't there, but we told him we were coming. We texted back and forth. It was great to go back to Stoney's. Every time we go, it's wonderful. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Go visit them. Tomorrow is bike night at Stoney's. Ryobi says, how to contact April for new VIPs. I would go twitter.com/April Imholt. I would go April Imholt on Facebook. I would go April Imholt STMS at gmail.com. Any one of those ways works great, Ryobi. And thank you for becoming a VIP. Russell with $10 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, buddy. Very kind of you. 60. We're only 60 away from KOing today's goal and doing overtime, guys. Thank you very much for that. May not even do for the third day in a row. Let's keep track of this now. We're on a bit of a streak. Let's knock out this last 60. And then that'll be 3 days in a row, no offering plate whatsoever. And then no goal tonight's no offering plate. Can we get through the whole week? Is this a possibility? Something to think about. Something to consider. If you want to contribute, there's the links in the chat. 60 away, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Egg Picker says, jacking the box isn't very profitable. You need to be a woman with an OnlyFans. And even then, only 69% of people make it. Yeah, he's right. That's just math. That's just math. Ginger Snap says, been a minute, LOL, I'm actually up for once. Well, welcome to the show. I think we got a pretty solid one going. Let's take a look at a neighborly dispute while April finishes up taking a big, heavy, wet shit. Let's go and see how the people of Pittsburgh are getting along. And, neighbors have disagreements all the time. Yeah, you probably have them with your neighbor, but you get over it, you practice conflict resolution, and you move on with your life. Let's see if that's what happened here.
Tire marks are still on the sidewalk. This fence has some bad damage to it after neighbors say a fight on Monday led to one man hitting another guy with his car, sending him to the hospital.
This better have been over something good. Somebody better be fucking somebody's something in this story. April, potential spam is trying to call again. Are you fucking potential spam? He calls a lot.
Spam's meat is delicious.
I knew something was going on. So anyway, if you take your truck and you try to run your neighbor over, and you end up running over a chain link fence, being like, oh man, look at the crazy amount of damage to this fence. Wasn't this a crazy altercation? You could drop kick a chain link fence and cause that amount of damage. So that's not really what shows you how terrible this was. It's the fact that somebody think of what it takes to run somebody over with your car. You have to first get mad at them. Then you have to stay mad enough to go get your keys. Then you have to continue to be mad as you start your car. You have to go put it in gear, back it out of the driveway, and then go run the person over. So you have time to, I think all running people over should be considered premeditated.
Unless you're driving down the street and there's like a homeless person pooping in the street, that'd be just pure rage for me.
I don't know how he wasn't dead. Me and my dad both looked at each other like he's dead. I don't know how he was stuck under the car.
What a terrible day.
I need to know what these two were fighting about.
This catch lives just a few houses down and says the driver nearly hit her 5-year-old brother too. This phone video captures the scene. Emergency crews on a normally quiet Bristol street Monday afternoon. Police say the driver of the red Dodge, Kevin Garth, ran over a victim who ended up with a deep cut on one arm. Court documents allege the fight was over a woman, and Garth told police.
I knew it. Somebody was fucking somebody.
Oh, no.
One person's fucking what the other person thought was theirs. And
buddy, that bitch ain't worth going to jail for. Fuck her.
It's always a woman.
That's not good.
It's always a woman. All the time, somewhere, some way.
All the time.
Somehow involved.
Police, the victim was damaging his SUV. The 53-year-old is now facing 13 charges, including aggravated assault by vehicle.
What's going through your mind as this whole thing is going on across the street?
I was really worried about the guy who was on the ground. Like, it didn't
Oh, thank God. Well, yeah, I'm glad you clarified. I mean, yeah, some people were worried about the guy who's like, is his truck going to be okay? Like
that was my first concern, because I'm sitting here thinking like, fuck you, little fly.
That's the one that was trying to kill Geno this weekend.
Where is he when I have the fly swatter?
Thank you.
You know?
I appreciate
it. But it's like, no, I've got a truck. Now, if I were to picture potentially running somebody over, which of course I wouldn't, my truck's going to take some damage, right?
Yeah, but I think most people would be concerned for the person who's underneath the truck bleeding to death.
You don't know.
Most of the time.
What if they're already dead?
Well, then,
There's
know,
no more worry
why
until
waste
you're
your
done.
worry?
Yeah. Seemed like it was called for at all. Like, yes, I get it. Like, you guys are in an argument, but like, that went from I'm trying to hurt you to like, I'm okay killing you.
Look, I mean, I understand they were in an argument, and if you got to gouge a motherfucker's eyes out, or you got to tase them or mace them or beat the shit out of them. Look, we in this neighborhood we understand that, but running him over with the car and trying to kill him, I mean, that's just too far for us.
I mean, putting his head in a vice, I get it.
Sure, I mean, you're just trying to get some information out of the guy. Chain link fence seems really well built. Really took a nice shot there.
It really did. That pole took it standing, literally.
Yeah.
Fry says the driver turned around after the initial impact and hit the victim again. The SUV appeared to have bottomed out on a small retaining wall that goes into the yard.
Without him getting...
Otherwise, he probably would have backed up and gave it another go.
But hold on. That means that person survived being hit by a vehicle twice.
Pretty badass, right?
What do you got, 9 lives?
And now you know what's going to happen?
What?
That woman's going to be there to take care of him and help him out.
Yeah.
Stuck on the retaining wall, I don't know exactly what would have happened. The guy who was hit was lucky that the car couldn't move anymore.
Reporting in Pittsburgh's Hazelwood neighborhood, Tom Garris, Pittsburgh's Action News 4.
I love how in this story, like if you're the guy who's laid up in the hospital right now and you got run over, the news isn't covering like the spat about the woman. The news isn't covering any of like the details of the case. There's like, haha, this asshole got run over by a car twice. All right, back to you in the studio. So now you're just the asshole who got run over by an SUV.
You're that asshole, and then there's just, you're just a couple assholes having a fight, and you lived through being hit by a car twice.
Yeah.
That's important.
Ginger Snap pointing out that actually what happened was this guy forgot his Jack in the Box order.
Oh, the curly fries. That's
That makes
the
sense.
woman.
People love
It wasn't
those.
sex. It was a curly fry thing.
Yeah. See, the media lies to you.
See, now I might, pull out a piece if they forgot my honey mustard for my curly fries.
Yeah, and you make sure that you don't pull out your piece at the Jack in the Box because then they'll pull out theirs. You got to remember, these people mean business.
Put my piece in your box.
Oh, look out. Erica Transpatrick says entire civilizations have been wiped out over the pursuit of poon. Not lying. Not lying at all.
I will marry that queen. And it
And
just
then
kills
I'll
everybody.
Fuck the queen. Dalen Borst with $11 says using up some Google Play credits. Oh, thank you for using your Google Play credits.
Or Prey credits.
Or your Google Play credits. Thank you very much, buddy. $50. We're an even 50 away from KOing today's goal and doing overtime. 35 minutes until we play the music, but we're at 50 right now, so we can hammer this out for the third day in a row. 3-day streak of no e-begging.
I don't want to play the music.
Right?
There's no music today. We're just going to, skip the McDonald's for a day, and we're going to knock out that goal.
$50 away.
My shoulder's tight today.
Hammering this thing out.
No shaking for me.
Thank you guys very much. This is going to be, you guys are going to hate this. And this reminds me of something I saw yesterday that I had forgotten about. They're going to reboot The Office. Which
Why?
Is technically, it's a reboot of a reboot then, isn't it? Because
it's a reboot of like a different version.
It's pretty.
They're not the same.
They're pretty fucking close.
That's not what you've said. You've always maintained that one of them is far superior to the other one.
They
can't nearly be the same
Their
thing.
performances were better, but like the basis and the characters, like Dwight is Gareth, Michael Scott is David Brent. Like the characters mimic each other. Even the Jim and Pam thing, they've got a couple in the British one.
I've never cared to watch the British one. I don't give a shit. So, I mean, I've only watched one.
David Brent is so uncomfortable. He is just he's like, yeah. It's a good bit of dancing. I do a little bit of dancing myself. Yeah. Mostly like MC Hammer shit.
I've literally seen that in the American version.
He's right, because they took it from the British version.
They're both funny, I'm sure.
Cocktail says, yay, woke office with woke jokes. The thing that kind of bothered me about the American Office, and it's not their fault, it's the fact that they had to entertain an American audience.
Mm-hmm.
An American audience is sometimes dumber.
We're retarded.
So Michael's got to, like sometimes Steve Carell does that Will Ferrell shit, and it kind of annoys me. Whereas like the UK version could be a little more subdued and subtle, and they can kind of trust their audience to get it. Again, it's not the American Office's fault. They're like, yeah, sometimes we have to hit these people upside the fucking head with a sledgehammer to let them know we want them to laugh. You know? British sitcoms don't usually have the big like laugh track.
I don't really like British people though.
I mean, that's racist, but that's fine.
Not in like as a person. I don't like listening to them. There's something I don't like about that.
You know what? The chat is right. We should be going with an all-black version of The Office.
Black trans.
Ooh, black trans. That's a good one. RuPaul will be playing all the characters. It'll be perfect.
Yeah, I don't see a problem.
Michael Pitt says The Office is cringe. I don't think it's one of the best sitcoms of all time, like a lot of people seem to think it is.
I don't think that either.
I think it's fine. I think it's funny, but I wouldn't. Yeah, it's not top 10.
It's not top 10, but like I also don't find it cringe, I guess.
And it's not the only. Most great American sitcoms came from the UK. I mean, All in the Family. What was?
It's because we have no original ideas over here.
We really don't. We just see the Three's Company was another British show. The Office. God, there's so many more, and I'm just forgetting them. But yeah,
the Dukes of Hazzard. That's
yeah, the Dukes of Hazzard.
Fucking right. Beverly Hillbillies.
They were actually before they were the Dukes of Hazzard. They were the Chaps of Nottingham.
Shut the fuck up.
It's true.
No,
it's true. The best British sitcom of all time is In the Loop. Oh, I don't know that one. Jericho says The Real Mad World meets The Office with an all-black cast. NF Cap says John Rhys Davies, the man so Welsh they hyphenated the two most common Welsh names together to make his name. I'm an Englishman, the most fairest people in the world. Why do you think I'm working with you, you muck-shoveling Mick? John Rhys Davies and The Great White Hype.
Christ.
They were always dukes. Oh, yeah, I guess you could be the Dukes of Nottingham.
You're a retard.
The Duke, the Duchess,
You're a retard.
The Dukes of Hazzard,
Have some Windsor. You're going to get through this.
Oh, my God.
Said no one ever.
So they're going to remake The Office.
No.
It's going to be bad.
It's going to be like the tragedy that was Ghostbusters or Grease, where they were like, oh, let's do all women, or let's do children, or let's do, it's going to be like a fucking office camp for kids.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, thank you, SH. That's right. Sanford and Son was, oh God, this is going to bug me if I don't. I'm sorry, guys. I got to derail us for just a second.
Yeah.
Sanford and Son original. Where is it? What was it called?
You put truck in the definition.
Oh, they auto-completed that. Sorry. Original show.
There you go.
Sanford and Son series that ran on television network. What the fuck was it based on, though? Steptoe and Son was the show.
Steptoe and the Son.
Steptoe and Son. Sanford and Son. Norman Lear gets all this credit for like, oh, man, he's this American TV icon. Like most of the shit that Norman Lear made was just British shit, and he goes, bring it over. bring All in the Family over, and we just kind of put a little bit of an American spice on it, and then off you go. But yes, they're going to make a new Office. It's set to return in 2023 on, I'm guessing they're going to go Peacock. Or are they going to try
Peacock or Paramount or something weird?
Well, it'd have to be Peacock because I think NBC owns it.
Oh, okay.
Is he doing it? So he is. So they are bringing Greg Daniels back, and he was the guy that was the original U.S. show's creator. So at least they're going to let him helmet. So if it has any chance of doing well, it's this way.
But okay, we're still in a different world than we were then.
And there's no way to make it you're not going to improve on it. If you could
It's been
improve on
done.
it, if you could improve on it, you would have done it instead of doing that shitty last season with Ed Helms in charge.
Right, exactly. It's not only been done, it's been done twice, and there's nothing to add to it.
Right. Just call it. It's over with.
That does bother me when people can't just leave good enough alone.
Well, and they're bringing back Frasier.
Oh, I hate that too.
Yeah.
And guess what? That's coming from somebody who's remarkably gay, me, and I love Frasier. I want you to leave it alone because Martin Crane can't come back. He's literally dead.
You mean John Mahoney?
I know who John Mahoney is. It's just that he's the...
I just like knowing people's names. But anyway.
David Hyde Pierce is not going to be in it.
He's not?
Going to be, nope. It's going to be a spinoff of Frasier, but it's probably still called Frasier, and it's going to be following him to Boston or wherever the hell he went. I think it was Boston.
No, but he went... No, Cheers was Boston.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Where did he go again? He left Seattle
Boston
to go
to Seattle. North Carolina?
He went somewhere. His career took him somewhere, and this show's going to follow him to wherever he... It's an S, not a Z.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm spelling it like Joe Frazier. It's going to be on Paramount Plus.
Y'all know how this goes.
Oh, I hate it already.
Hey, baby, I hear the blues are calling. Toss salads and scrambled eggs.
It's not right.
I don't like it.
And maybe I seem a bit confused. Yeah, maybe. But I got
Oh, there's no clips on this one? It's just this? Have they not filmed any of this shit?
I don't know what to do with those tossed salads.
What fresh start is this? Where are we going?
Are we going to get any of the Cheers people on? That would be kind of sad. They're all super old and shit.
What if he did go back to Boston?
What is it?
Okay, this is the official trailer for the Frasier remake.
I don't want to watch this. It's making my blood
Are
boil.
we going to see Ted Danson? Are we going to
Probably.
see? Are we going to see Sam Malone? Are we going to see Woody?
There's a chance.
Are we going to see Kirstie Alley?
No.
Okay. Rhea Perlman?
No. No women. Fuck them.
Cliff Clavin?
About the city of Boston that leads me to forego the
told
most
you.
sophisticated
Oh, he's back in Boston
I
again?
told you, and you fucking told me I was wrong.
But then all it is Boston,
You're like, no,
Seattle,
Cheers
Boston.
is Boston.
Oh, then all the Cheers people are coming back for a cameo. You know that then.
Of the fermented grape, sitting here with a cold brew in my hand, I feel amalgamated with the hoi polloi.
You are the classic everyman.
Freddie! Surprise!
Dad!
Scott,
You're at my door, unannounced.
No, there's a shorter way to say that. Surprise!
What's going on with your son?
Wish I knew. Got a girlfriend I've never even heard of. When I told
Of
him
course, she has to.
She's not white.
She's not white. Can't have a white girlfriend anymore. That's wrong.
You kind of
That's
could see
racist.
that coming, though, right?
It's racist to have a white girlfriend.
You know what? What really bothers me about it is the show Frasier was great. It was a great spinoff for a change because that usually doesn't happen.
Yeah.
They wrapped it up with a pretty bow on it. It was it was a great finale. It was perfect, and they have to do this shit.
wanted to spend more time with him. He said no.
It's just not a good time. Have you considered that he hates you?
I miss you, and I won't take no for an answer. So I've taken a job, and I found a place to live.
My dad, I mean, he can be kind of...
He smelled really good.
Yeah, he always smells really good.
This looks like
looks
the Big
like
Bang
shit.
Theory.
This looks like shit.
It's filmed the same. It's the same type of hacky comedy.
I'm worried this is going to be shit. This looks like it's going to be.
You're worried? I'm like landed on it's going to be shit.
And no David Hyde Pierce.
No David Hyde Pierce.
And
no.
we haven't seen any Cheers cameos.
You can't go back to Boston without a cameo, right?
Don't sit there.
The bar he hangs out at has to be Cheers.
I'm upset.
Those are Christian Lacroix pillows.
So we can't sit on the couch.
Not in jeans.
This sucks ass.
Play the song more for
Cheers!
memory.
We have a toast.
I got some scotch, if that sounds good.
Great, I'll go get it.
Top
Go to
shelf.
the bar for a
Of course,
toast.
nothing less.
No, it's on the top shelf of the hutch. Green plastic jug.
But I don't know what to do with those tossed salads and...
I'm not okay with this.
It's gonna suck.
It's not cool to like
Nobody
I said,
gives
like,
a fuck about
no.
Frasier's kid.
No, nobody did at all. Like he was only funny in Frasier, which, like I said, spin-off shows of a great show, Cheers. This never happens. They did it right with Frasier. They wrapped it up perfectly. It's done now.
This
Stop.
shit's gayer than Niles, says Galford's dog. Optic Nerve says, ha ha ha, this show looks hilarious.
And why don't we play the song 300 times? for nostalgia purposes.
I wouldn't have known that the show was funny if they didn't put that laugh track in there. So I'm glad they did that.
I don't like laugh tracks either, but you can't say that. There's so many really good shows with laugh tracks.
Frasier always smells really good, though.
Nobody's ever said
Name me
that.
3 shows with laugh tracks. I'm not talking about a live studio audience. I'm talking about a laugh track.
Seinfeld had a laugh track.
I'm not going to say it didn't, but I think that was a live studio audience. Seinfeld, live or laugh track? The network won out, and a live audience was used for most Seinfeld episodes, forcing a laugh track. Seinfeld himself was a little conflicted about using canned laughter in the series, but had different thoughts about it being used on other shows. But if they're used for most episodes, forcing a laugh track for the ones that weren't used. Or did he not want an audience or a laugh track at all? He didn't want either? Because if you have a live...
matter? That wasn't the question.
No, if you have a live audience, that's not a laugh track. No, it was filmed in front of a live studio audience, so the laughs you hear on camera were caught on camera while recording.
But there are, they said for most episodes, so the ones that they didn't use a live audience, they used canned laugh tracks.
And Seinfeld hated it. He didn't want it.
And you might not like the show Friends, but Friends fucking killed it.
So industry hacks fucking went against the brilliant comedian and said, no, we know better.
You gotta understand that, though. You can't have laughs in some of your episodes and then none in the rest of them. What are you going to do?
But my thing is, Seinfeld had such an audience and like such a big crowd. Like they could afford to do a live audience.
Cheers had a laugh track. I don't know.
No, Cheers did not have a laugh track.
These people are saying they did.
No, Cheers had a live studio audience. Live studio audience. Yeah, because during every episode they go, Cheers was filmed before a live studio audience. Yeah, Cheers was not a laugh track.
Does it really matter if it's live or canned?
Yes, it matters. Because you have people actually laughing because something was funny versus the machine telling you to laugh.
In my mind, you're sitting here, you got shows with laughs in it, or you got shows with no laughter in it. And to me, in the one with laughter in it, whether it was live or canned, as a viewer watching it on my couch at home, I'm still hearing somebody laughing and being like, oh, haha, I'm supposed to laugh there because somebody's laughing, whether it's a can or it's a person.
I prefer nothing.
I do too.
I prefer I think Scrubs did it better than anybody.
But I do think the fact of it is that a lot of shows, whether it was fake or real, used laughter to tell you at home if you should be laughing or not, and they all killed it.
There's something about the live studio audience laughing where you're like, at least those people are being made to laugh versus the machine. Somebody said it in the chat in Rumble. They said, it's literally Hollywood laughing at its own jokes.
I don't like it either, but either way, if it was real or not, you don't know that at home as a viewer, you're still hearing a laugh track.
Carlos says you can watch Big Bang Theory without the canned shit for pure cringe. Yeah, there's videos all over the internet. We've played them so many times.
Yeah, that's not a good show, guys.
It's really bad. Fuck you, Joe Boo says you guys should get a laugh track.
Well, here, this is what I'll say too, though. Yeah,
that's not laughing. That's applause.
One.
That's more applause than a laugh track. It doesn't really work. But.
Either way. But I think Big Bang Theory is fucking awful. But that is one of the top rated shows out there. So it must be killing it somewhere.
That's
you've said
that's
before,
not an argument for me.
You've said, no, yes it is.
For quality. It's not an argument for quality.
You've said before
it's an argument.
that,
no, you're wrong. It's an argument for success, not quality.
Let me finish. You've said before that you can think that something isn't good, but the numbers out there are, suggesting otherwise.
Successful. I've never said good. Successful. There's a big difference. Something being good and something being successful. I mean,
a good is a matter of opinion.
There's a lot of things in America that are really good and they aren't very successful. There's probably even more things that are very successful and aren't very good because...
Well, of course there are.
It's like we said with The Office. In order to appeal to America, you have to dumb shit down a lot because we're getting dumber as time goes on. It kind of, not to sound too much like a hipster here, but it makes me happy that Scrubs didn't achieve the levels that like a Friends or a Frasier or whatever got, because it teaches me one thing. Scrubs was a funnier show. America wasn't ready for a show that trusted its audience. Scrubs was a show for smarter people where they didn't need to be hammered over the head with a laugh track. They didn't need to be hit with a bat. It was just, here, we're going to put on a show. It's going to be funny. You'll know when to laugh because you're a you're not a dipshit. And then they're like, hey, here's a bunch of nerds in college. Hey, get it? They're nerds. Hit the button. Nerd reference. Isaac Newton. Albert Einstein. Fucking awful.
Keep going.
Dreadful. Awful.
I went D. Gulag, though. He said, I hated Big Bang Theory and Seinfeld. I did not like Seinfeld. I didn't think it was a good show. I liked Cheers a lot. I liked Frasier a lot. There's a few other ones I'm sure I'm sitting here forgetting, but like I did not like Seinfeld at all. Not even a little bit.
Seinfeld was that was a pretty good one.
See what I'm saying, though? It's a matter of opinion.
I'm going to say I definitely have laughed more at Curb Your Enthusiasm. Another one that doesn't have a live studio audience or a laugh track, miles times funnier than any sitcom. Larry David is it's almost unfair. Using Larry David to write comedy is like using steroids to hit home runs. It's not fair. It's not right. Guys, we are $50 away from nailing it today, and we got 15 minutes until we rattle the can. So let's do this. Let's drop 50 in. Let's avoid the can rattling because we're almost there anyway. You guys already have it on credit today. Knock it out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships. Everybody team up together and nail that last $50 today. Thank you very much. So a couple of days ago, the Biden administration said they wanted to make an effort. They wanted to double up their efforts to getting the president to stop falling down. They had to come up. They had to come up
with that?
Yeah. They said, we've got a new plan for the president. And people went, oh, you mean like fixing the economy, fixing inflation, getting out of Ukraine? He goes, no. Our new plan is that we're not going to have him fall down quite as much. Because I don't know if you've noticed it or not, Joe Biden's been falling down.
Well, it's hurting his street cred.
All the time. Joe Biden falling down. I want to get a better article. The New York Post doesn't put, what do you call it? They don't put the videos in a lot of their shit. It's obnoxious. They're like, hey, here's Joe Biden fell down. And it's like, all right, where's the video? No, not here.
You'll read the whole article before you get to
fucking
no video.
I like the New York Post and then I hate the New York Post. It's very inconsistent. So they came up with a plan to stop him from falling down. I don't know if it means like new shoes. I don't know if they're, having him walk on surfaces that are more stable. I don't know. Oh, hey, here's something. Red Fox Mad, Optic Nerve. You guys got brought up a lot on Mr. Spurger's last live stream.
Oh, yeah, I tried to tell you that.
Oh, we're watching that for overtime then.
Okay.
We're watching Mr. Spurger's for sure then. All right, here we go. Let's see. George suffers from shrinkage, the Hamptons. Oh, yeah, Geno and I were referencing this a bunch.
Fair. It's not fair. I don't like this situation, Jerry. I don't like it one bit.
I can't show you the video.
You want to see
We'll
Rachel naked? Yes! Yes! Yeah, the punishment should fit the crime.
You can see me naked. I could offer you that.
It's like I'm Neil Armstrong. I turn around for a sip of Tang, and you jump out first.
Oh, don't go in. Rachel's getting undressed.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going to sit here and watch Seinfeld all day.
Yeah,
but thank
boring.
you for the
It's kind of dull.
Well, no, it's just I'm not, we can't show it or anything else. The shrinkage episode is really, really good, though. Very funny. Right up there with the Joe DiMaggio episode is one of my favorites.
I'm not really a big sitcom watcher, though. Like, if I ever have a sitcom on, and it's because I'm doing something else and need something boring in the background for noise.
All right, so we're watching Mr. Spurger's for overtime, but first I want to get to this Biden thing. They're trying. I don't know how you come up with a plan to get an old man to stop falling down. Like that sounds like something. That sounds like a conversation a family has when they're trying to figure out how not to send their dad to a home.
I got it. You either put inflatables around him at all times to prop him up, or people. You have a herd of 10 people around him to catch him when he stumbles.
But that's fine to have that conversation with your dad or your grandfather. Because you're like, well, it's either here or we have to send you to Shady Acres or whatever.
Oh.
We shouldn't be having that conversation about the most powerful man in the world. I don't like that we're having to spend our time of day as his staff going, all right, next order of business in running the country. How do we get the old man to stop falling down? And you're sitting there, you're the new guy in that meeting, and you're like, so we're not going to get to the economy today, are we?
If you think that man is the most powerful man in the kingdom, you're an idiot.
So now they have the why doesn't any of this shit have noise today? I'm annoyed. They have Joe Biden. They have the plan for him to stop falling down. Let's see how it's going. Yep. One more time. Yep. Oh, almost lost him. Oh, we got a plan to keep him from falling. Yeah.
You almost broke a hip.
How are you going to have a plan to save a man from himself?
No, it's called old age. Like, this is where, you know how when people get older and, like, their children, like, move their parents into a house that's all on one floor so there's no stairs? He needs places with no stairs, no steps, no podiums.
We need to retrofit the White House, and we need to make it a one-floor building.
Yes. And if he does have to do a stair, guess what? He has to sit in that little escalator chair thing that brings you up.
Ladies and gentlemen, the White House is now being turned into a rambler. We can't... We're going to have to buy a little more real estate. We're going to have to stretch out the architecture a little bit. We simply can't have stairs. It's damaging to the president's health, and it's problematic for national security. I'm sorry. This is just the way it has to be.
We're actually just going to rent out the upstairs to migrants.
Yeah, we're going to rent it out so we can pay for the renovations that we need to make sure that Joe Biden doesn't fall down as much anymore. Let's get into a few more of these. Now that I find out we have to do Mr. Spurgers, I'd love a Mr. Spurgers shout out.
That would be pretty cool.
Now that we're doing that for overtime, here's what I want you guys to do. Knock out that last 50. We got 50 left. I really don't want to bring this thing out in 10 minutes. No. It would mean a lot to my pride if we did 3 days in a row where this thing didn't have to come out. It would feel like we do a real show if this thing didn't have to come out. So everybody team up together in the next 10 minutes here, or just do it right now. You see the links in the chat: Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, or Super Chats, memberships, Rumble Rants. Let's get them all in, and we'll avoid shaking the plate today. A street performer in Georgia was left pianoless after some woman decided that she didn't want to hear any more busking. She's apparently just had it with a sidewalk piano player who had a Casio keyboard and just wanted to play some music for people outside, hold a bucket out there, and see if people would fill it up.
Look, I can get it if somebody's got like an obnoxious trumpet and they don't know how to play it, but a little piano, like a piano can't make an aggressive sound, right?
I just feel like if you're smashing a street performer's piano, there's probably a lot of stuff that we need to talk to you about that had nothing to do with that piano. Like that piano was definitely taking the place of something else. Don't say it. Go ahead.
Like
who wasn't there?
Like a father.
Oh, okay.
Daddy wasn't there.
Yeah, of course. Yes, maybe that's what it was. He was playing Cats in the Cradle and she lost her shit.
Or maybe like a piano teacher back in the day, maybe did a little bad touchy touch.
Well, let's see how this went. I for one, I love street performers. I like the guys banging on the spackle buckets, for Christ's sake.
I do like watching them bang on the spackle.
Yeah, they do a great job.
This is one of the worst things somebody's probably ever done to me while street performing.
First of all, this guy needs to go.
I think they all need to go. I hate all of them.
This guy I can't stand this person. I'm not saying this individual. I'm saying like if I Thanos snapped, everyone like that person would turn to dust.
Okay.
This is not a personal attack against that one guy in the teal blue shirt there. This is an attack against anyone who would look at this and go, that's my guy.
A wiener guy?
Yeah. Okay, so here she goes. So now this bitch just comes by and puts her hand on the piano. All these people are enjoying this guy. He's playing nice music for him. Yeah.
Look what you've done to me. You walked me right into saying that maybe her father wasn't there for her, and then you show me who it was.
Look, man, I told you not to say it. Did I not warn you?
I didn't know what she looked like.
I gave you a warning. I said, don't do it.
Oh, but then you encouraged, you dastardly man.
Keep going. So this kind of stuff happens here and there, so I usually just keep playing through it, but after what's about to happen, I had to stop.
What is he doing?
This is also the last song of the night, and side note, I do this to see people happy, so please don't harass the person in this video.
Oh shit, this
my
dude's playing the
God.
piano and the harmonica at the same time.
He's doing Piano Man. This is great.
This guy's good. Leave him
I would
alone.
sit and sing with him.
Yeah.
I would.
Look at that homeless guy's enjoying it. It's not bad.
He's great.
He's a little tone deaf, but who am I to judge?
I'll help him. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. So now here comes this bitch again.
That's a big bitch. That's
You're
a big
right.
girl.
Everyone here is either having fun or just politely ignoring the gentleman.
Yes.
That's all. Oh, what a bitch. And then she goes, I'm so sorry.
Because she was coming by hoping to just smash her hand on it again and screw up his song.
Right.
And didn't anticipate an accordion effect.
And then she just collapses the whole
Oh.
thing.
My bad.
And then she took And then she took money out of his bucket. What a bitch.
That's evil.
Yeah. Everybody hates her.
You couldn't just go across the street and walk that way.
They said, do you want to hit about it? One of her trash bag friends that was with her. You want to hit about it? No, I'm a civilized human being. I wouldn't come and fuck with somebody's piano to begin with, but I certainly wouldn't steal money out of their tip bucket, you jackass.
I feel bad for him.
Why would I want to hit about it? So now look, people are throwing money. Yeah, now people are like, dude, I'll throw money in your bucket here. Oh, I like that guy. He's like, here, you can have all of it.
What
Good
a
job.
stand-up guy.
That was fucked up. You really get.
You know what, dude? You know how much respect I'd have for this guy if they're working together?
Oh, if it's a bit.
Yeah.
To get money.
That lady smashed his piano in so that he could get sympathy and people would drop money in, and then he's like, here, I'll hack it up with you. Whatever comes in after that, we'll go halvesies on it.
Yeah, but then these
Nice.
people on the street are just trying to be good out of like the kindness of their heart, though.
Right.
You're duping them.
Everybody wins. Those people now get to feel like they've done a really good deed and they've helped somebody out, so they feel better about
I
themselves.
guess.
And these people made more money.
Fine.
I like this story better if they're working together. Because then that lady's not really a piece of shit.
Right, she doesn't have to exist.
Yeah. And then these people feel good about themselves, and
You
this
turned
guy's
me.
selling it. I like it.
You turned me.
Unfortunately, it's probably real because that lady just seemed like a stupid bitch.
Just a bag of shit, really.
Shout out to the guy that tipped me after and all of the people that came and helped out after seeing what happened. It really restores my faith in humanity.
Yeah, but okay, maybe it does restore your faith in humanity, but also the crazy bitch who came by and knocked your piano down and then brazenly stole money. I mean, it's got to also have a deleterious effect.
He does kind of look like a dingus, too.
Yeah.
He's kind of a goof.
I don't think they're working together. I don't think
No.
that woman didn't seem like she was very sophisticated, no offense.
And he just seems like too head in the cloudsy for that type
Yeah.
of thinking.
He's like a more autistic Mark Rebillet. Like he's just even worse than that.
With pants on.
Sean Raz becoming a member for his 16th month and
Thank you.
throwing $10 on a super chat says, I just won't eat lunch, you beggar.
Ooh,
Medjo with $14.99 says, I don't want you to beg. Well, there we
you.
go. We're getting there. $35 away.
We're not begging.
4 minutes from begging. Oh, wait, no,
No.
$35. We can't. It's inside of 50.
I don't want to beg. What are you talking about?
All
My
right.
shoulder is too tight for shaking shit today.
Boys and girls, we've had 2 straight days with no offering plate. Make it 3. Let's make it 3. $35 to go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships. Here's what we're going to do. We're doing overtime today, but we're 35 away. If we don't get it by 10:25, we're rattling the offering plate and we're begging for money today. $35 from doing it. Let's everybody chip in. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, memberships, gifted memberships, and then 3 days in a row with no offering plate. Oh, yeah, this is sad news. This is something we had to bring up today. One of the greatest third basemen of all time, Brooks Robinson, passed away yesterday, 86 years old. Geno and I said that we were on the way to the airport, and I saw it on my phone, and I said to Geno, I said, Brooks Robinson died. Said the same thing I was thinking. Didn't know Brooks Robinson was still alive.
That's always my thought. Like, I just kind of figured that was over at this point.
Kind of thought Brooks Robinson had already died. But
old news.
Yeah, one of the, I know he must have been really good. He was way before my time, but he must have been really good because when I would make a good play at third base in Little League, the adults would all go, hey, look at Brooks Robinson over there. And I'm like, I don't know what the fuck a Brooks Robinson is.
I wouldn't have known if you didn't tell me.
Yeah. So he passed away at the age of 86. I'm sorry, I don't have much to say about Brooks Robinson. Apparently very good. 2,848 hits, 268 homers, 1,357 RBIs.
Oh my God.
Shit. 100 a year for 13 years.
That's fantastic.
Baseball Hall of Famer Brooks Robinson, one of the greatest third basemen in Major League history, has passed away. The Orioles released a statement saying, we are deeply saddened to share the news of the passing of Brooks Robinson, an integral part of our Orioles family since 1955. He will continue to leave a lasting impact on our club, our community, and the sport of baseball. His number 5 jersey was retired by the organization. Have the Orioles ever won a World Series?
I don't know.
I don't think they have. 1983, 1970, and 1966.
Okay. There's a few.
So wait a minute. Did Brooks
he started
Robinson
playing in 55, so he was in all those, right?
No, he wouldn't have been in the 83 one.
Oh.
But yeah, I think if he started in 55, then yes, he won a couple World Series. Wait. 55. How many years did they say he played?
I thought you said 13.
No, I just was making an average for his RBIs.
Oh, I don't know then.
When did Brooks Robinson not die? No, that would have been yesterday. We already covered that one. When did Brooks Robinson retire? There we go. 1977.
Oh, so he just missed the 83 one.
Yeah, he got 2 of them. It's not bad. 2 World Series. I didn't know the Orioles had won World Series before. Sorry to anyone who follows the show from Baltimore. I didn't know your team had won more World Series than my team. $4.99 from Hobo Chili says, here's some Skrilla. I just want to tell you, Aaron, your hair looks terrible. End transmission. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. 30 away from hitting it today. Make sure we don't have to bring the offering plate out today and knock out that last 30 while we do overtime. Let's hit a few more of these before we get to the Mr. Spurger Steel Toe shout-outs. Miss Universe Zimbabwe is a white woman, and people have a problem with it.
God, get it? Because we're in a foreign country and it should be a black person, right?
You see, I guess if you're a minority of any other country, if you're a minority, if you guys think this is about celebrating minorities or anything, it's not. It's about destroying anything European. It's about destroying anything they see as colonial, anything that they see as like colonizing. Because in America or in Europe or anywhere else, like anywhere in the Western world, if a minority wins something, we celebrate the shit out of it.
Yeah.
First black president, first black this, first black that.
Female.
First female. But when you go the other way and you have a Western-looking person who's a minority in that country, like a real heavy minority, I would argue whites in Zimbabwe might be a bigger minority than blacks in America.
I'll tell you this much. I didn't know there were whites in Zimbabwe.
Right. So you have a white person in Zimbabwe winning Miss Universe for Zimbabwe, and they have a problem with it. But I thought minorities winning stuff was good. Oh, it's only when they don't look like Westerners, Europeans or Americans.
Can't have a white appearance.
It can't be white because, that's white is the bad one. Okay.
She looks kind
of. Brooke Jackson. I hate her name. An awful name. But let's.
So it came down between her and a black woman.
And she,
Miss Universe Zimbabwe 2023.
She's the only white woman you see on the stage.
To represent us in El Salvador. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for contestant number 12.
And they're all happy for her. They're all excited. Everyone
Clapping,
else.
smiling, hugs.
But of course, on the internet and on Twitter and everywhere else, people mad and upset. And Mugabe would be, oh, this sounds actually funny. Mugabe would be so mad. Yeah, Mugabe was the black nationalist who ran Zimbabwe and killed people and was a real piece of shit. For me, it's the fact that white people are not even embarrassed or ashamed to be doing all these.
She was the only white contestant there. God damn it.
Oh, we have the first black Miss America. Yeah, that's fucking great. Oh, history's being made tonight.
Fuck that. Go to New Zealand. First trans Miss New Zealand. Fucking can't even be a woman anymore.
We have the first white Zimbabwean Miss Universe. Fuck her, burn her at the stake.
Witch.
She's a white witch. Unknown tweeted, honestly, I'm not condemning her. I'm just a bit surprised. Had to research and noticed that the country is a nation of immigrants, which I thought was good.
Yeah, isn't that just renowned now?
I thought
isn't diversity our strength?
I thought it was a strength of ours.
Kumia says on that.
I'm getting really mixed messages.
I
from all these people.
Yeah, I am getting confused as to what side I'm supposed to be on.
Don't understand it. 30.99 Australian, which they tell me we take 20 of here in America, says, I hope you got the 30 for Geno and Keanu the other day, saying congrats. You girls did not do a good job of keeping up with your super chats and whatnot.
Wow. We do a first all-girls steel-toe evening show, and we didn't just sit in the chat.
Well, you got to thank the people who give you money, though. That's for sure. You girls will learn.
The scrolly thing.
You will learn as you go. She was using OBS for the first time, and then you were over there on that chair. So, look, it's the little things. Thank you very much, Mad Joe, and $10 away.
Oh.
From nailing today, from knocking it out. Let's see. We got Senator Poop Steps with $50, and we are now $40 into tomorrow morning. Thank you, guys. It's all done. 3 days in a row with no offering plate. Very cool. Very cool.
I'll give Keanu and I this. When there were super chats, we did scroll through and read those. We read every single super chat. We just didn't keep track on a paper.
You didn't catch them all, but you got close.
Everything that was lit up, we read.
They scroll when the chat goes though. They go up and they go away after a certain amount of time. After a while, Geno and I were just kind of like, you know what? We'll just don't.
I actually think it's better that we weren't sitting in the chat for our show.
I didn't say sit in the chat. That's not what. Nobody's criticizing you guys. You guys just said, oh, we got all our. That one guy said, did you get our super chat for this? And I'm like, no, they missed that one.
Oh, Mad Joe with the super chat now says, no, it was you guys. So it was you and Geno.
Oh, then we definitely got it. Yeah, we fucking rule. Geno and I, are you kidding? Oh, we nailed it. No, yeah. Geno and I crushing the whole time. Absolutely. You did not. I put 5 in 3 times, says Chevy JB. Yeah, remember I wrote you that note and I said, hey, fucking get to the super chats. Chevy JB's giving you $5 3 times asking about Rumble. I'm trying to help. I don't like when girls don't take help.
I was sitting over here not with the mouse or anything, and I thought she did. I thought she got them all.
Maybe I should have got producer Robert to help out on the all.
That would have helped with us not being in the chat.
That's what I should have done. Is got producer Robert.
That makes no sense.
Get producer Robert to help. Should we? You know what? It's 10 o'clock. Time for overtime. Let's. I got a couple more stories we can get to after we check out. They said Mr. Spurger's last live stream, he dropped a few steel toe shout outs.
Yeah, and he's a subscriber too.
I like him.
So.
Oh, all of you become subscribers as well. Subscribe to the channel, whether you're on Rumble or YouTube this morning. Either platform, that's totally fine. Whether it's Rumble or YouTube, you want to throw us a follow, throw us a subscription, whatever the case may be. Still over 600 of you hanging around in here.
Thank you.
Between Rumble and YouTube. We appreciate that. That means we probably we're smooching with 7 and 8 all morning long. Thanks, guys.
I love smooching with 7s and 8s.
I do it every day. We have... So, Mr. Spurger, the only thing I have from Mr. Spurger here is from 3 days ago. So I'm assuming this is the one. Let's check it out. Let's see if we get...
Yeah, I wouldn't change. Your stream key's permanently the same, I think.
I'm live.
You're live?
Yeah.
I don't see a chat. Oh, there's a chat. All right, we're live.
Oh no, Mr. Spurgers. He can hear him.
Here, I'll be your producer and I'll read you your comments.
All right,
How about
that
that?
sounds cool. I see one person watching. I think is
Here,
that you?
I'll be your producer and I'll
Is
read
that
you.
I see one person watching. Is that you? I love Mr. Spurger.
It's cute.
You have my audio way too loud compared to your mic.
Oh yeah, let me turn you down. Let me turn Discord
You
down.
have my audio way too loud. And in OBS, you can set your mic to be louder.
Listening to himself.
You have my audio way too loud. And in OBS, you can set your
Subscribe to
mic
Mr. Spurger, by the way.
Let me go to look at the under desktop audio or mic aux. It's already maxed out. I just need to turn Discord down.
This is a 2-hour
Sound
stream, by the
settings.
way.
Oh yeah, this goes on for 2
But
hours.
wouldn't be in your sound settings in OBS.
It's
You have
a
like
volume mixer. I just gotta turn Discord way down. Now you're lower.
But wouldn't be in your sound settings in OBS. You have
It's a
like
volume mixer.
I'm gonna fast forward a little bit more.
This is
Hey, but if
insane.
people are like spamming the 1-4, that code, then it won't go as fast as it otherwise would. It'll be there a little bit, but it won't be like every half second people type things. So yeah, if you guys came from Carolla, welcome to the chat. One person, I guess it's Wanda maybe.
I love.
Yeah, I'm not Tom Gully. I don't have dozens of people or a dozen people. I have one. I guess maybe people are looking for I had a scheduled one. I'm posting it and a couple other. I'm posting to Burger Boy. See if anyone.
Guys, do you have any of the timestamps of when he mentioned Steel Toe?
It's a long
Here we are,
stream.
live streaming. I am accepting calls. That's the one thing. I am accepting calls. Let me voice.
It'd be funny if he's just shit talking us.
Accepting
He's
calls.
Taking calls on like that pussy
Sign
gay
into
F
Google
word
Voice.
Steel
I have
Toe.
to change my Google Voice account to the one that has an account.
Guys, no offense. I thank you for telling me that
Wow.
Mr. Spurger was mentioning us, but I'm going to need
Alone.
timestamps for this shit. People paid for this overtime.
Yes. We blew it.
He had like 20 watches tops, says Optic Nerve. The other guy was a dick to him? I hope not.
Oh.
Better fucking not have been a dick to my boy, Mr. Spurger. Union Jack says, let's push this to 10.5. I'm fine with that. We're over.
Yes.
We've been over 10,000 forever now, so it kind of feels like we're like, did it. Done.
Oh, so you mean all those other troll guys out there, the fat ones, don't have to sit there and say, oh, you can't even get 10K, man.
I didn't want to rag out on them that they lost out on their goal of holding us down, that they couldn't make it go, and that they failed
got
miserably.
10K, man.
I figure they already know, so I didn't really need to rub it in. Sandy Squatch says, I was watching that night. People were bad-mouthing you. I made a couple comments defending you. They were shitting on us in Mr. Spurger? Oh, they better not have been.
Somebody said go like 20 minutes in.
Okay. I'll look through his chat here, and when there's Steel Toe references.
Wow, he did get a few people in the chat then.
Yeah, he got some people in the chat for sure. What's your favorite sandwich at Wendy's? Yeah, I love that. You can just go into Mr. Spurger's chat, ask him about his favorite burgers and shit.
I'm hungry. Do you want to go to...
Here you go. No, here comes the first Steel Toe reference. Here we go.
What you need to do is like call out Tom Gully, call him a name, call him something, say something that's going to get him mad. Then he'll talk about you, and then that gets people listening to both shows.
Yeah, I have made Tom Gully slightly annoyed. He's always slightly annoyed though. He always seems kind of angry. Like I talked to him about role-playing games. Like I don't care about that. He's like, yeah, I don't care. Let's not talk about that. And then I hung up on him.
Nobody cares about that. That's for retards. But
I don't like this guy. This guy's just being a dick.
Be nice to him.
Yeah, be nice to Mr. Spurger.
He's
Let him do
cute.
a fucking show. He's like fun and nice. You know what I don't like about this guy? Mr. Spurger is fun, nice, having a good time. And this guy seems like he's kind of a miserable cunt.
Right, this is a
So he's like, I got to bring Mr. Spurger into my den of misery. No, you shut the fuck up and be good. You be a good boy. And you let Spurger fill the room with hope and decency and goodness. Fucking sitting there going, yeah, RPGs are gay. You're gay.
How about just say something right now, like call out Tom Gully?
Tom Gully, you are an angry older man. Well, not that old, but you're older than me. I found you told me.
Nobody roasts like Mr. Spurger.
Oh, he's got it.
See, and I don't like that his guy's like trying to start beef and shit, and like, oh yeah, start beef with this guy, and then they'll watch both your channels. And
I'm convinced that's what online people do.
yeah, dude, I don't like this producer
let's have
guy.
beef.
I'll produce one of Mr. Spurger's streams sometime.
Like a Tom Brennan. Ooh, let's have beef with Steel Toe.
Yeah, Tom, that's not going well for you, by the way.
Who do you think gets more pussy, you or Tom Gully?
I think he has a girlfriend or wife, so probably him. Maybe he hasn't.
I love him. He's so great. Like, this guy's like, oh, talk shit about this guy. Talk shit about this guy. And he's like, oh, here he has a girlfriend, so he probably gets more pussy than I do. It's no big deal.
Lying.
Oh, he's lying?
No, he's lying. It's a fake. Yeah, it's a fake girlfriend.
All right, fine. Then I think we're about even for the last 4 years. But maybe I'm ahead of him. I don't think he's had sex in at least 4 years, and if he's faking a girlfriend.
What about in all of your life?
I would say.
All right, this guy, the producer guy is tedious. What did they say, 20 minutes?
I want Mr. Spurgers to be autistic while he's having sex.
Like he
I want him to say
counts his
things.
strokes.
The calorie intake of fluids. Oh, man.
I don't even know.
Steel Toe Show are more cringe than you are, says Lenny something or other. See that?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's in there.
I don't know who this Tom Gully guy is they're talking about. I've never heard of it.
Someone like 6, 7 years, maybe 8 years ago even, someone was reposting my videos exactly with no changes, like on my first channel, my first Mr. Burgers channel. So I bless you, Java. Like, you just sneeze, Java trolling. It's if you sneeze, bless you. But honestly, I don't bless people. I got another call. It looks like.
Come on, I want.
So I'm going to answer this call. They called the second time they're calling. Is that all right? I'm going to end your call and accept.
Yeah. Can you, before you answer, I mean, they can call back. Before you answer, can you do one favor, just because I'm the first caller and I'm a big fan of yours?
Yes.
And I'm a big fan of the burger videos too. Could you just take the camera and show, the floor and the room?
He has no pants on.
Yeah.
So that's pretty bad.
Oh, wow.
So I think I haven't seen it yet.
Mr. Spurger.
That doesn't look very spurgy to me. Don't you have clean shit?
You need to get a little more autistic when it comes to the cleanliness of your room.
That makes
Mr.
me feel like I
Spurger.
have rampant autism in regards to cleaning.
Mr. Spurger, I love you, buddy, but that is a messy-ass room. Jordan Peterson would be nonplussed by your room, sir.
Yeah, I'm looking now. Okay, yeah, now I see it. Yeah, it's really bad.
But that's after cleaning. Like, let's see, the camera's all wobbly now. There you go.
You're wobbling.
It's a little too high. I'm lowered a little bit.
All right, yeah, I just wanted to
I wish
see
he was
that.
this spurgy about his floor situation.
Right?
All
Look
right,
at his blinds behind him.
They said about 20 minutes in.
All right, thank you. Have a good stream and have a good watching stream.
We'll do. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. All right, so yeah, I'm not gonna play any games right now. I'm just gonna talk to you guys for a little while. My streams, I'll be honest,
a little while,
not
2 hours
as long
and
as like
15
the
minutes.
average streamer. I got a call from. They've been calling a few times now. I'll answer them. Thank you for patiently waiting to get your call accepted on the Mr. Spurgers show.
Is this Mr. Spurgers?
Yeah, it's Mr. Spurgers.
Can you do a review on the Mr. Beast burger?
Like the actual burger or the candy bars?
No, the burger.
All right, let's go to.
Like you were stalking me somehow, or actually met you and talked to you and interacted with you?
I was stalking you.
I don't believe you.
Yes, I've come up to you on the street, outside, at restaurants, a few different times. Each time you don't recognize me.
I'm glazing over.
Boy, these people are not
Yeah,
good at
it's
whatever
Hello,
bits
Mr.
they're doing.
Burgers.
I wanted to let you know that I wanted to apologize for a Reddit post I made about it.
Can you let me in, dude?
He's got his Discord open again. He's listen.
And we're not lovers, Spooky Sammy, or Spooky Sammy, I'd like to call you. Anyway, I got another call. I'm gonna.
We are lovers.
All right, I'm gonna end and accept.
Optic nerve. I have to tap out of
Hello,
this.
another caller.
In a little
Is this
bit.
Moonlight?
Hi. Hi, yeah, hi.
Oh, hi, not.
Yeah. Hello. I'm a part of the Mr. Spurger fan club.
Yeah, that's nice to hear. Are you from that show, the Steel Toe show?
Yes.
Is that where you guys come from?
No, we did. This is just a group of my friends that really love you.
That's good to hear. I'm glad to have some love.
I'm about. Did he say I'm about to have some love?
God bless him.
I hope you have some love.
I'm about to have some love.
I'm about to have some love.
Mr. Spurger, I love you. I love you.
Thank you.
Hey,
But I reserve my love for Boat and various celebrities that never talk to me.
Oh, yeah?
I got another call.
All
I'm
right.
gonna have to accept. I have to let you go and accept this call. I love you too. Thank you. Hello,
So that's
welcome
it.
to
That's
the
the
Mr.
fucking.
Show.
That's the fucking steel toe reference.
So
That's it.
the steel toe stuff must have been in the chat then.
I
the
guess so.
mentions and the fights.
Thank you, Optic Nerve. I think Optic Nerve might have been fucking with us and just going, let's see how long I can get him to play this shit.
Y'all gotta give us like timestamps or screenshots of the chat or something. Because that's gonna be a lot to sift through.
Yeah. Tom Gully is a guy Jesse trolls.
Hobo, what was the grossest thing you've ever heard that I said? That's kind of a really aggressive
I should
statement.
skip the restaurants in order to reduce the daily goal, says you ain't getting my money. How dare you, sir? Michael B says this is a circle jerk that where no one takes off their pants. Yeah, I thank you, Optic Nerve, for suggesting that to us. We gave it a shot, and
yeah, he sent that to me this weekend. I obviously was a little busy.
bit not the best.
No,
best.
It's hard to filter through that.
I love Mr. Spurger. I think he's great. I just don't think he's great to watch on my show. I would watch that on my own time.
Sure.
I just and for Christ's sakes, that room's got to get picked up.
That's got to happen. The blinds got to get figured out in back of him because they were driving me nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah. If Optic Nerve, if you're like watching along with a show like that and something's
Take some
going on, take
timestamps,
notes. You know,
take some timestamps for me so I can just skip to him. He says, "No, there's a lot more. You got to watch the whole thing." I'll have to watch it on my own time because I know I'm boring the shit out. I'm sure that our totals on all of our platforms went down a little bit.
Plummeting.
When we did that. It's almost like we took a call from... Do you guys want to call from Charlie before we go? Yes or no? If you want to call from Charlie, I'll have April go grab the phone that I threw. And maybe we take a call from Charlie.
Stop throwing your phone. Just turn your
before we head
ringer off.
Have
you ever considered that? You can keep it on the desk next to you.
Yeah,
Just
but
turn
where's the comedic effect in that versus...
Well, then you have to make your co-host get up and retrieve your telephone.
His blinds were bugging my autism, says
Same.
Union Jack. Oh, I didn't notice his blinds. What was up with his blinds?
I only mentioned them 3 times. They were like the long string calls, in fairness, are not good.
What's his name?
There's nothing good about those calls. The only thing that was good was your reaction to them. Like, that guy was the most frustrating phone call I think I've ever heard because he can't stick with anything.
You know what was awesome about Charlie, though?
Nothing.
Is that Charlie he loved Geno, and then he hated Geno. And then he loved Geno again, and then Geno was a hack, and then Geno's never made anyone laugh. And then, Geno, I love you.
That's not your fiance.
And, yeah, that's not your actual fiance.
Well, love and hate are pretty close to the same thing, so.
They are cousins, I believe.
Kissing cousins.
Target is pulling up stakes in Harlem. I can't imagine why. Because of rampant theft and violence, one of 9 stores that the chain is planning to shutter in crime-ridden cities nationwide, the company said Tuesday. You know, I can't believe it. You know, but between them trying to peddle gay pride merch to children and then also not letting any of their employees confront robbers or call the police, I can't imagine why you guys have been losing money and closing businesses.
What a weird thing. Target, one of the only stores left open during the pandemic, and they're still losing money.
It's really fascinating, yeah.
Because of all of the thieves.
I wonder, man, I'm impressed. I am really surprised that these big box stores still have not changed their theft policies. They're literally being robbed into poverty.
Is it a social pressure thing? What is that? Because I got to tell you this much. If there was something you guys could physically steal from us that would run our business into the ground, we'd shut that shit down immediately, wouldn't we?
Right.
I'm sorry, it's over.
You'd be like, yeah, no, I'm sorry, we
No.
can't allow this. This is gonna put us in a bind. We can't do it. But no, they just keep letting people come in there with duffel bags and backpacks in some areas. I know Walgreens and CVS have been hit really hard by that too. The big box retailer, which opened the East Harlem location to great fanfare in 2010 as a revitalization of the neighborhood, announced it will close all 9 stores on October 21st. You know, this is really something because Target opens a store in Harlem where the people there have been complaining that none of these big stores come in and they don't provide goods and services for the community. And that's why the community is downtrodden and poor and crime-ridden and all that is because, well, these places don't simply invest in these neighborhoods.
Gentrify me, daddy.
Right. So then they go and they invest in these neighborhoods and they say, okay, well, you know what? You called our bluff. You're right. We certainly don't want to be, we don't want you insinuating that we're racist.
Right.
Or we don't care about, black people in poorer communities. So, you know what? You called our bluff. We're putting a Target in East Harlem. Like, yes! Finally, they're investing in the community. A decade later. Yeah, you guys robbed us blind. We got to shut down. Why won't, and then the cycle starts over. Why won't anybody invest in these communities? Why are we so downtrodden? It's the big corporations' fault. It's Target's fault because they won't put a store here. All right, don't call us racist. We'll put a store there. And then it's a 10-year cycle. 10 years later, hey, we have to shut down this location. Why? You guys have robbed us blind and you've stolen from us so much that we can't turn a profit. We got to shut down.
There has to be another reason. It can't just be that these humans are that stupid or blind, right? Like that they can't see the cycle. What else is it? Because it can't be that thing. It can't be that they're just not seeing it happen. What is it?
They're allowing it to happen.
No, the people that complain.
Well, I mean, look, if you're someone who's being looked at as like a neighborhood spokesman or a community spokesman or whatever, you don't want to sit there and like it's not going to help your organization or your cause if you go, oh yeah, this is totally a community problem. It's all of our, like, you can't be. It's the same reason politicians will never blame the voters, or like sports teams will never blame the fans.
Someday you might have to cause any change,
but you won't. Like if you're a community spokesperson, the ones who go, it's our fault. We need to stop stealing and robbing and fucking around. We need to support these businesses. They shout those people down and tell them to get the fuck out of there.
The day when we have literally zero grocery stores or bodegas or department stores, so you can't get anything ever, then maybe somebody will be willing to do it. Maybe.
The big box retailer, which opened the East Harlem location to great fanfare in 2010, announced it will close on October 21st along with 9 other locations. We cannot continue operating these stores because theft and organized retail crime are threatening the safety of our team and guests. You know, this is not only going to hurt the community because they won't have a place to go shopping, it's also going to hurt the organized thieves. They're not going to have the products anymore to go steal that they can sell to people and make a shitload of money.
I can't say that bothers me.
It's going to shatter the entire economy in that area.
Maybe we need some changes and some shame.
Not only is Target going to go away, but now all the people who were making good money and then maybe going to the bar and spending it or going to the shoe store to spend it, they're not going to be having that money anymore because Target won't be there for them to steal from.
Like, picture all the stores, everything from a gas station to the fucking Buckle and Boot Barn and stuff like we have in this town. Like, you can't have any of it.
You're going to have to talk slower. Harlem doesn't know what Buckle is.
That's what I'm saying. Picture now, like, everything we have in this city here, it's gone. They can't have a gas station.
Say Quickie Mart.
They can't have a Quickie Mart.
There you go. Now they understand what you're saying.
Because they can't keep a fucking sandwich on there. They can't pay $1 for a sandwich. They'd rather steal it.
We cannot continue operating these stores because theft and organized retail crime are threatening the safety of our team and guests and contributing to unsustainable business performance. You know, maybe the things that are harmful to the safety of your team and guests, maybe if you would allow your team and guests to do something about these things, or maybe hire security to make sure these things don't get stolen anymore.
Racist. That'd be racist.
I'm sorry. The other locations to be shuttered, see if you guys can find anything in common. San Francisco, Seattle, and Portland.
Nothing in common.
That's where all the other the 9 locations are.
They're all
in those 3 cities.
Very different, thriving communities.
All cities with progressive prosecutors who refuse to go after shoplifters despite the growing scourge of organized retail theft since the pandemic. I wonder if a lot of these DAs have been donated to by George Soros organizations. Let's see. District Attorney Portland. Just let me take a look. Mike Schmidt. Okay. Mike Schmidt, Portland, George Soros. Let's take a look here. Soros-backed DA Mike Schmidt creating lawlessness in Portland. That's from March 7th, 2023.
Look at you all hurting shit.
Portland DA Mike Schmidt backed with $320,000 from George Soros. Okay, we got lucky on one. Let's go Seattle DA. Seattle City Attorney. Who is the DA of Seattle? Ann Davison Sattler. Okay, Ann Davison Sattler is the DA of Seattle. Ann Davison Sattler. George Soros. Let's take a look here. You know what? No, we don't have anything that.
Okay, doesn't that somehow make it
matches
worse
those.
then? Because she's just kind of doing that.
There
then?
are no matches. All right, well, good. So that means she's just fucking up on her own.
That's what I mean. It's almost worse. That's not intentional.
At least if George Soros gives you 6 figures to fuck up, you're fucking up for some money.
Yeah.
Now, if you're fucking up just for normal, here, I can do one more thing. Give me one more second. Let's see. Of course.
Did you have to ask? Didn't you know that last name? Even I knew that one.
Shouldn't have done that. All right, what's the other one? San Francisco DA. San Francisco DA. Brooke Jenkins. All right, the lovely and talented Brooke Jenkins. Let's take a look. George Soros. Brooke Jenkins, appointed by the San Francisco District Attorney, ousted. George Soros is in that article somewhere. Brooke Jenkins resigned from her job. Tell us again how many progressive DAs are tied in with billionaire George Soros. Soros funded progressive DAs. Former San Francisco homicide prosecutors Brooke Jenkins and Don Dubain. There you go.
Yay.
All right.
So these guys are paid to be retards.
Okay. So we found out Brooke Jenkins and the Schmidt guy, they were connected to Soros. The other one we can't figure out. How about Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan DA? Here we go. Alvin Bragg, George Soros. All right. Exploring the ties between Alvin Bragg and George Soros.
Why you do this to us? We know. It's over, man. We've lost.
It really is. Just, you know, you only
Rubbing it in.
You only Google it to confirm.
But do you need it? In your heart, you know.
Just so that people go, oh, fuck you, what are you talking about? You can just go, hey, look it up.
You're showing your work. I understand.
Boomer Bob Show says maybe you should shake the hat at Soros. No shit, right? Thank you, Boomer Bob.
Soros, I will hawk whatever you tell me to. Just pay up the goals here.
Yeah. Guys, follow the Boomer Bob Show over there on Rumble.
Aaron loves boomers named Bob.
Boomer Bob is my guy. He's right, too. He makes a great point. Why haven't I been asking George Soros for money?
You really should. I mean, as long as we tip our hats to him every now and then.
To me, $1.5 million, and I'll peddle some one world bullshit.
That's it. You got to be enough to like pay off all the shit we got right now.
1.5 million. Yeah, but he'll get us a new audience, a bigger audience. Our numbers will go through the roof if we take Soros money.
All right.
Are you kidding me? Mick KM says you'd have to shake a small hat though. Oh,
a tiny hat.
That's a good point. Isn't Steve Largent a big Seattle City Council guy now? I mean, yeah, that's true. He is. But at the same time, it's not a city council thing. It's a district attorney thing. They get to decide who gets prosecuted. And if you say, well, we're not going to prosecute crimes like shoplifting, well, then the cops can arrest them. They can detain them. And then they'll hold them in the cell. And then the DA will go, well, we're declining to press charges. And they got to cut them loose. And that's it. You got like 72 hours maximum. And if they go, yeah, we're not pursuing charges against that shoplifter, then you just let them go and they get to rob more. And then George Soros goes, all right, that is very good. Now the Targets will close and the grocery stores will close and all of these communities will be shitty and awful and terrible. And then we will be able to welcome communism into these communities and a one world government. Why is it all these really like shitty, manipulative billionaires? No, not that. Manipulative, shitty billionaires all sound like evil villains. Like Klaus Schwab.
I can point you in the right direction if you would like.
For once, that's not what I'm saying. For once, that is not. But they all... No, Theodore Roosevelt, that's not what I was trying to say. They all just have a voice that fits.
Oh, I could show you what voice you're referring to. You know.
That's not what
I'm
saying.
How much time do you have?
Michael B says, Aaron missed the joke like usual. We was doing supersonic players if Soros was the GM. I didn't see that. I'm sorry I missed it. Michael B, you've been bitchy today. Don't you get bitchy with me, young man. Ryan the Garbage Man says, on 60 Minutes, Soros proclaimed himself a god.
Wouldn't you? If you're him, he fucking runs this shit. He is a god of sorts to some, especially himself.
Silverwolf says, if you go down the Soros path, I can't follow you, boss. You'd be my Anakin. I'm not. First of all, George Soros is not offering the money.
You are
and
the chosen one.
I ain't taking it. I promise. Vince Griswold says, when they say follow the money, they mean follow it to Israel.
They leave little bread trails.
I didn't say that. You said that. I would never say anything like that.
What?
Hey, let's look for the Minneapolis DA. Let's just have some fun here.
Yeah.
Minneapolis District Attorney, Michael O. Freeman. Michael Freeman.
I prefer Django Freeman.
I do too. He's a good Freeman. Michael Freeman, George Soros. I don't see it.
What about that one? The Wall Street Journal one.
Soros is helping transform sleepy contests for district attorney with some candidates promising a fairer justice system. Yeah, it's totally worked out that way. Totally worked out that way. George Soros, do we have a list of them? Oh, I have to subscribe to the Wall Street Journal.
Don't do this.
Shit.
Don't do this thing.
I know. I don't see anything about George Soros and the guy in Minneapolis. So, hey, there's
that one
right?
shocks me a little bit.
Well, hey, we're clean. We're fucking up all on our own.
I'll say this, though. We drove through downtown Minneapolis and walked around and hung around it a few times this weekend.
Not the worst.
Yeah, pleasantly surprised. I had a great time. I didn't really see much for homeless people, and it was pretty clean.
FTW Nil says, have you ever heard of Dan Pena, the $1 trillion man? He just did a response to Joe Rogan recently. No, I have never heard of that guy, actually. Somebody says, Aaron, don't worry. I ain't taking the money. You know, Aaron, everyone has a price. Okay, I'm not taking the money he's offering, but yes, there is a price he could offer that. Sure.
Everybody has a price.
Michael B is explaining to us, I took 5 days off the internet. It takes me a few days to not be bitchy.
I get that. Like I almost exclusively don't read anything on Twitter anymore.
Okay.
Because since forever, before I was on the show, I don't like Twitter. I think it's a cesspool. So if I take enough days off of Twitter and then I go look at my 300 notifications I have and I read any of them, it just makes me cranky. And I'm like, this is why I wasn't here.
Friendo says, hungover Aaron is slower than Corky. You know, Detlef Schrempf, Gary Payton, Sean Kemp, all very funny. If George Soros was the GM of the Supersonics, I understand. It seemed like a reach to me. That's all. I'm not trying to be slow with you. Don't be thick in front of me, Al. That's not what I'm doing. I'm just.
Well.
Next time it'll be for me.
But you look like a Corky's 10 to me.
Thank you.
You're beautiful.
Erica Transpatrick says, I'm going to go find a shit ton of Dan Pena videos for Aaron. Dude is hilarious. Sounds good to me, and that's where we'll leave it for today. Okay. Thank you, everybody. 3 days in a row without this thing. We're not going to need it tonight either because it's the prize show. Come for the prize show tonight. Win $250 or become a new VIP. If you already are a VIP or a member, make sure you watch tonight because there's $100 on the line. And I don't know if our last, we're going to check and see if our last VIP and member claimed theirs. If not, we're going to have to do that twice tonight. So come check us out, 7 o'clock Central tonight. Oh, no, I have to run the prize show by myself for like a half hour.
It's not running anything. You take a slice of paper over here, a piece of paper, and you pick up a pen, you write down a name, and you take your time.
I think I can handle it.
You freak.
FDW Nil says more like a Porky's 10.
Yeah, most of April's retweets are Patrick's alts. Exactly. There's nothing to be looking at.
You see,
I'll put my pretty picture out there. People will Photoshop.
Porky's.
They will retweet. They will seethe. Probably jack off.
Porky's.
And
it's trying to say I'm a pig.
I can just let that exist somewhere where it doesn't affect me.
It hurts my feelings, FTW Nil. That's all. Guys, talk to you later. We'll see you tonight. April, thank you very much.
Thanks, Bob.